Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
Did you develop epilepsy in early adulthood? For some selfish context, my mother developed epilepsy in her early 30s after her second child was born. I had one incident that was judged to be maybe a seizure years ago, but nothing like that since. She told me that her neurologist reckoned she had been predisposed to it, but hadn't expressed it until she entered the most stressful period of her life. If your epilepsy started expressing itself in your adulthood, did you have any warning? Was there anything unusual you noticed beforehand? Did you have a family member with epilepsy who developed in the same way? Much love and prayers to all.
That would be a Jeff question because I know you developed epilepsy later in life, didn't you? Or were you diagnosed later?
No, I developed it later. I was 75. But I think they're talking about somebody that's younger and developing it later in life. In their 20s or 30s, I think, unless I'm misunderstanding that, Kate.
This one sounds like their child, the child. So the patient is the mother developing epilepsy in her 30s.
In her
and it
30s.
sounds to me like one of her children is writing about it, saying, what do I have to worry about?
Right.
Because the questions they're asking.
It's totally different than what happened to me. I didn't have any warning. There was no way for me to. I mean, there might have been a warning because Liz said that earlier that year before my first seizure. We had gone somewhere out to dinner for her birthday with a bunch of friends. And I didn't remember that entire weekend. A month or so after, I didn't remember any of it. But we didn't think anything of it. And then a couple of months later is when I had my first seizure, or first known seizure.
One of the big ones.
Excuse me?
One of the big ones?
Yeah, it was one of the big ones, naked in front of my landlady.
Sorry.
That is one to be remembered.
Well, fortunately, I didn't remember it.
Oh, I bet she does.
I'm sure she does. The strange thing is she wanted to rent to me again.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah.
Robbing the cradle, Jeff.
Well, I think it was more that we paid the rent on time.
Oh, yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah, okay.
See, I got diagnosed in my 20s with, my neurologist and I are pretty sure my seizure started when I was in high school. So as warning, panic attacks that you don't remember. Going into panic attack when you don't remember them. That's a warning sign. Because lots of people get misdiagnosed with anxiety and stuff. And it's still a thing, yeah. People do get stressed.
Oh, shit.
What's going on?
Somebody saying, thanks, US doctors. My whole life I've been told I'm just sensitive. I was told I'm hormonal, that I have panic attacks, that I was called attention seeking in elementary school, hypochondriac in middle school and beyond. Describe things the best I could, and I've always been blown off. Oh, it's vertigo, probably just your hormones. Crazy things happen after giving birth, give it time. Even though I said it's not an acute situation, not vertigo, and it's been happening my whole life, not a postpartum thing. I'd go to the ER begging for help. They'd do an EKG, take my blood pressure, then tell me nothing's wrong and it's in my head. They always refused to admit me. They wouldn't do any tests that I asked for, like a CT or MRI or EEG. One notable time, the ER doctor said she didn't want to give me a CT because it would probably give me brain cancer. I'd follow up with primary care. They'd say there's no reason to refer anywhere if ER found nothing. I always fought with them that they didn't find anything because they didn't do anything. I'd go back and forth between the ER and primary care, make countless phone calls, send many angry messages, crickets. After nearly 20 years of this, and only because my husband got involved, fuck being a woman, I guess, I was referred to a neurologist. With one simple MRI, the answer to everything was right there. MST, severe. My hippocampus region spreading to my cerebellum has atrophied, and it looks like there is a hole in my brain from so much neural death. Maybe if someone just once listened to me prior, I'd still have a working brain and more to save. Now it's just damage control. I'm still processing everything. I'm happy there's an answer because after being gaslit for so long, I could cry knowing I'm not crazy. This is real. This is epilepsy. On the other hand, this is epilepsy, a severe and drug-resistant variety. I'm counting my blessings because my seizures have remained focal, often and intense, but not tonic-clonics. But I feel like it's only a matter of time. Maybe if it was caught earlier, that wouldn't be the case. Thanks for reading. Life is frustrating. Wow.
Yeah.
That many years and it didn't advance to tonic-clonics, that is a big deal.
That's actually kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Does this seem to happen more to women than to men? The doubting yourself symptoms.
I think it depends on your insurance too.
Well,
Especially since she had that label early on of psychological.
issues, yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, women are dismissed more than men when it comes to no, something's really wrong here. I've seen that with a lot of our friends.
I mean, I read a lot about, and it's mostly women that have the complaint, and I mean, it's totally ridiculous. I don't understand. I understand where it comes from, but you know, the 50s are over.
And mesial temporal sclerosis is what she ended up getting diagnosed with. And that usually results, this is something from Columbia saying, Columbia University, usually results in partial focal epilepsy with seizures are confined to one area of the brain. So that's where she's talking about her hippocampus.
Mm.
That's got to be the one. I think that's the part of the brain that has a lot to do with memory. So she probably has been having like lifelong symptoms.
Hippocampus is also the fear region. I'm not saying you can't feel fear without it, but it's, I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm just seeing learning and memory. So information, new memories, and spatial navigation. Oh, hippocampus does a lot. Yeah, from what they know. Probably just poke that part of the brain on a couple people and see what happens.
But you don't need it.
And who's to say that some people don't?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't have
Say
one.
prayers. The car dealership is on the phone. We're going to see what they can do for financing. Bookie, take over.
How do people hold down work with regular auras? Hoping for any advice or insight from anyone who's dealing with something similar. My husband has full-time seizures in 2021. It's been a pattern for roughly 2 to 3 weeks with no auras, and then a spell for 1 to 3 days of multiple auras each day, typically beginning when he wakes up. He is on medication that his neurologist insists staying on for now. The days he has auras, though, are rough. Nothing else can be done. He needs to lay in bed and sleep, and it's just completely unable to comfortably leave the house alone, basically terrified to have an aura in public while alone. He's been using Xanax on those days to alleviate the symptoms, but it does not help enough to save the day. We own a business together, just two of us, which requires both of us on site for 6 months of the year, 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. We started this business last year at a time when his auras had been less frequent. Things are smooth for the first time. The next month, he began having spells of auras and had multiple crazy days of me covering both of our jobs or bringing in help that wasn't fully ready. So I guess my question is, how do people manage? Is he just never supposed to work full time again? It's basically like he cannot have a set schedule or make any promises because he never knows which days he'll be up completely or completely debilitated. It is absolutely destroying his confidence. What do people do in this situation? Remote work, no work. We're actively hiring people to take over his role in our business, but it's just killing him knowing I'm working and he's unable. He is a USMC infantry veteran, wants to work harder than anyone I've ever met, but I can't. I will take any insight. For that, I say you can't. I don't know. I say don't go to work, but then like he owns a business, so I wouldn't say don't go to work. I mean like gotta work on a schedule that works for him because you got to make the money, and especially if you have a business, you can save money instead of hiring people. So
particularly if he can work remote.
yeah, and to be
He owns
depressed,
the
gotta
business
find something.
and
Like she
work
said,
remote.
is there anything you can do? Remote work is what's in these days. I'm hearing. Not that I've been doing any, but they're saying remote work is what's going on, and it's a good thing.
Why doesn't she keep him on as a consultant, a paid consultant, and have him advise on running the business?
That is
And that-
awesome.
I'd say just, and he's a vet, so he wants to work. She's saying it's pressing him.
right. This gives him something to do.
Right, find something to do.
Right. He can
Anything
help
but
out where he can.
the only man or being the husband, and you got the business. That must be horrible. But I'll read a comment here. It says, it can be real difficult thing. For me, my break in luck was COVID and my job went fully remote. So I can lay down and make up time whenever I want. That said, everyone wants fully remote, so it can be really competitive to get such jobs. Right. Someone else said, it totally depends. The last few months of auras, I have been administering his emergency nasal spray after the particular bad ones, and so I believe this prevented the seizure from happening, if at all. But definitely, not every time the aura hits does a seizure follow. We can't find any triggers either. Eliminated everything over the last few years that we thought might be it. No alcohol, caffeine, limited time on the screen, and enough sleep. He is super easily frustrated, and I'm thinking stress might be the trigger, but it's also hard to say. I'm sorry you're going through that. Someone else said, I don't have aura, so I'm so sorry. I can't directly answer your question. After an aura, does he have a seizure? Yeah, so.
If he's having auras, auras can be, I hear that so much.
Yeah, auras are seizures.
He's just not having the big tonic-clonic seizures, but they still mess with your brain. So yeah, let him lay down, please.
How many of us take vitamins, calcium and vitamin D, for example, with the AEDs?
I take multivitamin. That count?
Let's take B12.
Take B12.
Shout out to Nature's Made.
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
I think he's still connecting.
Hey, Kev.
Hey,
Oh, Ken's here
Yes.
too.
hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, Kevin. How
Are
you
you?
doing?
Good to see everyone.
Likewise. Yeah, we're just getting started, so you're perfect timing. I don't know why we're just getting started. I think it was my fault, but yeah. Seizure
No,
from
somebody
pain.
else's.
The seizure from pain. 50-year-old female. I had my first seizure yesterday morning. I've had a sore back for about a week. And before the seizure, I bent down and had a sharp pain in my back, which took my breath away. I went outside to sit down, and all of a sudden, everything went black. And I felt like I was floating. Next thing I know, my husband was asking if I was here. Took me a while to be able to speak again. He said my arms and legs were flailing, eyes rolled back in my head, and I was clammy when I woke up. Went to the hospital, had a few tests, and they sent me home with a referral to a neurologist. My question is, has anyone had any seizures triggered by pain? There's no comments, but triggered by pain. I've been in pain, and I don't know if it was triggered by pain, but
I have.
you've had one triggered by pain?
Kidney stones and labor.
Oh. Yeah, I understand that.
I'm in pain
I didn't
all
get
the
one after
time.
the. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm in constant pain when I'm here in this part of the country, and I can't say that my seizures are from pain because there's a lot of other factors as well. And I've had them in California where I'm not in pain.
Yeah, I don't think pain is a trigger for me too, because the ectopic pregnancy is probably the most pain that I've ever been in, and that didn't trigger one.
No, I'm not saying I get a seizure if I get a paper cut.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's got to be enough to, stir up some hormones somewhere.
So sorry, you guys have to go through that. That's rough. Just like catamenial, you guys have to go through that shit. But yeah, there's no comments here, but yeah, I haven't had one due to pain. I think I've had a headache or something. I don't know if that was the exact cause, but I've had some headaches later on. I had a seizure and I was like, damn, I should have paid attention to that headache. But I don't know if that's the exact reason. But that's happened specifically.
I mean, pain
So for
is
Kevin, the icebreaker today was, what is your most used phone app? Most useful phone app?
Probably just Uber Eats. I use that the most. I don't really
That's a good
spend
one.
much time on the phone. I'm not like a guy who watches like video or anything on the phone, or yeah, it's not like a device I use much, so I just get food off it. That seems the most yeah,
Useful.
food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
What about you, Tom?
Hey,
Oh,
Pokey, how
okay.
you doing, my friend?
All right, yourself.
I'm doing well. Last time I saw you, you were lying in the hospital bed.
I've seen you after that, I believe.
I just saw it this morning.
Um, that was like
you
2 weekends
rewatched it.
ago. I'm good. That was like 2 weekends ago, but thank you. Maybe
I
like
should be
3
on my
weeks.
way to work right now.
Mm,
I had a problem getting on here.
we are
And
here.
I don't know why. This is the second time this has happened, Pokey. I sent you a message, what? Like a month ago, you finally got it, you replied.
Oh yeah, you said I'm having an aura, and I was like, what? That was a month ago, but it said I
That was a
got it.
month ago. And now I just got this. Anyway,
That happens to me
everyone,
and Jeff all the time.
I should be on my way to work right now. I just had to stop in to say hello. I could probably get on later on this evening if you guys are going to be on.
Thanks for checking on me.
I will.
Glad you're doing all right. Now don't end up in the hospital again,
Me too.
or I'll have to
Just
come
glad-
down to California.
Yeah, glad I'm not in the hospital either. So far, so good.
Tom will come and bust you out.
And Katie, how you doing?
Doing
Big
well,
smiles.
thanks
Look
for
at that.
asking.
Honey, you've always got this grin from ear to ear. It's always so good to see you guys. I'm so happy. You and Toaster, Kev, and then of course there's always Jeff. He's always chilling.
Yep. Jeff's always chilling in the background.
He's always
That's my
chilling.
role, Tom.
All right, everybody, I should go.
But
Have a good
You
day.
have a good day.
Oh
Take
yeah,
care,
I'm gonna
Tom.
have a blast.
We'll hope to see you later.
All right, bye now.
you got something, Kate? I got something. If you don't, I got
This
something
week has
else.
been. Oh, go ahead.
You go ahead. You started first.
All right. This one is saying this week has been exhausting. This one's supposed to be a funny story. They got a humor tag, but also amusing as hell. Been recovering from a cluster of 4 seizures that ran through me on Monday. The boyfriend's been filling me in on events of that day, seeing as I only remember 5 little blips of it. As much as seizures suck, the stories of post-seizure me are always so entertaining. Being funny is such a curse. For example, apparently at some point on Monday, a nurse asked me a question about my health, and I answered with a complete lie. My boyfriend, who entered the room shortly after, had to go chasing down the nurse who corrected my delirious ass. When he got back, my in-laws, mother, father, and son-in-law, were apparently all lightly mocking me about it, having a grand old time, which is when I piped up and started hollering about how seizure Katie can't be trusted. Yes, seizure Katie, she's a liar and a fool. Give me some post seizure funny stories. I swear I didn't read that all the way down. Did not know that was her name. But yeah, being delirious right after a seizure is pretty common. What about you guys?
Yeah, I've been
It cannot
delirious.
be true.
I've like not necessarily fought, but like kind of like trying to get everybody away from me. People trying to hold me down and keep me safe, and I'm pushing them away. Been there. I'd say that's delirious, right?
Yeah.
I know who you guys are, but for some reason I don't want you around. It's just how it happens. Um, yeah. So I got something. It
I know
says,
I can be funny. I
it
know
says,
that I wander after my seizures, not during the seizures like you do, but like my last seizure, my mom told me that she sat me down after I came out. She sat me down, and then 5 minutes later, I was wandering around Marshall. And so she grabbed me, sat me back down in the car. 15 minutes later, my mom finds me again. I just kept going out of the car and walking through Marshall. They have good scented candles.
Determined.
Yes, I was determined to smell those candles.
You guys ever try to just get back to what you were doing after a seizure?
Well,
Like
I was
determined to
smelling
get
candles,
back
so
up and okay.
Oh yeah.
plenty of times. I was playing video games before this. I'm gonna keep playing video games. Like I had to argue with you guys. Like I'm back. Don't you guys see me? I feel
Yeah, the
good.
most confrontational it gets is if I was doing something in the kitchen or doing something outside or something that nobody's gonna want to let me get back to doing. That's when it gets confrontational. But if they can get me to just do a puzzle, that's the best compromise.
it's the
If
best.
I'm willing to, yeah, if they got this puzzle tray somewhere, and if I start doing a puzzle on there, then it was on a recording where she tells daughter, "Go get the puzzle tray," and you can tell she's talking to me about just okay, just wait for a second, I'll get you some water, don't move. And as soon as the puzzle tray comes around, I just kind of sat back. So that yeah, that's my delirious post seizure thing.
I think I was delirious when I left the hospital. Packed up and left. Took the IVs out.
You busted yourself out. Okay. You didn't need Tom to come and get you.
And then I walked home an hour and a half. And yeah, walked home, and I think before I got home, I think my family had called me like, "Where you at?" And they said the police had came before I got there. They're like, "Where you at, man? Police just left here looking for you." I'm like, what? Why are the police looking for me? They was like, "Because you left the hospital." Like, oh yeah, okay, I'm coming up the street right now. And they make it look so easy when they put the IVs in your arm and they just take it out and they put the thing on your arm. It didn't work for me. I tried it and I got home and the gauze was just all red. I don't know how they do that. It seems to work when the nurses do it.
That's
Yeah,
because
I couldn't get it right.
what they use. You're talking about the IV, right?
Yeah, when I took the IV out, I had the gauze. Like I seen it, I planned everything. It's like I need a gauze and I need this and this. This is how they do it. And shouldn't have done that. I mean, I don't know how much I bled, but I don't think it was a lot just because it was like one gauze and the gauze was all red. But it was almost dry by the time I got home. I think maybe the tape was too loose.
What probably happened is for IV sticks, it's actually two different tubes.
Mm-hmm.
It's the tube that gets under the skin and into your vein, and then the tube that stays there.
Yeah, one is the needle. They pull the needle out.
Yeah, and that way you can, bend your arm.
Is anybody afraid of needles? No.
I was a phlebotomy tech until I was diagnosed with seizures, so no afraid of needles here.
Okay.
How did you ever talk somebody through it who was scared of needles?
Oh, the best way to do that is have them look away. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. Just keep talking to them. Oh, you like that fan? I mean, you like you like that team? I like that team. I like this team better. And then just stick it in there while they're too busy talking to you. That's the best way to do it. Because they're
That's
like,
a great strategy.
And freeze. And
It's not painful, but I think the whole ritual of having a needle put in you, the whole sitting down, being strapped in, and just having someone in a mask come up to you and take off that. I don't know, maybe it's a whole mental thing. Because it doesn't,
but you're right, it's usually the anticipation.
Yeah. The whole built up the phobia for it. I don't know.
Kids are.
Yeah, I was afraid of needles as a kid and couldn't get earrings or none of that stuff. Eventually, I pierced my ears myself with tacks. Not sure why, but I was in high school. And I was just piercing, and it became so fun that I just put two in both ears. And I was like, why the hell do I have two? I don't know, but it was too late. So now I have two in each ear.
I feel so sorry for your mom. My son just pierced his ears. That's not the problem, though. He pierced his ears with nailed.
I was literally walking around with the tacks in my ears because they were colored, so it was cool. I was in high school. It was too cool for school. But anyhow, whoa. It says, what comforts might help someone who injured their tongue badly during a seizure? My dad had a seizure about a week ago for the first time. An incident 2 months ago had happened, but the hospital wasn't sure what it was at the moment. At 68, and was admitted to ER. According to my mom, mangled his tongue. He is miserable and having a hard time eating or enjoying anything. This is new to all of us. Any advice on what may lift his spirits a bit or help at all? My dad is a great person, and I hate that he's in misery. And what she told me was peroxide. She said it sucks, but it works. So prepare for the worst. And she said it's disgusting, but it works. Yeah, I couldn't imagine drinking peroxide.
Well, you don't drink it, you gurgle it.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine putting it in my mouth. So there's that.
I thought you meant how to lift his spirits, like how to make him happy.
Well, it does sound like he might just need to heal.
Yeah, it sounds like you just need some healing time.
Yeah.
Not a
Let's
hot drink, but a warm drink.
That's
let's
what
go
you
to
said
the
about the
comments.
cider.
Comments say, one of them says, Oragel, don't neglect the mouth hygiene, even if it hurts, because a clean mouth heals faster. Right. Another one says Oragel and other brands make mouthwash, wash and rinses for pain. Look for those. On to the next one. It says possible mini seizure. I was chilling watching TV and humming a song when all of a sudden it feels like time jumps forward for maybe a second or two. That happened, I found that my head was tilting backwards and my eyes were rolling back of my head, like looking upwards to the ceiling. And even a stranger, I was still humming. Oh, and even stranger, I was still humming, like I was doing it voluntarily as I lost awareness and I was left with a very confused feeling. I know it might sound crazy, and no, I did not fall asleep because this did not feel right. I'm just worried that I had a small seizure as possible, as people tend to describe what I just described. FYI, I have no past issues with this. I am currently taking Prozac and hydroxyzine. Hydroxyzine is to sleep. Isn't Prozac for like psychotic stuff? I mean, not psychotic. That sounds so bad.
It's an antidepressant. I take it.
It's an antidepressant?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hydroxyzine they gave me to use for sleep because I couldn't get sleep. Yeah, let's go to a comment. There's only one. It says, very likely I would see a doctor soon. Sooner the better. If it was a seizure, getting an EEG soon after can help. Get an accurate diagnosis faster so you can get appropriate treatment. Article linked below showing more likely to detect in the first 16 hours. Either way, see a doctor and neuro ASAP. Even if it doesn't seem like a big deal now, there can be significant long-term consequences of having haywire activity in the brain left untreated. Not to mention finding out what happens if your seizure episode is not a brief episode on the safety of our couch. So that blacking out thing, like for 2 seconds, I think I got that a few times, quite a few times. I think I get it all the time. I think sometimes I feel like I'm just falling asleep, but I'm like, oh, I just fall asleep. I never took it as anything. I still sometimes feel like it might be just the slightest bit of tired. Sometimes I get, but then it doesn't usually. It's never gone into a seizure so far because it's usually late. I don't get those in the middle of the day. And like I said, I'm not sure if it's a seizure or not. I haven't heard of any like that, but that one sounds pretty similar. But I didn't look up at the ceiling. I wasn't humming. I was probably on the phone. Not on the phone, but like FaceTime. Yeah.
It
So
is time for me to go to Taekwondo. I will be back later. Love you guys.
See you then. Stay safe. Have fun.
We will.
so
This one here. Okay, go ahead. I didn't hear the last post.
no, I was just looking at the bird. He dropped something and he hit the window. He was coming this way, so when he dropped it, it hit the window and he went over the house. So I'm wondering if he's gonna come back and go down. But yeah, go ahead, Kate.
Birds are cool. All right, this one is called Dreaming. Ever since I got diagnosed with epilepsy, I try to fall asleep, or if I try to fall asleep, I almost always get an aura. I could be completely drained from everything I did throughout the day, even if that was just laying down, but I physically cannot sleep. I try to stay at friends' places, but my body is so adjusted to home that it just defeats the purpose of going out and having fun. I start falling asleep and then I start thinking too much and my body tenses up. I open my eyes rapidly and start intensely breathing, reaching for my rescue medication. Epilepsy is such a painful thing to go through, especially when it induces sleeping. I hope I'm not the only one. So is this one saying that their seizures actually cause them to pass out? Or their seizures happen when they're starting to fall asleep, it is.
Sounds like
That happened a lot to me. Um, like I could fall asleep, but if I woke up and tried to fall back asleep, then I would have seizures. That's weird, I know, but it, um, like either I got full 8 hours or no hours. I don't know. Okay, so like I would wake up, get 6 hours, and then if I try to go back to sleep, I would start having seizures. I don't know. So sleep technically would cause seizures. Is that understandable? I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so I would wake up and from 6 hours, and then okay, I'm gonna put my eyes back to sleep, and then I would start having myoclonics or little twitches, and then it would get worse every time I closed my eyes. I would have to keep my eyes awake from having seizures. So uh, they were just so bad I had to stay awake for all day. And I was going on like only 4 or 6 hours of sleep. And yeah, it was not an efficient way to live. And that was it. Yeah, that's how my sleep schedule was.
Yeah, that's risky. And then eventually the medications just started working, and then you could
Um,
fall asleep normally.
it was complicated. Like it was very complicated because all my seizures were mostly in the morning, like the first half of the day. So it it, it was very hit or miss. I would wake up and be like, "Is this going to be a seizure day?" And if I didn't, it would be like a waterfall of myoclonic seizures, and yeah, it would just be awful from those uh yeah, so it would just be like I'm not getting back to sleep. I just have to stay up and do my ritual to prevent further ones from coming on. And yeah. But as far as to answer this person's question, what did I do to help that? Uh, I didn't do anything. I just stayed awake. I'm sorry. I don't have an answer for that. I wish I had a better answer.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you got better treatment to
Yeah,
get on a
yeah.
more long-term ritual.
I got something else here. It says, what kind of seizure? Okay, so it's been about 2.5 years since this happened, but I'm still wondering what possibly happened to cause me to have what I assumed was a seizure. First, I struggled really badly with hypoglycemia my freshman year, still somewhat due to an ED. What's ED? It says erectile dysfunction. There's a lot of EDs in the world. So it says freshman year, somewhat what I do due to an ED. And secondly, I have a vasovagal syncope, meaning I'm used to fainting at blood and bright lights. And finally, I had eaten something similar to an edible, but not exactly, since I got it legally under 18. So I'm not sure if that's what the factor is. All I remember is that I was feeling lightheaded, passed out, got back up, kept doing my mascara, and then soon I was on the floor. I remember popping in and out of consciousness, attempting to crawl to my room, screaming, like whispering for help. I remember it being painful, and I wasn't able to control my body. Eventually, I woke back up on the bathroom floor, brought myself downstairs, and laid on the couch with probably the most painful feeling of my life. A burning sensation running up and down my body, which eventually faded. Began to jerk aggressively side to side, something that usually happens during my bad hypoglycemia episodes. My body and head hurt so much, and I felt what I can only describe as a feeling that I felt I was close to death. I probably wasn't, but still. Obviously, I'm fine. Haven't had one since, but I still want to know what happened to me. And it was serious enough that I should have gone to the hospital, but I didn't. And things. I don't know.
So did I hear that right? They got a problem with ED, but they were putting on mascara.
Yeah.
Oh,
So now I'm thinking it's a female, but mascara doesn't exactly mean it's a female. So
that's what I mean. ED couldn't have been emergency department in this one, so it must be erectile dysfunction.
yeah.
Yeah, because they kept saying they should have gone to the hospital, so they definitely, it wasn't an emergency department thing. Yeah, so I mean, take notes. Once again, take notes of the timeline, exactly how you felt when things happened and what order they happened, and see if you can get some kind of evidence to show the doctor.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was thinking that journal, take stuff down, because otherwise, yeah, if you don't, you're gonna be doing it over and over and over and not know what. Like I should have did when I was having focals and I didn't know what was going on. I should have journaled everything. I wasn't. I went 10 years until I found out it was a thing. I had to come way here just to figure it out. So come here if you want to figure yours out as well. Shout out to Nature's Made as well. There's no comments, so we'll move forward. What to do? Hey everyone, my partner just had a seizure and no one I've ever met had one, at least never in front of me. So I'm a little lost at what to do. The actual seizure lasted maybe a minute, no longer than 2. We were on our way to the airport when it happened and are waiting in the airport now for our flight. They recovered pretty quickly and they say they are okay and good to continue our trip. And their mom agreed. Is it actually okay? And what can I do to help when it happens? Thanks in advance. It says my partner, but it sounds like they're speaking about 2 people. When they get towards the end, it sounds like talking about 2 people.
So what part of the trip are they at to ask if they could continue? Somebody had one at the beginning, or I didn't catch that.
No, they said, is this actually okay? And what can I do if it happens? Is it okay to continue the trip? To keep going on the vacation once you're at the airport and you had a seizure? I believe so. I mean, it's just me. Tickets ain't cheap to planes these days. You're at the airport, might as well just go. You're already there. Yeah, but then the they part, she said they recovered pretty quickly and they say they are okay. And good to continue on our trip. And their mom agreed. So the theys and theirs, that means more than one person usually, right?
I mean, they're probably not talking about like the family recovering from it. They could, in theory, be referring to like children who witnessed a seizure of one of the, older family members. But I'm sure they would have mentioned that specifically. Yeah, anybody who calls off a trip is going to be kicking themselves, though.
I think I'm having what they call impending doom. But we can move forward. First comment says, I'd say no. I had my first seizure 5/25/25, according to my partner. I was in and out of it when went in. They thought it was me at the ER. They thought they were talking to me. I was admitted for observation since it was first. I had 3 meals, some family to visit again. They're then sleeping. Checked out of the hospital, left the curb waiting for partner, went to pharmacy to get anti-seizure meds at home. A couple days later, I actually remember only a few points. Partner was shocked that I wasn't there. As I remember very little, I used caution. Took me about 4.5 weeks to really be me again.
4.5 weeks is a long time to feel like yourself.
Right, I was thinking that it's quite a bit of time. I probably went to the hospital a few times in that 4 weeks, telling them I'm not feeling well. Just pointing this out, you guys. Came here last week, the week before. I'm still not feeling well. Figure it out. Good one. Seizures when no one's around. Meds plus meds timeline. Has anyone here ever had a seizure when no one was around to witness it? I'm trying to piece it together where what's been happening with me, and I've had moments where I've come to feeling disorientated, exhausted, or with muscle soreness, but no one was there to see it. So I don't know for sure if I had a seizure. It's really unsettling feeling not knowing what your own body is doing when you're alone. Also, for those who are on medicine, how long did you take it before you started to feel like it was actually helping? Did you have to try a few before finding the right one? Any insight on experiences would mean a lot. I feel kind of alone in this right now. I really want to understand what I'm dealing with. You're dealing with a lot. When seizures when no one's around, I got this chair here and it has arms. So if I do have a seizure and I'm leaning back, my friends watching can tell me, and I won't fall or hit the floor because I pretty much made these arms pretty stable. And I think at the most I might kick my legs up and put my head back. But yeah, get you something to keep you safe. I wouldn't say rails on the bed, but that might have helped that time that I fell off the bed. Go ahead, Jeff.
I've had seizures when alone. And the bed rail is a great idea. Amazon sells one that doesn't cover the whole bed, but a certain area. You can put it like by your hips, and you're not going to fall out of bed with that. And I never know, but I know by the way my body feels and by the way my mind feels. You wake up all disoriented and confused and, uh, unsteady and confused, and your body hurts. The same as if it did, you know, if you had it during the day, pretty much. Anyway, that's been my experience.
Yeah, I mean, this person sounds like they definitely just need some support. For me, the medications never felt like they were doing anything at less than 2 weeks. If you're on one of those where you take a fraction of what you're supposed to be taking for a couple weeks, then it might take even longer. You might not actually feel the effects of the meds how they're supposed to be working for a month. So this person just definitely just needs to be able to come here, talk to us, whatever, process or part of the process you're at. Take it one step at a time.
And take B12.
Shout out to Nature's Made.
I would say, of course. Oh, right. But
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Nature's Made. Go ahead, Kevin. What you got to say?
yeah, I've had plenty of seizures alone. For most of my younger life, I didn't think much of it, but yeah, I've had tons of them, and it's a terrifying feeling when your body sort of just betrays you like that. But um, yeah, of course though, because everything is off, your system's off, your mouth is messed up, and but you could just know. And I never took much precautions. I just kind of wandered around like Mr. Magoo my, most of my life, and I'm just amazed I never got like seriously hurt. I mean, I've had seizures without bars and really really just dodged bullets, and I'm amazed. But I don't want to use the word lucky, but yeah. As far as the situation, I just try to take it easy and keep record of your seizures and know what is causing them. Yeah, you get to learn the disease and if you, yeah, all that good stuff.
So yeah, the seizures when no one's around, it's hard to get through it, I guess. But yeah, I'm home alone now. Having seizures now, and I'm trying to get through it, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna fight. Woo! I think this is what they call an aura. Okay. Excopery and fatigue. I have been on 150 milligrams of Excopery for about 4 years now. For the past 4 years, my tiredness has been at an all-time high. I sleep 10 to 12 hours every night, and if I'm woken up early, then I am sleepy all day, especially at work. Also, take topiramate, 25 milligrams, and have had laser ovulation on my left hippocampus and amygdala. Amygdala. What should I do? Please help me. I've been doing everything I can to change my energy levels, and nothing is helping. I say take B12 by Nature's Made. Helps with energy and everything. I hope it helps with these hot flashes I'm going through. But B12 by Nature's Made to give you a little more energy. Average energy, like energy you don't need, because sometimes I like to sleep. Sometimes the B12 it makes it gives me energy too early, and I'm like, wow, I'm not used to all this energy. I'm used to sleeping in till 10, but I'm up at 9 and 8 and stuff like 8 and stuff. Not used to that, but follow through. One of the comments says, if you figure out how to fix fatigue caused by Excopery, please let me know. All other AED drugs, I used to have horrible side effects, so I suppose I'll take the trade-off. I did find the longer I'm on the same dose, the better it gets. I wish you all the best. It's a good one.
I see you in, Brent.
How are y'all doing today?
Good. I was just gonna say I don't remember pressing record, but it turned on when I got here.
Let's go.
I'm alive. Going through something. This is new.
Take a
But yeah,
break.
that's
Take
why
a
I got
break.
the game chair. I got the arms right here, and I can lean back. Yeah, so I'll be here.
All right.
Still got my list. Just yeah, going through a lot right now. This is new. Getting nauseous out of nowhere. I don't understand, but we'll make it through. Seizures increasing. It says my brother used to have only 1 to 2 seizures a month. Now, just this month alone, he's had about 6 seizures since he had about 6 seizures. 6 seizures. He sees his neurologist at the end of the month, but the last few times he has brought this up to them, they haven't been able to figure out why his seizures are picking up so much. It was a 95-degree day yesterday, so I decided to put up with our water slide. It holds about 600 pounds. He had a pretty bad seizure in the pool. I could tell he was fighting, but he was fighting it too because he just kept trying to get up and was falling back down again and again. It scared me because by the time I got him, he fell in the water seizing and I had to pull him out. He stopped breathing, so I had to call 911. This person's looking for advice. I advise you not to let him get in the pool again because that's not a very good idea. No matter how hot it is, I've never decided, oh, well, I'll get in the pool. That's a good way to cool me down. No. Then you're in a situation like that. You stop breathing and you're in a pool and you got to call 911. I'll read the first, oh my goodness. I'll read the first comment. It says, I am a nephrologist and I don't know what types of exams he has had. My fourth nephrologist over the years all seem to have the same pattern. Oh Lord. My eyes are watering. Yeah, you guys
All right, take a break.
I make you the
Take
host,
a
Kate.
break. You got something to drink right there?
There's some orange juice. I'll be right back because my eyes are watering. Oh man.
Take it easy, Pook.
Take a minute.
All right, you guys. So we got this one here. Somebody's just saying, I don't know what to do. I'm almost 20 with epilepsy. Today I found 2 attachments in my mom's gallery of me after having a seizure. I'm sure everyone has different thoughts, but for me, my seizures are a private matter that only my family can know about. I have previously talked to my mom about how I didn't like her telling my aunt about whenever I had a seizure because it bothered and annoyed me. But seeing a picture and video of me in such a vulnerable state just made me feel like I was betrayed. Mind you, my siblings were present when she took the picture and video. None of them told me anything about it. My mom even snatched the phone away from me when I asked her about it. I eventually saw them, but she said she only took them to show my neurologist and trust there was nothing helpful on those attachments for a neurologist. Another nail in the coffin is that one of my aunts visited nearly a week after that seizure and asked me how the scar on my forehead was. It was one I got while having that seizure, and the picture on my mom's phone was only showing my forehead, focusing on the scar, which makes me nearly sure she showed them the 2 attachments. For now, I'm trying to avoid her and minimize my interactions with her, but from the way she's acting, she didn't even realize that I'm mad at her or that I'm upset. I don't think she even realizes what she did was wrong and truly hurtful. I'm thinking can't trust my own mother, private subject, distancing myself from her and my entire family is the only thing I can do. Just to clarify, the videos my mom took were me unconscious and vulnerable, not during the seizure itself. Deeply personal moment, never gave permission. All right, somebody else speak up first.
Well, I would say that requires a pretty good conversation with your mom. That is who it is, right? It's the mom. Yeah, I would say, yeah, you need to have a talk with your mom. There needs to be boundaries set. And I've had this issue myself before quite a few times, with my own mom sharing private information about my situation with my siblings who don't talk to me. And so it was just a back and forth behind my back, and there were things that were being brought up that I only found out about later. And so you definitely need to have a talk with her. Tell her straight up how you're feeling, how it makes you feel, how uncomfortable it is that people that you don't talk to very often or have that kind of relationship with, you don't want them to know. She needs to know exactly how you feel about the situation. It can't just be avoided, because if it is avoided, which I tried to also do, then it continues to happen. And so once you set those ground rules, usually things start changing. And if they don't, then I would suggest talking to your mom about therapy. Um, you guys could go in together and have a conversation with an unbiased third party, and they might be able to help you find a way to work through that, because that isn't fair of her to do.
I like the therapy option as well, because having an intermediary who can maybe help the mom also see like their kid's side of it. But also I think that it would help the almost the 19-year-old, I think it would help them to have a real discussion about why it bothers them so much. To have like their seizure talked about, because I don't know, this is just me. Like, I personally don't care. Obviously, everybody's different. I just want people to know more about it so they don't react, like we've seen people react when we have seizures. I want more awareness. And if the mom isn't doing it in a productive way and it's just in like a gossipy way, then that's another conversation. It's like, I don't know. There's a lot to that, I guess.
Yeah, everybody in the comments is pretty much agreeing with the mom, saying she means well, and the closest somebody gets is just saying, I'm sorry you have to deal with this type of issue. But after what Sia said, speaking up, I see this person is 20 or almost 20. And even though after the fact it might seem like just focusing on the wrong thing, finding that stuff that you didn't even know existed can definitely feel like a little, mistrust, or just keep it going. So that third party idea is probably the best one, to keep somebody around to help both sides see how this can be beneficial, but maybe draw the line at, don't tell your sisters, don't tell the aunts. They aren't going to be around or able to do anything good. So maybe tell them what to do in the event of, but you don't have to show them pictures of scars. That would be kind of like a draw the line thing, I would think. So yeah, this person has a question now about concerts. Hi, I used to be a DJ before I got an injury and started having seizures. Haven't done a show since, but a friend recently got me thinking about this idea they brought up. Daft Punk is one of the many DJ groups to wear DJ helmets that protect your eyes. I thought it might be something looking into. I have more focal seizures and I'm on meds and in a much better state. However, I don't want to mess anything up and take steps back. So, wondering what you all think. I've been quite depressed since my life used to be that, and the possibility of getting it back brings me so much joy and hope. I can't attach images on this sub as it's not allowed, but you can look up Daft Punk, Galantis for examples, or just DJ helmets in general. Let me know. The only one comment is saying at this point, maybe you can explain this to the doctor in detail. Like Daft Punk, I am from Europe, have generalized tonic-clonics, and still listen to Detroit techno quite loud. Helmet is a really cool idea. Everybody will love it. Yeah, I mean, this one just seems like learn more about your own triggers. And definitely have somebody there for the first couple sets just in case.
Yeah, if they're not like overstimulated by a lot of noise or photosensitive, I wouldn't say it's that big of a concern, and it's definitely something that you can get back into. But definitely take it slow, take a person with you, and make sure that they know what to do if you do have a seizure. And just make sure you're staying safe. Don't overdo it.
I mean, do a couple practice runs where it's literally just, you and like close friends. In like, I don't know if they have like a big open space that they could use to kind of simulate like the projection of the sound and stuff. They could totally like do a couple practice runs and see how he feels. I love the helmet idea though, because if you do fall, you got a helmet on. That's what
Yeah, that's a
happened.
good one.
That's what happened when I had my first seizure. I was wearing a helmet, and it just happened to work out.
I need a helmet.
Just ride a bike all the time.
We got one here that somebody's questioning about screaming during a tonic-clonic. This is basically what the title says. Whenever I have a TC seizure, my parents and siblings always say that I have a seizure, I scream. I think this is so scary to witness. Obviously, I don't know that it happens because I'm unconscious. Can someone explain why they're screaming? And I've always wondered why this happens. I would just assume it's a part of the brain. That's where it happens.
Yeah, maybe
Some people
like
scream, some
vocal.
people
Your brain is
yawn.
going through so much.
of vocal stimulation in that part of the brain, making you make noises. My husband has told me that it sounds sometimes like I'm hyperventilating, but I'm actually not breathing at all. And it's just all the air being pushed out of my lungs. So the brain does weird shit, man.
I scream sometimes, and I, d- I never really thought about it. It's just part of the seizure, I guess.
I think someone told me I kind of like it wasn't so much a scream like a high pitch like I just kind of was like "Ugh," but it was like one like big long grunt, you know.
I had one. Well, no, it was after a seizure. Um, I watched myself on camera, and I was just like going out to the living room and coming back, and the paramedics were standing in here. My mom was like standing here, was like, "He'll be all right. He'll be all right." I was going back and forth to the living room, and yeah, I know this is gonna be on the internet, but I was like, ah, ah. I was just going back and forth from the living room to here doing that, and I was like, I need to keep this video. So I do have the video, but it was very, it wasn't embarrassing because I wasn't there until I seen it on camera, and I was like, the paramedics. They asked my mom, "Well, this is what it usually do, so we'll just leave." And she was like, "He'll be all right." Um, but
It's
yeah,
kind of
that
like
time is when
secondhand
that's the
and
time where I should have had bars on the bed because my mom was holding me as I was shaking, trying to stop me from falling on the floor. Love her, superhero. Um, yeah. Someone said, I only have seizures in my sleep. Someone please help. I had 2 seizures so far, which started 6 to 7 months ago. Both of them have been in my sleep. The first one being 5 minutes, the second one being 10.5 minutes. 10.5 minutes. Oh, the second one being 10.5 seconds. My partner wakes up from them, and I'm 23, and I just have no clue what to do. I'm on medication for it, but I just have the constant fear of paranoia of having one when I'm all alone, or just in general. To be honest, I've gotten scans and MRIs, but apart from an old scar, they can only seem to pinpoint anything. They think it's anything they think it might be. Uh, a blood vessel in my brain that is just more prone to bursting and causing a seizure. But then again, wouldn't that be able to happen during the day or when I'm exercising at the gym, for example? Um, I don't think you have seizures in your sleep at the gym. I thought that was the first question. Um, Brief answers, anyone?
I don't think I've ever had one in my sleep. I will fall asleep if I feel one coming, and then like I don't know if I really fell asleep or if I just started seizing and passed out. But I wake up a little while later feeling like shit. Um, I it, I don't know if it's like a certain part of like the sleep cycle for them or something. Like maybe it's like when they get into deep sleep or whatever. Sometimes it can be a trigger. Um, because we've talked about it before, where sometimes it's not the overstimulation, it's the understimulation. So like their brain's so relaxed that you know, I don't know, be a like factor like that.
Yeah, I think it happens for a lot of us as we fall asleep. And for the ones that happen after I've been asleep, I think those were always the tonic-clonics. More likely to have absent seizures on the way into sleep. But those are happening a lot less since I'm sleeping less. By the time I actually lay down and I'm actually tired, it seems easier to fall asleep, and I haven't had those falling asleep in a couple months now. And I've really only been living right for like a month. But everybody can establish their own patterns, triggers. Journaling once again.
Mark was saying how jealous he was of my ability to fall asleep yesterday, because I kind of compared it to how when people are in the military, when they come back, or even while they're there, they've trained their bodies to be able to pass out basically second their head hits the pillow, because they don't know when they're going to be able to sleep again, and they sleep like rocks and they don't move. And I'm like, yeah, that's literally exactly how I sleep. I do not move in my sleep, and I will only get about 4 or 5 hours a night, but those 4 or 5 hours I am passed out like a fucking rock.
Hey, that's what you gotten used to. Your body is adapting and adjusting to what you need.
I catch up a little on weekends, but I'm still up early.
I'll be back in a little while, everybody. See you later.
All right, Jeff, see
See
you in
you
a bit.
later.
A few moments ago, there was a pic of
You're
a
right.
movie, and I'm not going to show the pic because it will trigger epilepsy as a seizure survivor myself. Here's my warning to all. Be very so careful. Yeah, this person is writing as they're like delirious after a seizure. What you look at, this goes to me too. The hidden source is Incredibles 2. Health hazards, epilepsy problems. I would not recommend to look up Wikipedia either. So is this person trying to say that like a movie poster triggered a seizure? One for the Hulk? Or no, Incredibles. It says Incredibles. Okay, I don't know what about an Incredibles poster would trigger a seizure. You guys ever had
How
something
long
like this?
ago was this?
Yesterday? Yeah, somebody saying 20 hours ago. And Incredibles too. Yeah, that's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years since that movie came out.
Somebody commented saying, I just watched Incredibles 2 while babysitting some kids and had no issues. But this post is still hilarious.
Like
Yeah, the other 5 comments are just saying this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it has to just be, no, you happened to have a seizure at the time that you were looking at this, but the poster did not cause it.
No, some patients definitely feel like they need something to blame it on right after.
This is my trigger.
Yeah, it just happened at the worst time.
Just keep all Incredibles 2 posters away from me. I'll be fine.
Right? Can't risk getting near superhero memorabilia. I don't know what this one is. Did anyone experience a prodrome before developing epilepsy? Okay, well now I gotta look that up. Anybody know what prodrome is?
No idea.
An early symptom indicating the onset of a disease or illness. Okay, so a warning, it sounds like. I was recently diagnosed with TLE at 25. One thing I noticed was that I had constant fatigue, brain fog, anxiety for at least a year before I had my first seizure auras. I thought I was just burnt out from grad school, but it ended up becoming something way worse. I'm wondering if this might have been related. Is there a kind of prodrome like this for TLE or any other epilepsy that anyone else has experienced? Well, chances are that constant fatigue and brain fog and anxiety might have been seizures that were just under the radar at that point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I wish I'd paid attention to that back when I first started seizing, because I might have been able to pinpoint some things. It's been long enough now that I just can't remember, like, if I was feeling worse right before I started seizing, you know? So that's a really hard one to, for a lot of us, I feel like, to answer, because we've had seizures for so long that it's like, I just feel slow and foggy all the time. This is my normal now. I don't remember not being slow and foggy now.
And everybody sees a message in the chat, right? To not worry about Pookie.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
As someone
So-
who's still pretty new to the TCs. I mean, I feel like I've had this for longer, but that's still to be determined. And diagnosed with the TLE, I definitely felt weird before, but I wouldn't call that what did they say, a prodrome? Like a warning beforehand. I would say that it was more just like my body was very weak, it was very tired, and it was going through a lot. So I don't really know if there would be anything considered like a prodrome for brain abnormalities, unless you got like an injury, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say if somebody has a cause for the epilepsy, that's probably the only situation I would expect that prodrome type warning. But all of us with like the refractory, whatever that word is, where they don't know the cause of it, I don't think there was a warning.
Yeah, I'd say that's definitely more for like the TBIs and stuff.
Okay, this person is saying it's likely to have a prodrome the day of the seizure and expected to possibly have issues, shortly after. But that's the closest you can get to warnings around these, epilepsy episodes. It's like day of or minutes around.
I think the day that I had my first one, I was feeling off all day. I attributed it to the fact that it was like 95 degrees out, and I'd been working for like several weeks in that type of weather. So I just thought it was dehydration that made me feel off that day. Um, and then woke up with paramedics around me.
Yeah, that's an unpleasant finish to the day. Emotional auras. Does anyone else get really emotional auras where no matter how hard someone tries to calm you, you just cannot hear or respond to anything? Or times when you try to run away and feel threatened? How about postictal? I don't think emotions really come into it unless the confusion just is a little overwhelming. But that's probably the closest I get to, not necessarily like running away or feeling threatened. Never get like paranoid after a seizure. I have heard other people say that they do though.
I get mad and I want to be alone, but I'm not like mad at anybody. I'm mad at myself for it happening. Some like usually that's where those feelings are stemming from. And so like I'll run away, but it's more like just leave me alone for a little bit. you know.
I get sometimes paranoid in my aura stage. If I'm starting to hallucinate or something, or if I'm starting to get the eye pain, which is usually when I know like for sure that something's about to happen, then I start to get paranoid, but I'm like getting paranoid because I know it's coming. And so I'm just like preparing myself, trying to for what's about to happen. But I've never had paranoia from like the seizures itself.
That's good. At least you know what to recognize and what it means. Where then journaling and note taking come in handy. This one sounds pretty familiar. I feel like neurologists that just throw meds at you don't consider you as a person. I'm 28, have been taking meds for almost the whole time I was off them for 3 years. This might not be accurate, but it feels like my neurologist's solution to every single seizure is to just throw meds at it. I understand it's their job, but still. It also feels like they don't consider the side effects, how they might affect you. Yes, they might be side effects, but they're still effects. Some might be something you're not aware of, have always feared. I think memory loss is a side effect of some meds, and some people with semantic memory, like remembering random facts about things, I fear it to the point where it could take away the memory that makes me the smart me. Loss of appetite is another side effect. I know because it's one I have. They hear about you having a seizure. That's the first thing they do. I heard you had a seizure. Let me up the dose. No, not every solution can be found by adding another dose. Sometimes it can, but not always. Yeah, that sounds pretty familiar. Find another doctor.
Yeah, It's not really like I want to blame them, but at the same time, I don't want to blame them because there's not really much else that they can do for the seizures. And I've figured that out finally, but it still sucks because they don't tell you nearly enough information about the medications that they're giving you. I didn't know all the things that I know now about Keppra until I did my own digging. Um, and I think that that's kind of just how they handle their jobs, which is kind of stupid in my opinion, is that they leave a lot of the information seeking up to us, and then they're just there to hear if you had a seizure or not, and then, here's a medication for it.
And how many other specialists, like imagine how many OBs have met with patients who have been on zonisamide for like half a decade and then turn up pregnant, and then the OB is the one like screaming at them and rolling their eyes about your child's probably gonna have birth defects.
That's the thing
That's just
too.
not information that's ever discussed, and it is obvious.
It's unfair, especially for women who are in their childbearing years. It's unfair for everybody, absolutely. I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm just saying for people in their childbearing years, if they're trying to start a family and they don't know the information that there is about these medications affecting pregnancy, then how are they supposed to know? And they end up getting pregnant, and these horrible things end up happening to them, and they end up feeling like it's their fault when it's not. They should have been told.
And there's so many conflicting opinions, especially when it comes to women. They're saying, one of the comments says that's weird because my neuro says Zonogram was okay for pregnancy. I ended up Lamictal and one for Vimpat in the second. Neither baby had birth defects. The OP replied saying, really? My doctor said it causes defects. Wow.
Well, and that's the
Once
thing too,
again,
is this situation for us, for all of us with epilepsy, is that we are guinea pigs. We are very much so guinea pigs. A lot of their treatment methods are new and unstudied. And if there are any studies out there, they're very small groups of people where they won't get a whole lot of information about a whole rather than, a small group of specific individuals. So we are very much like guinea pigs, and it's very stupid, but that's why it's good for us to all talk together, because that way we can all share information with each other that we might have found out that other people don't know about.
yeah, and either way, I mean, you feel so guilty too, staying on a medication when the only birth defect they advise you of is like a low birth weight or something. And a lot of women see that as a risk worth taking. So they'll stay on that medication, but that's gotta be so untrue.
I was
There's
thinking
gotta be more
yesterday,
risk than just
like
that one.
I was thinking yesterday, basically like the guinea pig stuff, like basically we take the pills and give them the feedback. Then that's where I don't know if that's exactly where their research comes from, but that's what I was thinking is the research comes from us taking it. They don't just take people and be like, take this. But
It's definitely the easiest way for them to get the research done without having to set up all these tests.
right.
And we get to pay for it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
make money off of it.
Right. We'll get paid for them testing it.
Like it should be free or you should be paying me. One or the other.
Oh man. I was sweating, was getting nauseous. Now I'm back.
How you feeling
Are
now?
you doing okay now?
Yeah, I was having withdrawals. I haven't smoked in 24 hours.
Jeez.
Oh man.
I thought it was the banana that I saw you eating that helped.
I
The
needed that.
potassium.
That it helped.
That's
But,
what I'm saying, the potassium.
Yeah. We got some indica birthday cake and a pen. So yeah, it helped with the nausea. I'm back.
See my message in the chat to you?
Yeah, I seen it. I'm back. Yeah, mine is cake too. Jungle cake. I got birthday cake. Yeah. Can you tell I need that?
Well, no, the hilarious
Yes.
part of the message was that it's mixed with another strain called cheetah piss.
Yeah, I seen that too.
I was like, I saw
The
that.
way you guys can handle that, putting that in your body and like not being like, well, I just inhaled cheetah piss.
Hey, it's just a
Not only
name.
that,
It's
and you're
not
gonna
actually.
have withdrawals if you don't do it again really soon. Go figure. This one is asking, should I be eating more? Female 22 got super high last night, but didn't eat anything during the day, barely drank anything, and ended up having a seizure while standing up, then almost hitting my head on a car. Boyfriend stood me up too fast after my seizure, made me go right into another one. Should I have ate and drank more that day prior? Scared to smoke now? Advice?
Yes.
Also, be
Just
scared to
eat more.
smoke. Be cautious. Eat more. Yeah, like Kevin said, eat more. Smoke more. I mean, I don't suggest it's the smoking, but you need to eat. Sounds like drink some water, some nutrients in your body. Maybe some rest if you need to.
The brain uses like 20% of the calories that we need in a day. And if we're not getting enough calories, like our brain is going to suffer for it. So you've got to eat.
This person saying, yes, please eat. I smoked my whole life, had a seizure out of the blue. I was stressed and had a friend and his baby mama living with me and his kids. Ended crying in bed because my life was so bad. I thought I had one, my first one. I'm like, what the fuck? So it ain't the weed. It's me being tired and stressed and not eating, but drinking and partying. I noticed. Mine started random as hell into my 20s. And people are replying saying that sounds like my life.
Hmm.
Yeah, pay attention when something's going wrong. Something might have to change.
I got something, Kate.
Okay.
I actually don't, but I do right here. Says, what's happening to me? Hey, everyone. I'm going to go get straight to the point. I've had 3 of these episodes in the last 4 months, spaced out exactly 2 months from each other. All 3 days, some things were in common. I felt tired. I went on a run. The 3rd day, and I had instant coffee a couple hours before I fainted. Had instant coffee a couple hours before I fainted on the 1st day. Lasts over 2 minutes, and I feel like I'm groggy. I can't remember stuff for like 20-ish minutes. 2nd day, I had a Gatorade. Felt better, much quicker than the 1 and 3. Now the most revent time. My heart rate went to 120 for 2 hours after the whole ordeal. And 2 of the next days, I stood up and sat really quickly. My ECG, MRI, EEG, and blood tests were all clean. Has anyone experienced any of these before? And what do they recommend?
So all the tests were clean. What were they feeling?
Feeling groggy is one of them I seen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it sounds like basically you might need some rest.
I thought you were gonna say B12.
120 heart rate. I don't know exactly how high or low that is. Is that good or bad? It sounds bad,
That
but
sounds high. Yeah, I think I'm usually in the 90s.
It
It's
depends.
if you're
If
like active, then that's actually kind of normal. Anything maybe over like 130 or 140 is when it's considered high if you're being active.
my resting is usually in the 60s, low 70s. But my active, like if I'm out riding or doing something, then it hits 120. Um, but when I've had a seizure in the past, I've checked my heart rate on my watch, and it has hit like 130, 140 for a very brief period. But yeah, like if you're seizing, your heart rate's getting up there because your body's all your muscles are contracting and flexing at this, you know.
Yeah.
And it said this person did have some instant coffee, right? So, I mean, I'm gonna reinforce that point. That will make you feel groggy if instant
You feel
coffee
like
is
you
pretty.
need some more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having some caffeine right now, and it's making me feel a little dizzy.
Oh,
I
I thought it was
shouldn't.
just after you drink it. Like, do you crash after you drink it, or what?
And no, it
What
just
is
makes
that?
me feel dizzy, and that's my one vice, is coffee. Or not coffee. I drink soda. I drink too much soda, and yeah, it makes me feel dizzy, and I think caffeine's pretty bad, but I'll I'm not gonna stop. So who's
We
gonna
all
stop me? Are you gonna stop me? No, I don't think so. So I'm just joking.
No judge. Nobody's judging. I didn't realize
Kevin
how
will.
wide the spectrum for like a normal heart rate is. Mayo Clinic says anywhere from 60 to 100.
Yeah.
But that's probably just again how they cover their ass. So if somebody who, normally runs low has a high one, then they could say I wasn't alerted.
My watch does give me alerts if it gets too high for too long, which I like because sometimes like I don't even realize how fast my heart is racing. And I like those are usually if I'm about to have a seizure, I can usually check my heart rate and I'll notice like a sudden uptick, and it's like okay, I should watch out.
So
Watching
did
your
your
heart.
watch ever?
Hmm.
Okay, I was gonna say, did your watch adjust? To what your heart rate is? Like, would it have advised you maybe if your heart rate went below that, like, I don't know, whatever you said it was 60 or above
Oh, it
120? I was wondering if like the smartwatches narrow it down.
um it doesn't really adjust, but it does have that like that average of like you're fine here, in this range. Um, but if it when it hits 130, 140, it gives me an alert, which is good because that's more than just active. That is like your body is going like your heart is really, really, really racing.
I would imagine these smartwatches would be able to pick up on some um, bodily changes. If a dog could, I imagine.
Well, I mean, I'm just dealing with a basic Apple Watch, where I'm just using the Apple Health tracker thing.
I know.
I
I'm speaking of a hypothetical.
Oh yeah, well that's what I was gonna bring up though. We had that guy who wants to make the seizure like watch, right?
It's
So it's like if there was something that could actually,
prevent a
have
seizure.
that capability and like be able to incorporate more functions, that'd be awesome.
I
Oh yeah,
have
certainly. It
the
could, it could branch out to a lot of stuff. It could, for all sorts of diseases, could pick up on stuff. Okay.
I have the Series 10 and it has added like a lot more features onto it. A couple have been removed, like the blood oxygen one, which I think would have been nice to have. But I think they got into a lawsuit over that one because of information. But the uses it has right now has been actually really helpful because my heart rate it tracks that really easily. And I have it set to my specific parameters. My high heart rate with a seizure is usually like 158 to 170. Um, and it also tracks my breathing respiratory rate. So if I'm breathing really slow, but my heart rate is going really fast, that's usually when I'm able to tell like if I've had a seizure in my sleep, because it'll track it in my sleep, and then it also tracks my sleep really easily with each individual stage. Like the core sleep, REM sleep, deep sleep. I have no idea how it does it, but it has been very helpful.
Mine does that too. Mine at least has that, and I have no idea either. I think it tracks your heart rate. Yeah, I think it's based on your heart rate. I don't know why though. That's just a thought.
So these trends, you guys said, Sia, you said you set the parameters. Did you set those parameters, or did the watch automatically do that, noticing your trends?
So the watch does it on its own. You have to wear it
That's
to
what I thought. It's cool.
sleep for I think it's 7 days, I think. And it tracks my cycle for me, it tracks my breathing, it tracks the heart rate, the sleep, and then a couple other things I can't think of off the top of my head. But then with the seizure apps, I set those myself based on what my watch has told me. So my normal resting rate is usually like 50 to 60. And then my high heart rate when I'm like active doing something is like 120 to 130. So I have it set to that, and then anytime it goes out of that range, it'll send me an alert and I gotta go sit down.
Yeah, that does sound really useful. I mean, just to address that, I think the dogs are always going to be better because they go based on scent. So especially any of us with like the kind of menials, I would trust the dog alert more than the watch. But it was really random when something popped up on my phone, and I don't wear an Apple Watch, but the phone is telling me that I've been taking more steps for the last 4 weeks. I didn't even know it tracked that. So a lot of this stuff it does all on its own. You don't even have to have something active for it to tell you something about yourself.
Yeah, it tracks you. Mine tells me places I went last week that I forgot about.
And the pictures come out of nowhere. You
Right.
know, what were you doing on August 8th, 5 years ago? But then I go into
Right,
the photos
right.
and I
Tracking
can't
where
do
I'm
it.
at this park and that park. I was like, it kind of threw me off a little bit. I didn't know Apple was like that and follow me around and stuff. But
It's a little creepy.
it's helpful, I guess, in the long run for me to have epilepsy and be in public and all. It's just me and the watch out.
I just hate how our phones will also give us ads for like a conversation that we overheard.
Mhm.
That shit definitely gets creepy.
Yeah, they just went through some lawsuit stuff. Uh, you get paid for each device you have, each Apple device. Um, the phones were listening to us. Uh, you ever go, "Hey Siri," and she just starts talking? Who's listening before you even said something? Yeah,
Would you like me to play the next song every time?
yeah.
So
So
balance on this one. Somebody who's having trouble. Just curious, but who out there can go bike riding or do lunges without falling over or almost falling over? So frustrating. Take 300 milligrams Lamictal, 225 Briviact, 6 milligrams Fycompa, and 20 milligrams of clobazam. But taken many anticonvulsants over 40 years. I don't think I'm expecting too much. Come on, it's that cocktail right there, the Fycompa and the clobazam.
That's
You're
a
not
huge
gonna
cocktail.
balance.
And if they've been doing it for 40 or like taking, meds for 40 years, this person is already up there in age. Unless they are 40 and they've been taking them since, I'm assuming they're older than 40. Um, it like there's a lot of factors there, but the biggest one is going to be that cocktail of medication, and then you've got like just general body degradation. Like they may have an inner ear thing that is messing with their balance. If their main problems are bike riding and lunges, um, they definitely have like an actual balance problem. I think, or they are just really bad at doing stuff. I don't know.
Right? Start with squats, then do knee down, then, one at a time.
I look better than I did 30 minutes ago, right? Good, good. I think I just needed some weed. Man.
They were getting
This
too
one wants to know.
overstimulated. You needed to calm yourself.
Right, got an indica.
There you go. No
So,
stress about starting late.
yeah, I can go for 10 more hours. Let's see.
Oh, by the way,
says-
Mark was bragging about how he beat your record.
Oh, he actually didn't though.
Oh, he didn't? Okay.
No, because he
He
was
was
there
saying he did
with
15.
me. I did 15 hours too. It was 6 a.m. for him. So since I started at 12 p.m. and me and him both got off I got off at 3 a.m. and he got off at 6 a.m. We spent the same amount of time there. And I believe I pressed the button to end, so I was there longer. I got the evidence on
good.
camera.
Good.
And now the record reflects.
Yes. Now we've still got our head honcho here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave the other one open 24 hours. Yeah. It says need advice on navigating life now. Hey, I usually don't post, but I'm struggling. I had a grand mal seizure about a month ago while I was at work. Oddly enough, I work in a neurology setting, so they were able to get me through it. I then went to the hospital via ambulance and had an EEG, CT, MRI. They thinks it was related to head trauma. I had a lot when I was younger, and it's caused headaches and migraines, but not seizures. I have been on a 6-month no driving, being alone, etc. I am just wondering how people deal with this. I am hyper independent person, so I'm asking for the help is incredibly hard for me. I know I've made it through 1 month, but I don't know how I'm going to make it through the next 5 months. Any advice and help would be helpful. I do have a boyfriend, but he has the option right now. Wait, I have a boyfriend, but he has options right now. While he's gone, I have had to Uber, or DoorDash everything, and that is just not financially an option every day. Thank you in advance. Navigating life. I think you'd have to ask Brandon for this one. And Sia. I've had it since I was a kid, so navigating life wasn't exactly a problem for me. I just kept going as I was. Didn't even pay attention to having epilepsy back then. So high school having a bunch of seizures and stuff. But Brandon and Sia, you guys
I would say Brandon
yeah.
has the best experience with this because for me, I have heavily relied on my husband for everything since the diagnosis. So I don't know how to do things without him.
So, Brandon, the post was about somebody navigating life, and we turn it over to you because you're basically the most independent lifestyle that we know of in this
Yeah,
group.
you got it older in life. I didn't have to navigate through life. I just kept living as a high school kid and having seizures all over the place and shit. Yeah, I was a teen. I didn't even pay attention to navigating life. I just living. Telling my friends, don't tell my mom I had a seizure in public at the mall. We'll be okay. Just keep shopping. Stuff like that. So
I've always been very independent. I've always wanted to kind of be by myself. One like as much as I can. I do like socializing, obviously, which is good because then you get a solid support from the people around you. Family wise, like have a lot of support, but I only really needed them like when I seized, and since I got pretty good at sensing like when I was feeling like I was going to have one, um, I was always able to get myself to a safe place in my apartment, um, where I could seize and then, just wake up, like 20 minutes later. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't like relying on people, so I kind of force myself to be independent, even if it would be like with my condition. Like obviously you know, I have every right to, be like, I can't do work today because, I'm not feeling good, or, I can't uh like go to the grocery store because I'm not feeling good. I just force myself, even if I feel like shit. And I don't know, it's just a part of my own like eh, problematic independence sort of position where like I just need to be, and people will get annoyed with me because I don't ask for help sometimes when I should. Um, yeah, I guess that's all. Where like for it's different. You just kind of have to force yourself to be like to do the things that you can do, and if you know you can't, don't do it. But if you're not sure, you've got to try. So I've navigated um my independence is just seeing how much I can do on my own. And if I'm not sure, I'm gonna try it anyway and see if I can do it. So
All right, so that sounds like a straight don't give up
yeah,
outlook.
yeah, I guess that's yeah, like if you want to be independent, do it and don't give up. You're strong, you can do it.
Okay, I got one that says sudden seizures in my sleep. No diagnosis, no meds. Might relate to what I'm going through. About a year ago, I started having seizures completely out of nowhere, and then they only happened in my sleep. Hold on. Can you guys still see me?
Yeah.
My screen is frozen.
We can
There's
see you
low battery.
moving.
20 seconds. 20%. Okay. Got what it says. Might relate to what I'm going through. About a year ago, I started having seizures completely out of nowhere. They only happen in my sleep. I can go months without one, then suddenly have another. It's spaced out but scary. I've had about 8 total, all while sleeping, and some have been intense. I bitten my tongue badly, and I was once told I was choking on my own blood during the seizure. I'm not on any medication right now. I've had some testing done, but nothing conclusive has come back. There's no known epilepsy in my family, no head trauma, nothing that clearly explains what's happening. It started to affect my mental health, my relationships, my confidence. I feel like I'm just waiting around for the next one. Has anyone else developed seizures in adulthood, especially ones that have had happen at night? Do you ever get a diagnosis or find anything that helped? Natural treatments, lifestyle changes, or anything that made a difference? I just really don't want to feel so alone in this. Any advice or share experiences would mean a lot. Prayer hands. Brandon and Jeff, you guys can handle this.
Yeah, I was gonna say lifestyle changes for sure. I started taking care of myself a little bit more. Cut out like I was having 4 shots of espresso over ice every morning. I wasn't really eating that much. Uh, and when I stopped doing that, and I started actually making sure that I was eating enough and taking my meds and started taking the B12 and stuff. Um, and I mean, I've been taking it for a bit now, but I was doing it sort of infrequently. I noticed that like you you cut down on a lot of the moments of like am I gonna have a seizure? And that just makes you less stressed, which in turn, you know, with the overall lack of seizures, because we don't want to have extra stress in our lives. So yeah, I'd say lifestyle changes and like like figuring out what your triggers are, is the only way you can go about it. Get all the sleep also. Although I'm not the best one to talk to about getting enough sleep. So
Well, I don't sleep either. The I guess the only lifestyle change I've made is giving up sweets. Uh, I thought that might have been a trigger, but it hasn't really changed anything for me. Uh, I really can't think of anything else um, that I can add to what Brandon said. You just kind of have to, like I always say, keep putting one foot in front of the other. That's all you can do.
Sia, you were an adult actually when you got it. So what's your experience? Just so the person doesn't feel alone from people who got it as an adult. Me, Kate, and Kevin, we got it as a child. So
Well, I think I was already having to make a lot of changes in my life at that time when it started. Um, I was, dealing with the endo and adeno stuff, so I started having to eat different foods already. So when it came down to taking better care of myself, it wasn't too difficult for me to start on, but I am on the ketogenic diet. I follow um, the plans that they make for children. They don't usually recommend it for adults anymore, I don't think. But if you do it safely, and maybe talk to a nutritionist too, because they can help. I don't have one, but I've managed to get it to a certain point where it has been very helpful to me and my health. I eat about a maximum of 13 grams of carbs per day. Um, and then I think it's a 70-30%. So I do 70% um, proteins or fats. I can't remember. It's proteins and fats, 70 and 30. I don't remember which one is which, but that's what they're for. Um, and that one is definitely very helpful. Drinking less soda for me has been also helpful. Changing to less sugar, so sugar alternatives, um, and less smoking, less all of that stuff, basically. I don't exercise very well because I have a hard time with the pain that I get from the other diagnoses, but I do what I can. Walking around a lot is good, going on like little walks or hikes, with another person, obviously. And I do want to get back into bike riding again soon. So that kind of stuff is very good for you. Take care of your body and make sure that you're getting all of the nutrients that you need. Take vitamins.
And we're always thrilled to see you on these outdoor family trips. So keep us posted. We love it.
I
We love
will.
seeing your happy face out there. That's awesome. So this person here sounds like they're in a little bit of a spiral. I'm glad there's people who I can relate with, but how do we go about the crutches that's bringing us down? I once worked for a lovely job where they treated all of their employees so great. Once I experienced my first grandma, then my second one, everything went downhill. Insurance, gone. Job, gone. License, forget it. It took me a little over a year to get over the manic episode I slipped into after my last tonic-clonic. Normally, I only experience absent seizures, but I do experience grand mal seizures. Every time I experience an absent seizure, the clock resets and I cannot rely on myself to get to work in a timely manner. How do I go about as a Floridian to work part-time and secure insurance and make enough money to provide for myself and my family? It makes me feel like such a waste of space and always getting in the way. I appreciate all the support, but I'm really being weighed down by where to go next. Yeah, in Florida, working part-time and securing insurance, get a roommate, get somebody to pay more than half the bills, because to afford insurance when they won't give you the Medicaid because you have a part-time job will take most of your paycheck, especially if you need the insurance that will cover MRIs and advanced procedures on a regular basis. Look to move out of state, have a serious discussion with the family about feeling like a waste of space and where everybody can settle down to allow you to succeed. This one's definitely going to be some major life changes, and do your best to do the best you can to appreciate the support and just be totally open about how you feel with those who do have your back. I don't know about manic episode though. I've never had any of that. What do you guys
It's
think?
bipolar. It's usually associated with that. It can, you can have them without being technically bipolar, but I was diagnosed with that at 17, stage 2, which is the less um it's the less violent one. And manic episodes are basically you don't sleep, you don't eat, you don't do anything like that. You don't take care of yourself at all. You are solely, completely focused on whatever your brain is trying to freak out about. So in this situation, it sounds like the seizures, and you lose a lot of time in that time frame because dissociation is common with that. Because of your lack of sleep too, you can have more seizures. Um, you're not eating enough, so you're very fatigued, but you can't sleep. And so it's a big back and forth. I would definitely say you need to seek therapy. This this lifestyle is very hard, and it's not something to be hard on yourself about. It's not your fault. So thinking about going into therapy would be huge for your mental health because, you know, with epilepsy, it's not just your physical body that's being affected, it's your mental as well. Every time that you have a seizure, that's trauma and guilt and stress. So definitely look into therapy.
Right? Yeah. I'll listen to see. I believe what you say. Sounded good at least.
For places too, also like because Florida's not gonna be good. They need to be looking at a like a minor league city, not a major city, but like a big enough city to
Suburbs of, yeah.
have like public transit and like hopefully good like options for doctors, but not like a major city where it would be like that'd be a huge like lifestyle change. I don't know where they're living now in Florida, but like moving already and then you're now stressed out because there's people everywhere. It's I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it sounds like they were going from being the breadwinner to, having to not only depend on the family, but maybe even have to talk about moving them. So yeah, overwhelming is a big deal. And even talking to a therapist, I think it would just make more sense talking to somebody else who can relate. Because I don't know, whenever you talk to a therapist, I would think it's hard to open up about how you really feel about something because this psychiatrist is probably not actually going to be able to understand. But that's just I'm probably just not good at therapy.
It's all right.
Stop projecting, Kate.
I got something else. Yeah, I think we could all say something to this person. Should I start eating more? 22-year-old female. got super high last night, but didn't eat anything during the day and barely drank anything and ended up having a seizure.
We already we already did this one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Wait, was it while Pookie wasn't here? Because if so, he should weigh in. We
Yeah,
all
I think
said
so.
yes.
So let's hear. Yeah, let's hear.
We all said yes, they should eat more.
Well, if they suggest you should, I suggest don't eat. But anyway, yeah, you got to stay hydrated at least. Yeah, because I have a problem eating, and I've went full 10 hours sitting right here with 6 bottles of water. I mean, it doesn't work for everyone, but at least stay hydrated, especially if you're drinking. I mean, if you're smoking.
Well, and I had also pointed out too that eating isn't just like it's not just food for your body. Your brain is a muscle, and it's consuming calories throughout the day. You need to eat to get the calories to feed. And for us, especially, like we need as much brain power as we can get.
Yeah, if you're gonna not eat, at least take B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made. Yeah, if you're not gonna eat, some water and some B12, it'll get you through the day. And stay hydrated. Smoking doesn't cause seizures, also. Just take that out of the
Here's some
equation.
more. Something else from Florida. Infamous fake seizure man from Melbourne faces court. A notorious man known for faking seizures in public places and asking strangers to sit on him has issued an apology, saying he had no idea the impact of his actions on a man. Simon Lara, 43, appeared in the Melbourne Magistrates Court on Thursday after pleading guilty to a single charge of public nuisance. In a statement, the man affected by Lara's actions said the incident has left him feeling shame and humiliation. He told the court he'd moved to Melbourne 3 years prior from Brisbane and was unfamiliar with fake seizures guy until he conducted online research following the beach incident. Responding to the statement, Lara's lawyer said her client was shocked about the significant impact this had on the victim. He's extremely remorseful and wanted to pass on to the victim he is regretful and sorry, she said. After speaking with friends, I was laughed at and ridiculed. They couldn't believe I had never heard of this guy before. Since the incident, I'm less inclined to help people in public, not willing to assist anyone who appears to be distressed or needs help. The man said he no longer visited the beachfront out of fear of running into Lara or other passersby. Thought he was assaulting Lara. Miss Briglin noted Lara had quite significant vulnerabilities and had received threats and abuse following online community about his actions. Sentenced to 18 months community corrections order with treatment for his complex mental health needs and judicial monitoring. Handing down the sentence, Magistrate William Parker said he took into account Lara's extremely traumatic background and diagnosis included autism, anxiety, and OCD. But Mr. Parker noted Lara had poor history and the offending represented him taking advantage of Good Samaritan just walking in public. I can't wait to get the fuck out of Florida.
That
Go through some of those comments.
That was so long. Yeah, let's just jump right into the comments and see if we can get a little bit more of an idea.
Context.
Yeah, I need more info or more thoughts on this first.
They're saying that this freak was acting out seizures on the beach and getting people to sit on him to stop it. OCD and anxiety and autism is all he was diagnosed with, but he was acting like a
Is it
total
me
nuisance.
or is just autism code for being an asshole nowadays?
Like what
say that
about that
everywhere.
is such severe mental?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it exists, but it's so many people are just
Oh, this was Melbourne, Australia. Okay, I feel a little better. But
Wait,
still,
so this is a guy running around in Australia faking seizures so that people sit on him.
yes, and he's been doing it for almost 10 years.
Sure,
He gets a slap on the
How
wrist.
did they wait that long to stop him?
I'm pretty sure he could just pay someone to sit on him. He doesn't have to fake a seizure.
yeah.
All right.
Actually,
Oh my
there's a whole joke in a 30 Rock episode about one of the characters and her boyfriend who hired someone to sit on them. It's got to be real.
Yeah.
I know some
There's
people
good
will sit on
clubs.
you for free.
People.
Find a good friend who's got some weight to them and just ask them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Got a few friends that'll sit on you for free.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that a little bit. I read a little about that, and uh, I guess I think that's kind of like yelling fire in a crowded place, and because you can't like cause a disturbance like that. It's a health emergency, and if the police are coming to you to service or help you, then that's other people who are not being helped. And yeah, that's definitely an emergency and a disruption of the public. And absolutely, you're disturbing the peace and causing a, a problem. Yeah, you're a public disruption,
And
and
still just get community
absolutely should
service and
be
get away with
stopped.
it.
Yeah. What you got there? Oh,
We were
okay.
just showing each other. I just got my new delivery and I was showing it to the camera.
Oh,
Oh,
check
and I
it
also
out.
got this too.
Hey, there you go.
My new one. So,
Wait, for the nasal amp, did you have to get a prescription for that?
oh yeah, I do have a prescription, but they took like, God, I can't even remember. I think it's been like a whole month, I think, that I haven't had it. It's been a while. So they took a long time to send it to me, and I finally just now got it, and they said that they're sending me more too, so that I can have a backup.
This says that I got it 2 years ago. I didn't know it's been that long. It's been just sitting
Is
here.
it still good to use?
I wouldn't like think it would be.
No, they're
All of
expired.
mine
Hey man, in
expired.
an
Yeah.
emergency, you gotta just try it out anyway.
Yeah, they expired
just-
in May.
It might just come out a little more liquidy than misty.
Or a little more spicy, who knows?
Shake it before you use it.
Do not test or prime before use. Do not use if nasal spray unit appears damaged. It isn't damaged. They've been in a box for 2 years.
They look good. They look like they're usable.
I couldn't do it to myself, so I mean, they just been sitting there.
Yeah, still get your refills going.
You have a seizure in your bedroom. No one's there to nasal in. My
Well, I
mother's
guess
watching over camera. Still
you
can't
do-
give me nasal in.
if you do feel, you know, like how sometimes you can like, you know, like I don't know if you guys ever get this, but like when I'll get the like when I know a seizure's coming, my brain feels like it does like an upside down, like it flips upside down and then comes back up the other way. So it's like, it feels like my brain's just like doing that. And I have about 10 to 15 seconds to get to the other side of my apartment or where my bedroom is to lay down. So yeah, I usually get enough time where like if they were right there, I could grab it and be like, you know,
I
but
mean, yeah, if I was like alone one of these days, and I felt one coming, I'd probably just do it myself while I'm still aware, because I'd rather have that
half
in my
aware, but yeah.
system. Yeah, like half aware, but um, I'd rather have that in my system and be tired and, you know, a little bit in pain than be seizing and not knowing what's happening to my children. So I would definitely do that too.
But then again, you got to have it like basically in a holster, you know, like a gun. You're ready to go. You're strapped. Like,
Custom made nasal lamp holster hanging around your neck.
Hey, they make those vests for the dogs. I got mine custom made with a zipper on it and a little patch that says for medical use. It's got arrows pointing to the zipper, and Yeah, if the right
Hey,
person
that
comes
sounds
across, the
cool.
dog will stay
I would
still.
do, I would get one of those for sure.
Brandon, I keep
It's
mine
held
on
up.
right on the night table.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like if it's right there and you know like, oh shit, I got about like 10 seconds left.
But
Did that
out
a
of the
lot with
package too? That's impossible.
Oh, I'd have that
lorazepam.
thing
So-
like ready to go, you know?
I think that would probably be the part that I get stuck on is trying to open up the package, and then trying to figure out where my thumb goes, because I like can't, I get all shaky and like all like confused. My hand-eye coordination doesn't know what to do, and then I'm just like, drop it like 5 times.
Just hold it like this with one hand and then take your whole palm and just go like this. You can't miss.
So, yeah. Everyone out there, you can't nasally aim yourself. Throwing it out there.
No? That's some
Actually,
bullshit.
you might be able to actually. Well,
No, I've heard stories on here on the podcast, questions that we've been asked, and that was one of them. That somebody said, "Is it weird that my neurologist, this happened a few times. So is it weird that my neurologist said to use my nasal before a seizure and not during a seizure?" But that person was living alone, so I think it's dependent on the situation. If you tell them that you're living alone and don't have someone to give it to you, then I think maybe you can, depending on how severe your seizures are.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be situational because if you live alone, there's just no option for that. But if nasal am is what's going to help you, you've got to have the option to be able to do it yourself.
Well, and there are people like for myself, I'm not sure why. They haven't told me why at all. But for people like myself who for some reason cannot be allowed to use any other rescue medication, this is the only thing you've got. So I'm lucky that my husband does it. But if it was just me, I would definitely just be doing it beforehand. Who cares?
I mean, like, and with my rescue meds, it was it lorazepam? Is that the one I'm talking about?
Is that the Ativan? Or is that different?
No, it starts with an L. Um, it was like the tiny little pills. The
Are you sure
rescue.
that's not Ativan?
No, it wasn't. No, I know it started with an L. Fuck. Mhm. Yeah, lorazepam.
Wait, okay, am I tripping? Am I remembering the hold on.
I just Googled it. But I had gotten a prescription for lorazepam a while back, and it was only like 5 tiny pills. But when I felt like I was going to have a seizure, I had like I would take one of the pills. So like that I was able to do myself. But it was only if I was like I would only ever take them if I still felt off after taking my normal meds. Like a few hours later, if I was still feeling off, I would take them. But other than that, I would leave it alone. So I don't even know if like I'd be able to take those if I was seizing. Like somebody would have to put it in my mouth, like that's not gonna happen.
So I looked it up. It is Ativan, but it is called lorazepam. That's the generic name of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, because I was also given that in the beginning, and they gave me a very small dose of them, and I ended up starting to have to take more than what they told me to take because it wasn't doing enough. So I think like I just for some reason build up tolerance to things very quickly.
Hmm. I never got another refill on them.
It's also super addictive too.
Yeah, I made them last a while, but actually I put them in a little film canister with like an emergency one of my levetiracetam so that I could keep them like on me. I I did 1 day of work on bike with the kids. It got rattled around so much that the pills basically got destroyed, except for like little bits of actual pill, and then everything around it was just dust. So when I was taking those pills, I was actually grabbing a pill, like, surrounding the rest of my finger in some dust, and going like that to take the pill.
That's the crappy thing about those ones. They're
They
like
are
so fragile.
Joel, absolutely so.
Yeah. I still have some of my old bottle that I still take around with me just in case, because you know, if I've been carrying that around with me while I don't have Nasalam just in case. But yeah, the little bits in there, and it's just the regular pill bottle that it came in. There are little bits everywhere, and the powder covering everything.
I think if I do get a refill on it, I'm gonna take like a cotton ball or something, like 2 cotton balls, put one on the bottom, put the pills in, and then pop another one on top because yeah, they can't survive in a plastic bottle. You know what I mean? They need cushion.
I got something, guys. Never mind, I'll still read it. So I had my first and only seizure on July 17th, and I'm still waiting for a neurology appointment. For context, 50-year-old female in London, Ontario. It was a grand mal seizure. My license has been suspended and I'm unable to work because of no license. Anyone in London and can tell me how long they had to wait to get a neuro appointment? Thank you. This doesn't apply to us. I was just thinking we could still give this person some advice. Any suggestions on some advice to this person? Keep your head up. I'll
Yeah,
never expect to drive again. So there's
look
that.
into look into alternative transport. I don't know how it is in London, Ontario, but I have heard of it before. So that might mean it's big enough to where they have some public transit. I don't know. Um, so yeah, like just try your best to keep your independence and keep your head up and look forward.
Yeah, there's no comments here. So said ones. Do your meds make your alcohol tolerance higher? Hi, everyone. Just curious if there's any tolerance to alcohol is higher while on meds. Seems like every time I get drink 6 shots, 2 beers, I never get drunk or feel buzz. It's not sure if it's because I'm Irish or the meds.
6 shots
Come
and
near
two
toast.
beers, and they're not feeling it. They have just increased their own tolerance. If they can drink that much, they have a tolerance.
How come there's so many stupid people in this country? I mean, really, what's
It
the
might be
point
the
of
Irish.
that?
I was just about to say they did say they were Irish, so hang on. They could be from Ireland.
Oh man. My alcohol tolerance. I don't drink beer, so I can do some shots, but eventually I'm just gonna say it's time to stop. So 6 is a little much. The first comment says every med I've been on has had one of the opposite effect. Most importantly, don't drink while on benzodiazepines. And then a comment to that it says wham. Another comment says I'm in my 20s and 30s. In my 20s and 30s, I drank a lot and come to realize come to realize that I had no negative effects on my epilepsy. Years later, I don't drink at all, but because I don't think it's healthy and very harmful to the brain overall, epilepsy or not. Somebody said, nah, my meds make mine lower, LOL. I had an absent seizure at the club last night and called the bouncer, Ruby the Cherry, and fell asleep on his lap while my friend came and picked me up, LMAO. Another one says, opposite makes mine lower. I can't drink at all now. One drink and I'm hungover for 2 days. Either that or I'll have a seizure and it's postictal stage for 2 days so I can just avoid alcohol. Anything, you guys? Hey, Mom, I'll call you back.
I just wouldn't suggest drinking while you're on these medications, because you're gonna destroy your liver and probably your kidneys. Whether you're Irish or not.
I think this is a weird question to ask about tolerance. I think I'm not going to give you tips on drinking, but come on, geez, about tolerance. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not gonna tell you whether the question is no. I mean, you just shouldn't. It the if you have epilepsy and you are taking epilepsy drugs, you should not be taking the alcohol to tolerate said drugs. That's the line of logic and reasoning. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, I got one of the comments here said, it's your Irish blood. I am the same way. We are wired to drink. Someone responded to that and said, I'm part Irish, so this includes me too. I will be affected after a little bit, but it will take some time for it to affect me. Even if I might still have a seizure later, it's mostly the withdrawal. Although I only drink on special occasions, basically like holidays, or if I haven't seen a friend in a while, like last night, but that was all included in a holiday. So the other person said, beer affects me most. Whiskey, vodka, tequila is my go-to. Yeah, they have a whole much more that they go through together. But yeah, I don't suggest the drinking at all. Yeah. But do what's comfortable for you if you feel that way. I do not suggest it. Can someone help me differentiate between anxiety and epilepsy? Hi, I've been struggling with what I think is anxiety and derealization disorder since I was 10. Now I'm 23. I've gone through bouts of it where I was the worst than other times. It feels as if I'm a constant dream with nothing feels real. The last year and a half, hold on, I lost track where I am. The last year and a half or so, I've been struggling with that feeling along with deja vu dream flashbacks and memory flashbacks. I don't really have any physical symptoms along with the other than occasional lightheadedness and heart palpitations. The dream flashbacks and random memory flashbacks have been freaking me out recently. In January, my mother passed away unexpectedly. And since then, my weird feelings have increased by a million. I've had 3 brain MRIs, several EEGs, and a 48-hour EEG. EEG. Is that something new? There's 3 E's. I had several EEGs and a 48-hour EEGs. My neurologist listened to my symptoms and prescribed me Prozac. I am kind of just torn on which to start, what to do. anyone have any advice, please let me know. I never really had anxiety and panic attacks and stuff like that, but people I've heard had anxiety. I don't exactly know what it is, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I'm not really an anxious person either, but have had maybe 2 panic attacks in my life. As
What was the question?
The person's trying to differentiate between anxiety and epilepsy.
Oh,
Basically having flashbacks and lightheadedness, MRIs, and 48-hour EEGs, and just trying to figure out how they
okay.
differentiate from anxiety and epilepsy. I don't really know.
Well, so their main symptom is lightheadedness?
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like anxiety, not. I mean, you can feel lightheaded for sure with like an aura, but it's not gonna feel like just lightheadedness. It's gonna feel like what you were talking about earlier, impending doom. It's gonna feel like
That was odd.
the world's falling down around you, and you're like, it's gonna feel not like anxiety. If that's a question, I feel like that's something that you should probably look into with like a therapist, because they might be able to help you differentiate your symptoms. But yeah, lightheadedness, definitely not the only symptom with epilepsy.
Yeah, he said, I don't have any physical symptoms other than the occasional lightheadedness. So that's all he's getting is that. And he told his psychiatrist, and psychiatrist prescribed him Prozac.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest taking that. Because if you're not having like physical manifestations of it, then it's not seizures.
Okay, I think I skipped a line. Not I think. I did skip a line. It said,
Oh, okay.
my neurologist listened to my symptoms and said that could be auras and prescribed me Keppra. My psychiatrist listened to my symptoms and prescribed me Prozac. I am torn between which to start and what to do. If
Well,
anyone
you could
has
take
advice,
both.
you take both?
I mean, here, let me look it up really quick because I'm pretty sure Prozac is a downer. Um, it's an SSRI.
It's a good conversation to have with both, you know, doctors about the other med, and maybe they can talk together in like one zooms in to the other while you're having an appointment or something. They can all have a big conversation about it. Make sure
You
it
can take them both too. I just looked it up. There's no contraindications between the two.
well then never mind.
Yeah, I mean it's SSRIs are not gonna work for every single AED, but Keppra is pretty well tolerated with most other medications. So I would say take both and see how that helps you. And later on down the line, maybe remove the Prozac and see if the lightheadedness comes back. And if it does, then it's like it might be, something to look into with like PNES, something like that.
We are not doctors. I do not suggest anybody to do that. Actually, it's not exactly a suggestion. We're just saying what we would do. Hey James, didn't see you there.
Hey James. Mark.
Oh, hey Mark,
Hey, Mark.
how you doing?
Hey, good. How about you guys?
Hi, Mark.
I'm
Hello,
good. I'm
everyone.
here.
Oh,
I'm alive.
full
Look.
house here.
Yeah. So the opening question, I mean, the icebreaker today was,
Oh, I didn't get the icebreaker, by the way.
oh, what's the most useful app in your phone? I mean, for you at least.
Mark, you go first.
Uh,
I
my
thought you were
radar.
easily gonna say Tinder, Brandon.
I have a girlfriend. She's in the other room. She'd be so pissed if she.
Uh-oh.
That joke keeps
Uh-oh.
working, Pookie.
Go ahead, Mark.
My radar app. The weather coming in, daily weather, what the, how high the temperature will be, whether it's gonna rain or not. Forecast, especially coming up now. This is hurricane season, which is particularly important for us Floridians. So, we're getting the whole like little stockpile prepared coming up soon in case we lose power and lose road access for up to a week. So part of that preparation is radar app. And I don't know, I'm just now realizing that maybe this icebreaker question was supposed to be a seizure related app something. I don't
No,
know.
just a
No?
question in
Okay.
general.
Well, okay. Well, I was gonna go and try to tie it into being helpful for seizures anyway, but like being without power, losing access, knowing when there's gonna be a big natural disaster coming is important to be prepared, um, and to minimize stress when these disasters actually come. So, um, strongly recommend getting a good weather app, and especially one that offers any sort of additional information on tropical weather systems approaching if anybody lives in an area that is particularly prone to uh, tropical storms and hurricanes. So.
No, Kate, you did the icebreaker, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Reminder. Yeah, I like the reminders app.
Did you do the icebreaker?
I don't think I did, no.
What's your most useful app in your phone?
Ooh, I would say I got two. I would say probably Epsy to help me track and journal. Um, and then I would also use the season alarm. And both of those have been very helpful for me. I use those more than any other app. Oh, except for Finch. It's like this little game. It's not it's not really a game, but it's like a therapy game. And it's really cute. I take care of a little bird, and in order to take care of my little bird, I have to do certain things during the day. And so right now, I reset my app with new stuff to do each day after my rough week last week, and it's all self-kindness and reminding myself to take care of myself and let myself rest. So
I love that. Especially for you. That's adorable.
I think
You
I
actually get
just
rewards for your to-do list.
yeah, it's the best. Great for my ADHD.
And cheesecake helps too, see, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And I just had two pieces last night.
just thought about it because I didn't really know many apps in my phone when we asked for the most useful app. I said Tinder, and I was just joking because I couldn't think of anything else that's in my phone. And now I just told you guys that's in my phone. But I say Reddit I use the most. Um, Netflix is useful if I'm out. Or like Kevin said, Uber Eats. There we go. That's a good one. You can order anything. Um, so the next question is, am I epileptic? Am I epileptic or something else? I was diagnosed with childhood migraines when I was around 5 years old, now 15. When I was 13, I went to a haunted house for the first time and witnessed the strobe lights. It gave me an immediate migraine and the staff had to help me out. I didn't have any other issues until 2 years ago. I have had a seizure that I can't remember, but over the last 2 years, when I see any kind of flashing lights, it makes my body jump, my eyes hurt a lot, and it makes me nauseous. This happens to me at least once a day, and that has led me here. I am extremely well informed on epilepsy, but I don't think this is what it is. That doesn't exactly sound like epilepsy. I don't know about the migraine things, but
It could be there are types of migraines that can act similarly to focals, but they're not exactly the same. And strobe lights, I think, for many people, whether photosensitive or not, can kind of be annoying and hard on the eyes. So, I would say it's probably more migraine, but you could still talk to a neurologist to actually get a better idea of that, because they're the only ones that are going to be able to test you with the EEGs, the MRIs, and stuff like that.
one of the comments to that post said, I need to go back. It says, I would ask your doctor, but you have to actually have a seizure to get an epilepsy diagnosis. Sounds like that never happened. Either way, you're having some sort of light sensitivity problem, so ask your doctor. Migraines are commonly aggravated by flashing lights. You need to get used to wearing the sunglasses if you're going to be out around flashing lights. There's a lot of information on here you should find useful. I hope you have a good day and hope you also have a good neurologist to help you. That was good advice. Are we all assholes for giving up on student exchange programs? It's a lot to read. Yeah, we can't do that one.
I'd love to. I wish I could ask my mom because she did like a student exchange program to France when she was like in high school, and I was when she told me she did that, I was jealous because I was like, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, yeah, that's too long. Way too long to read. You guys are gonna forget what the beginning was about. Okay. It says had a tonic-clonic after a year of being seizure free. After a year of being seizure free, I've been feeling dizzy and lightheaded for 5 days now. Last Saturday morning, I had a full tonic-clonic seizure. Luckily, my partner was there with me and was able to help me from falling to the ground. I did bite my tongue and my cheek and pulled a couple muscles in my back when turning my head to the left, but overall, for a tonic-clonic seizure, it wasn't bad. My concern now comes from the symptoms of having afterwards. It's been almost a week, and every day since, I've been feeling super dizzy and lightheaded. I feel like I'm spinning. It's also really difficult to read and type. I was given a few rescue medications, nasalium, 5 milligram spray during the seizure to get it to stop. And this was the first time I had ever been given the medicine. I had a killer headache when I woke up from the seizure that lasted over several hours, but I did eventually go. Therefore, I'm not sure if the symptoms now have been anything to do with the nasalium. It just seems like the symptoms are dragging on for a very long time and no sign of letting up. Has anyone else had this experience with nasalium and had similar symptoms? I tried calling my neurologist, but he won't be back until Monday, so I'm kind of at a loss. I'm just worried these feelings of lightheadedness and spinning are more than just medication side effects and actually auras with another seizure waiting to happen.
As somebody who's used it quite often, I mean, immediately afterwards, yeah, it makes me extremely tired. I'll pass out right away. And then when I wake up, I'm usually like pretty out of it, spacey, but it goes away within like a day or two of getting good rest and drinking lots of water.
Mark?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what were the symptoms again? I kind of zoned out for a second, but I heard the nasal
I think it
and then
was the lightheadedness and dizziness.
Dizzy.
I heard,
Feel
yeah, I
lightheaded,
heard
feel like spinning. Can't read or type.
how long after the nasal M?
5 days ago.
And they still feel these symptoms 5 days later?
Yes.
Yeah, the half-life of midazolam is something like 8 hours, I think. 5 days is more than five half-lives later. The midazolam should be almost entirely out of their system at this point. It shouldn't be a lingering side effect of that. Um,
I'm almost wondering if maybe they injured themselves more than they think. And I would suggest they probably go get checked out by a doctor because if you can't type and you're having like a hard time reading and the room's spinning. I just had that happen recently. Got a CT scan. You gotta get that checked out just in case.
yeah, kind of the spinning and stuff has me thinking like maybe a concussion or something if they hit their head. Um,
Or even like a CSF leak, which has happened to a few of us here. Not myself, but a few people on Epilepsy Universe. Those are the
CSF
symptoms.
is what exactly? I'm
CSF is
blanking.
the cerebral spinal fluid.
Oh,
So,
right.
so
Okay.
you
Yeah.
did get the results back on that?
Well, I haven't gotten the
Uh,
fluid tested, but
ex
they said,
yeah. So
yes.
don't be all high and mighty being like, for
No,
some
I
people,
know.
because we're still worried about you.
I
Gotta get
know,
that
and
test.
I'm still
Gotta get the
keeping a
test.
close eye on it, but the
Have-
CT at least came back clear.
did they do a spinal tap, a lumbar puncture on you?
They didn't want to. I'm not exactly sure why. And then I asked my neurologist why they didn't want to, and he just said that they don't do that anymore for some reason.
Um,
So,
did they
but
stop last week or something?
I
I
guess so,
this
yeah.
is news to me. I don't know.
He said quite a few things that were a little confusing, that made no sense, but yeah, they also have the test to actually test the fluid that is coming out, but they don't want to do that either. So I haven't had any more fluid since the seizures stopped coming out. But I'm still watching out for it just in case.
Oh, sorry. I don't want to ignore James. He sent something to the chat. He wants to ask a question about taking clobazam.
Wait, my bad. I didn't hear the last of what you said. It wasn't a question, right?
Oh no, James sent a thing to the chat saying, if you guys see this, I'd like to ask a question about taking clobazam. I've just started taking it about a month ago. So, James, you have the floor.
I'm thinking he can only chat. But yeah, he's seems he must have been in the chat instead of this. But yeah, I got something here. It says my license is not suspended. Am I banned from driving? I was told by the doctor I probably shouldn't take baths or drive, but checking my license status, it says currently active and not suspended. I only had one random nocturnal TC that they diagnosed, so I'm just on the wait and see plan. I did have my Xanax switched to Klonopin since Klonopin apparently has seizure reducing properties, but I feel like a huge burden to just get milk, and I can't afford to go to Instacart and Uber everywhere. No signs of auras since the random incident. Can you let me know if I'm being selfish, one on this one realistic, or given that no one can explain or nor put me on anything like Kepper? Yeah, I believe you're banned from driving. I mean, if they didn't say that, then
If they, well, they said they've only had one seizure and it was nocturnal.
yeah.
And yeah,
Isn't there a
that's
thing now about two? Having you have to
yeah,
have two?
because it might have just been a one-off, like especially since they were swapping medications. I don't know. Well, I don't know the timeline on that, if it was before or after the seizure, but sometimes it is just a one-off, and if it was while they were asleep, I'm sure that's why the doctor was a little like, "All right, we'll wait and see." You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's debatable to feel like a burden. I don't feel like a burden. I can't say that actually.
Sorry,
But
I was honing in on a different part of that. My bad.
go ahead,
I
Brandon.
don't think he should drive.
Yeah, I don't think you should drive. I highly don't suggest it.
Yeah,
Jeff, you were driving not too long ago. You can explain why, right?
I was driving until I realized that I wasn't only having seizures at night. And once I realized that I was having absence seizures during the day, I put the car in the garage.
which is probably what's going to happen to this person. Like, if the seizures continue and they're only nocturnal, they will probably shift to not only being nocturnal, and then it's like you have no reason to just stop now.
I don't know, Brandon. I've been told several times that epilepsy changes and seizures change, and mine have changed several times already.
No, that's what
So,
I'm saying. Like, this person in the post, like, may only have had one nocturnal, and even if it continues as just being nocturnal, if it continues, it can change. And then at that point, like, even if they still have a license, they should not be driving.
okay, I got you. I
I'm agreeing with you.
misunderstood. I'm
Don't worry.
Well, yeah, if you have one specific type of seizures and you continue having seizures, especially unmedicated, you're gonna start having new types, most likely because the pathways are getting burned and they're creating new ways to go around.
First comment says, in my state, my license is never legally suspended, but I was unable to drive until my seizures were controlled. I don't think it matters if the DMV officially recognizes that your license is active or not. If your doctor has said not safe for you to drive, then don't drive. If you were involved in an accident during this time, you would be in for a world of hurt. Your doctor is the only one who can explain your situation to you. Another comment says, think about how you would feel if you hurt or killed someone else. That's why I don't drive. I don't know how I feel. I couldn't never be so. The next comment says, yeah, I think it's generally up to you if you surrender your license. Insurance could definitely be void if you had an accident at all. Were you saying something, Stephen?
I was just gonna say, at that point, it's no longer just burden that you feel. It's not about you or anyone that you're caring for or have to drive around anymore. It's about the people that are on the road. And if you get into an accident and end up hurting somebody, you're gonna feel a hell of a lot more than just being a burden. You're gonna feel like you destroyed a whole family or a whole life. Or it's not worth it.
I got one here. It says it's a decent length. Says, is weight loss a big deal? Do I keep bringing this up to my doctor? I tried 2 times to write this on the website desktop, but it keeps getting marked as spam. Apologies for the mess. I've resorted to mobile. If any info is missing, let me know. I'm angry at rewriting this again, but I'm desperate for any help. I also don't believe I'm asking for medical help. More opinions on where I go from here. I recently had a monitoring stay where they took me off of my meds and had hooked me up to an EEG machine. I was on lacosamide, 100 milligrams in the morning, 200 milligrams at night, and Excopri, 100 milligrams at night. From the lack of meds and some sleep deprivation, I was able to get the diagnosis, mesial temporal sclerosis. I cried. That happened during the first week of January, and I weighed 203 pounds. My current meds are 100 milligram at night and 250 milligrams of Excopri. My weight has dropped to 186 pounds. I'm having near daily focal aware seizures, and I'm so tired. The act of eating makes me nauseous. Thinking about eating makes me nauseous. Foods I've used to binge, I love now, but makes me gag. I wrote on my epileptologist and told him all this, and he wrote back that it's uncommon for these meds to cause lack of appetite, weight loss, and he's going to increase my Excopri to 300. He also reminded me that frequent auras and focal seizures can affect my appetite, but that's it. I think my questions for this sub are asking, would you keep bringing it up, push for more help? Could this be my body adjusting to the meds? But I've never seen such drastic changes in my body. Biggest question for everyone is because I know nearly everyone here has had to figure this out. 600 calories a day, and that's forcing myself to put the saltines down. Thank you for any help.
I mean,
I
it was
don't bring it up at all.
lacosamide, you said?
Say that again?
It was lacosamide, they said?
Yeah, and Excopri.
I don't think I've heard of anybody who's on lacosamide who hasn't had appetite problems. I don't know. I mean, I can't eat it unless I smoke a lot. I don't know. If their doctor doesn't think that that side effect is a common side effect, then he must not have like any other patients on lacosamide.
He also must not have checked because
Yeah,
it's listed as a side effect.
yeah. Just open the PDF.
I have that also. So, and it is common. So for her doctor to say it's not, is to get another doctor.
Yeah.
First comment says it's common for neurologists to gaslight about side effects you can experience on medication. Never doubt yourself and your body. You know yourself best. I've had extremely uncommon side effects in almost every AED I've tried and was gaslit for years in some cases. If the nausea and lack of appetite are too much for you, tell your doctor or ask for a transfer of care to a different doctor. Your quality of life matters, and there are other medications you can try, especially if those medications are not controlling your seizures. Another one says, I am struggling with this as well. And I started with my dietitian and getting a meal replacement shake. I have started with 3 cartons per day. and eventually at my max of 4. Okay. My friend has epilepsy and I want to support him during these tough times. I need any advice. He's just got out of the hospital today for having 2 seizures. He's my best friend and I want to support him as much as possible. Are there any tips on supporting my friend?
Let them talk to you. Be there to listen. Never assume you know how it feels for somebody else.
Always respect other people's positions and what they're going through.
Yeah, make them feel comfortable. It's your friend, comfort them. Maybe make them dinner.
My love language is food, so I love cooking for people. That's always a great way for me to segue into a good sort of positive vibe situation.
Yeah, make me dinner. Love you forever.
I would make all of you dinner.
Thank you. I'd spend the night after that. But
yeah, because you wouldn't be able to leave without shitting because the ramen that I would make would be so spicy it would just blow through your intestines.
Yeah, with the peppers I give Brandon, they will shoot through everybody.
I'm still waiting on those, buddy.
My
definitely not
first
taking part
ghost
of that.
pepper just finished ripening. It just fully turned red. So
I've
got a couple fatales.
I will, Pokey, this is a promise. When I get those peppers, I will eat one on camera for all of you folks, and you can put it in the stream, okay?
We'll be
I will
waiting.
pay to see that.
awareness.
We'll be
A
waiting.
ghost pepper challenge for epilepsy.
I'll do it too, Brandon. Hey, can you guys hear me? Did I get this set up right on my tablet? Freaking
Oh,
finally.
yeah, I can see you and hear
Yes.
you.
It's so nice to finally see and hear you.
You got a nice echo going though.
Yeah.
So maybe just turn the
Finally,
volume
I
down
got
a
it.
little
I got
bit.
it. Wait, hold on. Let me mute my computer. I got it echoing here now. All right, cool.
Oh,
All right,
there we go.
finally get to see you guys and talk to you guys other than just typing on the keyboard real quick.
We got some people out there
Perfect, yeah.
spying on us, so we thought you might be a spy. No lie. We thought maybe this guy is fake. Maybe he doesn't want to turn his camera on.
He's kidding.
He might be
You're
that
good.
guy. It was like, maybe he might have changed his username and he's sitting here chilling with us.
No, we don't have to, those people are out of our lives, Spooky. We don't have to talk about them.
If there was
I'm
something I
just
was
saying.
gonna try and infiltrate, it's not gonna be like a seizure group, man. That's
No, you'd be surprised.
I was
actually
having
are.
you inspected. I was having people
We
figure out
actually
who
are
that guy
speaking a
is.
little bit from experience.
I didn't know your Reddit
yeah. I'm
names.
not saying it hasn't happened, but I mean that would be just kind of somebody would have to be a pretty big a-hole for them to do that type of stuff. Can be and are and have been at certain points on our different medications or after becoming alert after a seizure or something, right?
Yeah.
Like I've definitely I had one procedure because I don't know if you guys have seen in the chat, like the last few times I've mentioned that I have issues with my pancreas. So I've had a few endoscopic ultrasounds. So they knock you out, for that procedure. And one of them that I woke up after, I ended up having to have 2 security guards stand next to my bed because after I came out of the what's it called when you
foster
when they
call.
knock you out?
Oh, sorry.
Oh
Never
no,
mind.
it's post anesthesia.
Yeah, anesthesia. There we go. I don't know why I was forgetting the
My
name,
bad.
but the name. But when I woke up from it, I don't remember any of this, but this is what I was told. Is apparently I had swung at a couple of the doctors. Like I had no clue where I was, why I was there, what I was doing. So I don't know if I had maybe a seizure from the medication or if it was just me having an adverse reaction to the medication in general. But yeah, basically I ended up swinging at a couple of nurses while I was there for that one time. So it was not not one of my prouder moments for sure.
We've definitely all had some kind of moment like that.
Have any of you guys had anything where like an unrelated procedure or anesthesia or anything is kind of messed with your epilepsy or anything?
I found out recently that the surgery in July of last year that I had a seizure on the table while they were operating on me. And then 2 days later, I ended up in the ER with full-blown TCs and hemorrhaging blood. So yeah, I can definitely relate to that.
Dang, that's crazy.
Does getting teeth removed count?
It's a
I
procedure.
mean,
That's
it's still a
local
procedure,
anesthetic.
and if they knock you out, I mean, that's I would consider that.
They didn't knock me out, but still afterwards they was like, we can't let you leave unless someone comes to get you. And I was like, okay, right, let me
Oh,
figure it out.
it's still like a mild one where you still can't drive. And it's always funny because whenever I'm there for my other medical reasons, or I have a procedure done or something for whatever reason, they're always like, oh, are you gonna have somebody pick you up because you know you're not supposed to be able to drive after this? And I'm like, yeah, it's been about like 15 years since I've done that anyway, so I think we're all good.
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand. I was like, I didn't drive here, so, but I guess, yeah, I think I got something else here. I keep going back and forth. His girlfriend did not bring enough Kepler on vacation to Japan. We're leaving today and layover in Minneapolis. What can I do? My girlfriend didn't bring enough Kepler on vacay, and now we're trying to figure out how we can get her more urgently. We're gonna try a pharmacy here in Japan, but I'm not sure if they'll fill it. Maybe a pharmacy in Minneapolis will do. Her doctors are her doctor's office is closed now, so we cannot get her meds. She'll go over 24 hours without it, and she'll have several grand malls. What can I do?
Take her to an urgent care or an emergency center, regardless of how much you have to pay, because that is a dangerous situation to be in, especially if you're on a flight.
Yeah, once you're on that plane, there's nothing you can do. It's not like you can just drive down the road and go up to your local, ER or pharmacy or something and
And you can't always get
grab
lucky.
it.
There's not always going to be a doctor on the airplane. So if you stop
Exactly.
breathing, they can't do very much.
And it sounds like if your layovers in Minneapolis and then you're going to Japan, that's got to be what, probably like
16
12,
hours.
15 hours. Oh, 16 hours. Okay.
16-hour
So
flight.
yeah, you don't want to have one, like 1, 2 hours in and then have to wait literally half a day to just attempt and hope that you can hurry up and get, something right when you land. So
It, better
I,
to
I
miss the connection, I think, and just try to find something in that local area there and reschedule the second leg over to Japan than try to risk being stuck overseas without anything.
exactly. It sounds like, yeah, just going into an ER, and getting it real quick. They'll probably see your medical records and be able to give it to you. Um, like I said, I hate bringing this up all the time because I don't want to seem all like give me sympathy, but yeah, my other main health issue is with my pancreas. If you're not familiar with that, anything that you eat or drink filters through your pancreas. So for me, when it's acting up and when it's swollen, the ducts get closed and nothing stays down. I can't eat, I can't drink. Um, won't stand up and everything, but yeah, I'm super skinny for my height and age and everything, because of it. So sometimes there'll be literally days where there'll be, 2 or 3 days I can't keep my medications down. So I just go up to my ER, and I just sit there and I have them stick an IV in me and say I need my seizure medications, in me somehow, because they're not staying down orally. I have to have them in my system. So I'll just be there for a few hours. They'll give them to me through IV form, and I'll go back home um and hope that it's okay. Sometimes I've had clusters of them. I've had 3 in one day. I've had two in a day a couple of times because I haven't been able to eat or drink or keep anything down. And then I just do the, total dude thing and be like, yeah, I'll be fine. I'll get through it. No worries. And then, next thing I know, I'm waking up on the floor with people standing over me being like, dude, you just had a seizure. So, so yeah, I would say the advice to, sorry, I'm ranting now. But
All right.
I would say to whoever asked that question, your layover in Minneapolis, even if it may cost you a few extra bucks to go to a different medical care provider, or cost you a few extra bucks to get a different ticket or something, I would say in the long run, you're not going to want to be completely off in a different country on vacation, spending your first couple of days, dealing with your body. I don't know, everybody has different ones, but having a headache or having all your muscles sore or whatever you go through, having a seizure while you're out there, spend the extra time, the few extra bucks, and enjoy your time.
All right, that was a good one. Yeah, I've said it best. I don't think I should go through comments, but I will. Someone says, I live in Japan. You need to go see a doctor or a hospital to get a prescription here. Do you have copies of the original prescription or pill bottle? And the person says, yes, we have an online prescription she can pull on her phone. We're going to go to a pharmacy as soon as they open. My question is, Keppra common med in Japan, or do you think they will need to order it? That's what I'm afraid of. I hope they'll be able to fill it with just showing a prescription on their phone. Someone said it. I mean, the other person responded. It's very common medication in Japan, so don't worry about it. Pharmacy might not be able to fill your prescription. You can try, but if you don't have luck, just go to the hospital. I also have tonic-clonic seizures and have gone 27 hours with any medication and didn't have a seizure. But going that route is like playing Russian roulette. The writer wrote back, thank you for all the advice. It's very much appreciated. We are in luck. We found a pharmacy that actually has a clinic inside of it, and they are currently upstairs being seen by a doctor and getting Japanese prescription for her. I'm so relieved. We definitely didn't want to risk it going over 24 hours, especially going to be walking, carrying luggage, and going to be on a flight. She doesn't get any auras at all and just basically suddenly falls and starts seizing. She has seizures even with the medication before due to go outside to triggers. Definitely not worth risking it. Thank you very much. The other person responded, no problem. I hope everything works out okay. And now you have some lovely Japanese medication as a souvenir. Remember to keep the copies of everything. Some health insurance companies in America will cover overseas medical costs.
Also, too, for next time, ask ahead of time before your trip to get a backup, because I have managed to get on a backup prescription thing with my insurance where they send me 3 months in advance for my Keppra.
Another comment says, my son is on a flight to Japan right now. If you're on the same flight, maybe he can give you some of his Keppra. He's in first class, and his name is Nathan A. Have a flight attendant find him for you. I know he would be happy to help. Good luck. That's a good one. Get overseas and share medication.
I was just gonna joke too. I switched from 750 mil Keppra pills to 500 about a month ago. So I've got a bunch of extra bottles of the 750. I was just gonna joke I could like overnight FedEx it to him or something.
Well then, I got FedEx
Now
over
that we
here.
have, I was gonna say, what about the
I
icebreaker
don't know
for
what they
you?
have over there. I'm in Cali, but yeah.
What part of Cali?
Northern area. I'm about 35, 40 miles from San Francisco.
About
I'm not
10,
gonna
10 about 10 minutes from San Francisco. Yeah.
depending on traffic. I mean, it could be 10 minutes, it could also be an hour and 10 minutes depending on the day of the week and the time of the day, right?
Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Another comment here says, I've been a Japanese doctor. It was an unrelated issue, but they did testing, the exam, and gave me my prescription dispensed all in office. It was very affordable, and they spoke English. This was in Tokyo.
Kate, were you gonna say something?
Just gonna go through the icebreakers with James and the like welcome to questions.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, what's up? I think I missed today's icebreaker. I think I saw it in the chat real quick, but
Yeah, we were
uh
asking what is
wh-
what is the most useful app on your phone?
oh you're
It
asking the
doesn't
wrong
have to
person
be an
on that.
epilepsy app.
You, you guys saw me. It took like 2 weeks to get signed up on this thing. I really don't use any apps or social media or anything. Literally, Reddit is the only. I don't have Facebook, MySpace. Back then, I didn't have. I've just never. That's just not the person I've been. If you look over my shoulder right there, that's literally a radio from the 50s, like an AM FM dial radio, and I listen to my jazz music on it all the time because it's got like the crackly sound. I, I,
That that is
I
a really
I'm weird. I'm weird. I know. And I've mentioned before on the chat too, I collect pocket watches and just because I'm going to be an a-hole and show off. But yeah, there's like one of my pocket watch cases
Yeah,
that
man.
I've got.
We thought you had to be a scam. We was like, this guy doesn't have a computer. He has
And
to be
then
lying.
there's my other wall case, and I have tons of extra cases and stuff. No, I'm just an old school kind of mechanical guy. I'm just really really technological illiterate. So
Yes. We got some people lurking. So when someone says, I don't have a camera, red flag.
it's no that it, yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't have one, and then it took me a minute. I was like, oh shit, that's right, I have a tablet, but I've never hooked my tablet up to the internet before. I just use it because I do uh cross stitching, so I use this for my cross stitch patterns so I don't have to print them out. I literally have not just to add even more to my like 1800s lifestyle.
Gotcha.
It's good to get to know you guys because yeah, I've just had so many questions. Like I've said, my a little bit more in my background. My first seizure was in 2006. They got I had them like, I don't know, maybe like once every other year or so, up until about 2018, and then I, I don't know what it was. It was still, I was only riding my bicycle at the time, so I did have a couple of I got hit by a car, and then it's a long story. Just where I live, I ended up running into a deer, um, and hitting my head pretty hard as well. So after a couple of pretty good hard hits to the head, my seizures really upped. So since about 2019, I'm like if I go like 3 months without having one, I'm thrilled. Like I mentioned, I had a couple this last week. July I had three, so it's they're they're kind of regular. Um, but it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. I've definitely heard, from you guys and from other people and stuff that, people have them multiple times a day. So me having them just a couple times a month or something, it's just got to be happy about it, I guess, a little bit, right? A little bit.
Yeah. Whatever you can do. Usually when I meet somebody, I usually start with, what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
So literally my last seizure was Tuesday. Before that was Sunday. And then that before that was July 3rd. So about a month I had gone. So I was kind of happy with that. I'm on Keppra. Like I said, I just switched at night. I was taking 4 750 milligram pills. And they backed me down to 4 500 milligram pills. I'm now on clobazam, 5 milligrams of that morning and night. I've taken lacosamide, lamictal, Vimpat, a bunch in the past. But like I said, once again, hate bringing it up all the time, but because of my pancreas and my liver issues, it it it's really hard to find a combination of stuff that will help the seizures, but also not worsen my other issues. So the two that I'm on right now, like I said, the clozapam and then the 500 of Keppra has only been about a month or so, and I've still had two seizures while on that dosage. So it just seems like nothing's working. But the question I did ask earlier in the chat was if anybody that is on clozapam, the two seizures that I have had since I started taking that, I obviously don't remember them, but the people around me, they said that they were both less, grand mal, like my body wasn't flailing around as much. And they also lasted much, much shorter. So I don't know if the clozapam is helping or it just happens to be a coincidence, but if I can't have no seizures, I'd much rather have them be shorter, right?
Right. You're having all tonics?
uh yeah. Yeah, they're all full, like grand mal flop
Yes.
around. I don't know
When
if you can see it on camera. The one from Sunday, I whacked my finger pretty good. That's a kind of, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not. It's
I can
a
see it.
scar there from like, yeah, whapping it up against like the corner of my desk. I have another pretty good bruise on my back from where it had fallen back down on it too. So yeah, I've got a couple of pictures of ones I've had in the past. I've actually popped one of the lenses out of my glasses, and I had my eye fully swollen shut. And since nobody else was at home at the time, by the time I finally regained consciousness, I had cracked my I don't know if you guys saw it in the chat the other day. I cracked my eye socket, so it was bleeding, and by the time I regained consciousness, the blood had dried and gotten in my eyelashes, so I couldn't open my eye. So not only was it swollen, but the blood also was like keeping me from like opening my eye. So I had to go to the ER, and they put, I can't remember what they had called it. There was some sort of fluid or whatever they dropped on it, um, and it softened up the blood, and then they were able to wipe it away so that I could at least sort of open my eyelashes. Like I said, my eye socket was still swollen because I had a hairline fracture right on the corner. Um, but yeah, that that was probably my worst, I guess, like injury from one. I've had a couple in the shower where I've fallen, I've knocked my head a couple of times or something. It happens to all of us, right, that have seizures. We get a bruise or a scrape or something, but yeah, the hairline fracture there, and the swollen eye, and the all of that. That was definitely my worst experience over the 20 years that I've been having them. So I guess that's my intro story. Sorry it went on so long, guys.
It's all right. It's all right. Brandon, you're on mute.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, I forgot I was muted. Question for you, James. Wait,
Yeah.
didn't you say you were from Boston?
No,
Or-
that was I think wasn't Rusty. Didn't he say he was
Oh,
from
oh,
Philly?
did I?
Maybe. No, yeah, I'm from I'm from Northern Cali.
Oh,
But
wow. Okay,
yeah.
never mind. I was gonna
Um,
be like, where did you hit a deer? Like in Boston. Never mind. Okay. Also, got
yeah,
got any of those
Northern
seven?
Cali, and then we had mentioned we were talking. We were talking about bikes and
Yeah.
stuff the
Okay.
other day. So yeah, I ride my bike everywhere. I was riding home. We have like a kind of a like a aqueduct, like creek trail.
Yep.
It's hard to explain unless you know the area, but that's what I'd usually. It worked perfectly from where I lived to where I was working at the time. But there's a lot of wildlife there. So I was riding home
And
from
just
the restaurant.
deer
The rest,
right in front of
yeah,
you.
the restaurant I was working at. It was around like midnight at that point, and it jumped in front of me. Obviously, I had lights on my bike, and the old saying, deer in the headlights," and I didn't know
Mhm.
which way to go, and I just plowed into it, and yeah.
Ow. And then I guess actually second question. Have you gotten rid of those 750 Keppers yet? Because I will get those off.
I actually no, like I said, just because it's only been a few weeks. I took the spare ones that I had, um, put them in my pantry, because obviously if some mistake happens or whatever and I run out of the others, I can always cut those down or something like that. But I literally have like 10 bottles of them, and there's like 90 in each one. Um, if there's something that you actually like do legitimately need, I will definitely help you out. I don't know if that's
I
illegal or
will.
not, right?
Let's keep in
I mean,
touch.
I would definitely help you out.
Let's keep in touch because I need to. I'm on my last bottle at the moment, and I haven't spoken to my neurologist in a bit because she gave me like 4 3-month refills, so I literally haven't had to talk to her in a year.
Yeah, for some reason they give me 3-month refills at a time too, and I'm like, I'm switching medications. Like, how do you know I don't need these? Like, yeah, my dumb ass accidentally refilled the 750 instead of the 500 the other day. So I don't know if you can see the number on the can. Yeah, there, 750. It might be in reverse on what you're saying. I don't know, but either way, 750. I've got
You're good.
a bunch of them. So if if it comes down to it, where it's going to be versus you having some seizures, man, I will help you out.
Hi, Angel.
Hey, Angel.
Hi, everyone. I got a little
Angel.
break from my daughter, so I came on.
Every time I see Angel with the Eagle stuff on, I always call him Big Philly.
Oh, yeah. You know me, Pooh.
Got the
You know me,
jersey
bro.
on, Big Philly over there. Okay. Kevin, did you have something to say?
No, I was gonna say we're the Billy guys, me and Angel.
Yeah. You a Billy fan? Eagles? No?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
comes with the territory, huh?
Well, I was just gonna say we're both the Billy guys, me and Angel.
Okay.
Yeah, no, all right, I'm done.
Last thing,
Kevin, you
James.
saying
When were you diagnosed?
I'm sorry. Were you asking me?
Yeah, when were you diagnosed?
My very first one was in April of 2005. And I had it actually just completely out of nowhere. I was in the shower one random morning, and so my hadn't really been anything that had ever happened before. So my parents called 911. I got taken to the ER, and then that's when they were like, they did the, CT scan, all the other junk, and said you had a seizure. Had my license taken away for 6 months, and then that's when it kind of just all started going up and down with license issues, different meds, and stuff messing with my pancreas and liver. And I didn't have any issues with those with those two things before the seizure meds, so I think they kind of led to it. Also, I was a little on the wild side with partying in my younger years, so
Well, we
so
all.
so maybe some of the drinking added to it too, especially on top of being seizure meds. So part of it's just what my body did to itself, but part of it also I think is just a combination of all the meds and everything coming together at one time in my life.
We all had that party day. No, I did. A few years in a row. I guess we're just gonna move on. This one says, confused with partner seizures. Clarification, he's 38, has an appointment lined up with a second neurologist on the same family doctor. I see this as an epilepsy account, and I'm just asking for general knowledge, stories, or help. He has tonic-clonic seizures, and they're always during his sleep. He has 7 in the past 5 nights. Twice he has had 2 one day. Still sleeping though. After the first 2 to the ER, put him on Keppra. He had an EEG and a neurologist. I'm sorry, someone called. I don't know who that is. Okay, I'm sorry. It said he had an EEG on it, and the neurologist said he didn't have epilepsy. He came off the meds. From what I've read, came off fast, but it was the doctor's recommendation and had another seizure. He starts the meds again to go off this time slower. Again, docs recommended. Come off another 2 seizures in one day, another the following morning. Start the meds again. Same thing, another EEG, and the same doctor clears him. No epilepsy. Comes off meds again and immediately shows symptoms during his sleep. And a day later, has another seizure in the morning. Could most of these be medication related or causing more seizures? Still underlying reason for the seizures, but are they always going to be nocturnal? He didn't fall asleep in the short amount of time on the EEG. Could that be really determinant? Most of the doctors basically say he's all right, and I know he's not. More info. He often does this excessive swallowing and licking of the lips. Is he showing signs? He breaks out in a sweat and then chills very quickly after. I said small pieces till he can't break them any longer. Beneficial because he doesn't know how much he's taking, but he's coming off. Does it matter? I'm mostly extra concerned about now as I leave for a month to another country, and can stop him from having seizures in his sleep very randomly. Thanks. There was a lot of questions in there. Whole lot of questions. Did anybody catch even one?
This is the right place. From what I heard, it definitely sounds like a seizure. The lip smacking and licking the lips, that could definitely be a partial.
Yeah.
Sounds like partials and maybe the wrong medication that's not holding it right, you know. Like I know when I first got on, when I was first starting having seizures, they put me on Dilantin, and I was still having seizures, so they had to get me onto Tegatrol to start controlling them.
I laughed when I was reading that because It says he does this excessive swallowing and licking lips. And at that time, I was just thinking, swallow and lick my lips real quick. Lips feeling dry, but not sure if that's a seizure or not. Mouth is always watering for some reason, and I don't take Keppra like him. But the first comment says, unless he's having a seizure while hooked up to the EEG and the EEG is normal, he can still have epilepsy. Lots of people with epilepsy have normal EEGs, and if possible, you should see an epileptologist, a specialized neurologist. The fact that the seizure medication seems to help implies that he has epilepsy, not psychogenic seizures. Another person said, get a camera and ask them what's happening. Brains are evil, tricky beasts. Evil, tricky beasts. Jamis Vu. I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. So technically, my doctors ruled out epilepsy as a cause for my symptoms, but I still have Jamis Vu up to 12 times a day, and I know that Jamis Vu is a common symptom of epilepsy, so I figured this was the best place to come for this. Most of the times, it's not so bad. I've been getting it for about 2 years now, so I'm pretty desensitized to the milder episodes, but sometimes it's really, really strong and I need a few minutes to recover. Those really, really strong ones make me feel like I physically left my body for a few seconds and can be kind of, for the lack of better words, stressful. Those of you who experience Jamis Vu with your episode, what helps you deal with it?
They're saying Jamis Vu is the opposite of deja vu. So a familiar experience suddenly feels unfamiliar.
Okay.
I would call it confusion. Sometimes when I come back and I'm in a place that I've been a bunch of times before, I definitely feel lost.
I have a quick question. What is I heard what you explained it as, but that's still confusing me for some reason.
I mean, deja vu, I guess, is if you have the seizure at home, you wake up and you're like, okay, wait, I think I know where I am. This is a familiar place. And they're saying Jamis vu is the opposite, where you come back and you don't know where you are. Where is this place?
Oh,
And I wouldn't say I have full-blown Jamis vu, but I'm confused as far as like, why am I in this room? I don't remember walking in here or something like that. But I don't think that's what the person who posted was talking about, because I've heard Toaster and a couple other universe people say that they actually have Jamis vu and it's like actually being totally lost, not knowing where you are.
I thought that was temp. Okay, yeah, that's some. Well, now I know what that was. I totally did not know.
Thank you. I'll go through some comments here. First one says, how did they rule out epilepsy? It's pretty difficult to rule it out. And then the other person responded, EEG, when it's epilepsy, the brain waves show electrical something. That's how they explained it to me. Another person responded, a normal EEG does not rule out epilepsy. The only way to rule it out is to prove definitely that it's something else, usually with a detailed history and or long-term continuous video EEG monitoring, where you have one of the typical events and the EEG shows nothing. I've had 2 normal short EEGs and 1 5-day EEG with no seizure events, but there were some sharp waves in my right temporal lobe while I was awake and asleep, and the location of my brain that correlates with the history of my personal video footage of my nocturnal seizures. So they just sent me home and told me to keep taking my meds. Diagnosis of epilepsy, not ruled out by a normal EEG. You should maybe consider a second option. And yeah, that's ooh, good one. This might refer to me. It says, hi, I'm a 22-year-old female. Really new to epilepsy. On start at 20 years old, but I notably have a lot of absent seizures. My wife has witnessed a lot of them and tells me it's like I just fall asleep, but it's recently I've got my full body still moves around almost subconsciously during them. I have no memory of moving there. I have no memory of moving there and typically find myself not too far away from where I last remember. My last one was a few days ago while I was food shopping. I blinked and I found myself in a different aisle and it started at ice cream. My shopping cart was with me and was still gripping onto it. I felt like I gained consciousness while I was staring at it, and then took me a few seconds to start blinking and actually realize that I had just moved. It's really weird and disorientating, and honestly so scary. I have no memory of it. My family are very worried and scared about letting me walk outside alone in case I decide to cross a road when I'm not actually aware of myself. I want to know if this was something else others have experienced and how have you coped with it, kept yourself safe. I haven't been able to find any information about absence seizures, including a person still moving and having only been given examples of absences, making people stay stiff and still. Could this possibly be just issues with memory rather than seizure activity? This makes me think that I might have been having absent seizures because I was really absent when I was walking into people's houses.
And pouring that juice.
Oh yeah, I was real absent then. I don't know who was there, but I wasn't. And this sounds similar. I think I just talked to my doctor about this. I told him I was blacking out, but now I need to tell him those sound like absent seizures. I go through the comments one time. It says, what you are describing sounds very familiar to me. I'd say it was likely you're having absent seizures. I felt the same way in the past and question at the same things. What I do is try to figure out what time it typically seems to happen and when and where you have been and who have you been around during that time so that they can witness it happening. Then you'll know. Someone else said, only a neurologist can diagnose you truly. Are you on any medications? Those can make you funky too. I start straight up sleepwalking after I started on Zonogram. Anybody sleepwalk?
I did as a child. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, same here.
I think I did it as an adult, but I don't know if I was asleep. I think I just got up and left. I think it was wide awake. But yeah, that's scary. And he says, how do you cope? When I woke up places that I was not when I was the last time I remember, I don't think I was in panic. I was just confused. I was really confused. Like I said, I walked into somebody's house and I happened to follow him. I seen him and I was confused and I was just like, hey, let me follow this guy. I don't understand why, but when he opened the door and I just walked in, I don't know how confused I was. I just, for some reason, thought I was doing the right thing. He had a nice couch and I went in and laid down and did not understand I was still doing wrong. I'm still confused. Like something is wrong. And like, where am I? Yeah, so yeah, that can be scary. That's why I don't go places with my kids alone because I could still be looking like myself and they're just gonna follow me just because I'm dad and I could happen to go anywhere, could be the wrong or right place, just not myself. That's how I coach. Just don't take your kids anywhere. Don't go somewhere where you're possibly gonna hurt yourself.
Take
It
your
also
absence
doesn't work.
seizure medicine.
Yeah, it also didn't work because I also left home one time, so that was different. I've left home 2 times, I think. Yeah, so yeah, got to get it checked out, get a camera. Basic surveillance will work, and yeah. Angel, your
Okay.
lips are moving, but you're on mute. Oh, there you go.
My daughter's back, so I gotta go play with her.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right, later.
Bye, Angel.
Hold on, I want to show y'all to her.
So another comment says, I walked out of my house across the street and tried to go into my neighbor's house. I've also walked down the street before when I was postdictal, almost almost into oncoming traffic. Someone stopped me. Then I tried to fight them and had a tonic-clonic focal aware and absence seizure, TLE, with hippocampal sclerosis and focal cortical dysplasia. It's rough. Yeah, like me, I walked out of home and I went somewhere, and yeah, I was told I went somewhere, but I remember not even leaving. It's rough. Is it common not to wanting to talk about your epilepsy at all? My son's extremely reluctant to disclose to others that he has it and really hates talking about it. He's pretty outgoing, but anybody who asks him about his epilepsy, he gets very annoyed. I think it would help him meet other people who live with it through some kind of support group, but he refuses. I admire his courage and the way he hasn't let epilepsy take over his life, but I feel that's definitely not a good sign that he avoids so much sharing how he feels about it. It worries me that his attitude can mean troubles accepting his condition. When he was diagnosed a few years ago at age 12, he was super healthy and strong, active kid. He suddenly, from one moment to another, had all of us super scared, watching over him at all times. He was overwhelmed and entered denial, saying this was all stupid and I'm not taking my meds. He's past the phase now, but I feel he hasn't fully come to terms with it yet, with the fact that he has epilepsy. I want to respect his privacy and don't pressure him to open up, but my heart wrenches when I see his outbursts of frustration after having a seizure and only to return to his apparent emotional numbness the next day. I don't know anyone else with epilepsy, so I really tried. I really like to have your thoughts, experiences on this. Should I allow him some space and let him work through it himself, or should I try something else? It's so hard seeing him go through this and want you to help, but I don't know how.
I mean, I think that having like an actual conversation rather than just assuming things with him would probably go better. Because posting about your thoughts about how he's processing it is different than talking to him and asking him, how are you doing? Um, and that's something that I think a lot of people with epilepsy don't get to hear often is, how are you doing? Like actually, just not, how are your seizures and are you controlled or whatever. It's just, how are you doing? Um, so having a conversation with him would probably be a good way to start. And maybe he'll be honest, maybe he won't be, but that'll be a good starting point for you guys to start working towards maybe some better options for him as far as like help with social life and mental health and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
If
was just
anything,
thinking,
that conversation, I was just gonna say that conversation would let him know that he always does have somebody to talk to and hear, to listen.
I say, well, he's 14 years old, so I said, give him a little space, give him some time. When he wants to, he'll come around. But forcing him to talk, he's going to keep having all outbursts, I think, being that he's so young. Yeah, I think being mom, you could ask him stuff when he's alone, it might help, but trying to force him to talk isn't going to work.
I mean, that's a rough age anyway for anyone. I wouldn't force anything. Yeah, like you said, and just use a light touch. Don't uh to definitely give this person some space and but certainly just be there for them if anything.
Yeah,
I know
and
that's big.
adolescent boy.
Yeah, that's a tough age.
Sorry. Go.
Yeah, an adolescent boy is going through a lot on top of the epilepsy, and um I know that personally it wasn't necessarily an age that I processed things externally by discussing them. There was a lot that I kind of, you know, spent a lot of time alone just thinking, doing things, working on hobbies, but not necessarily out of depression. A lot of people associate isolation with depression. But I would just point out that if he's not um, like openly communicating and processing all of this stuff um, verbally and discussing it, that doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't processing it, or that he doesn't trust you. Um, it's just a tough time for boys. And I don't know.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah.
if I could join in, I was just gonna say I want to yeah, agree with you there for sure, Mark. Just told you guys my hobbies are cross stitching and sewing and pocket watches. It's a lot of, and mechanical stuff. It's a lot of spending time with myself, and it's not. I'm I'm happy. I mean, obviously, I'm bummed that I have seizures and I can't drive. A couple little things, but I'm still like an overall happy person. I'm not depressed. It's just because of my lifestyle and the things I like to do. I just happen to be doing them by myself, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure I could go out there and find, like groups of like people at like retirement homes or something that are like cross stitching or something to join in and find some other something like that. But I'm just cool with just being myself. It's not depression. It's just kind of how life has led you down your road. Like for me personally, like I said, I haven't been able to drive a vehicle for 15 years, so that kind of limits where I can the types of jobs I can have, or what relationship I can have, or not even what type of person I can date, but how far away they can live from me. Like it limits a lot of things, and it just kind of funnels things down into being one just one person. You're with yourself, you get your own little things. And I don't know, I'm 39. I'm just kind of just where life has gotten me. I'm fine with it. It's what it is, right? I mean, there could be a lot worse things. Like we're all obviously sitting here on our electronic devices with roofs over our head, taking medications, having family members helping us out. Like things could be a way lot worse, for all of us, right? So you just got to pick and choose at like what good things to look at and pick up and take away from life is my view on it. At least I don't know how y'all feel, but that's my opinion.
Another good thing to add, maybe too, is that she is in full mom mode. Noticing every little thing that he's doing that's different. But as his mom, you have to keep in mind that this is not something that every child is going through. Um, and your son isn't gonna meet somebody right off the bat with epilepsy just by going out and trying. Like, he may not feel like he wants to do that right now. He may not feel like it's possible right now. I mean, hell, I was diagnosed in my 20s, and I didn't meet anybody for a full year that had it. up until my husband met somebody while he was working. And I still wouldn't have been able to meet anybody until I found this group. But don't push him to be more social than he is, because just because he was a different kid before he got diagnosed does not mean he's going to be that same kid now. He has a whole lot more writing on him, and he's feeling a lot of different emotions, and boys notoriously do not feel emotions the way that women do. So don't expect him to act a certain way. He's going to do this his way.
And it's a lot tougher to find, or I guess to like meet or interact with somebody with our disability versus saying like, and I don't mean to disrespect this, but I'm just using this as an example, but saying somebody that's missing like a limb or a finger or something, like that's something visual. You can see that clearly and you instantly know that that person has that disability. Whereas, just right now, because who's on my screen is Sia here. I'm just going to use you as an example. Like, there's no other way that I would be talking to you right now if we hadn't been on this, group chat here, knowing that we already had epilepsy because we had already connected on Reddit and joined the Zoom group and all of that. Whereas with other, disabilities, you just see the person and you instantly know that, and then you can connect, a conversation. You don't know anybody has epilepsy unless you see it actually, happen in front of you. And that's incredibly rare, like really, or for me at least.
Well, yeah, it is true. A lot of people with epilepsy don't really find a common ground to just be like, oh yeah, I have epilepsy. And not everyone, especially even here, is like that. Um, and I'm definitely not like that. And when I'm out and about, I don't just go up to someone and say, I have seizures. No, it's not easy to
Yeah,
talk about.
exactly. If I go out and I, run some errands or grab a bite to eat or something, somebody might just be like, "Oh wow, you're riding a bike. Wow, you like exercise or great for the environment or blah blah blah." And I'm just like, "No, I have no other choice but to ride this bike to get, to get here." Then I might say something and like, well, this is why. But that's another thing too, at least for, my life situation, my age. Like I said, I'm 39. I'm back living again with my parents. It's not like the greatest pickup line to go, go out to somewhere and meet other people. So it's not, like if somebody's missing a limb or something, which for sure is true, but they get a lot of good for you, you're living with that, that's a great thing. Whereas I feel like with epilepsy, you lose your license, you have to have somebody with you all the time, you can't work certain jobs, you can't have certain relationships. It's more of like not embarrassing isn't the word, but something harder to kind of grasp or like connect with other people with versus certain other things. Did that sound, I hope that didn't come off as insensitive.
No, I mean, people with
No.
what we would call invisible disabilities, I think it's called. Um, and for this young man, it is going to be very different to process. And coming up, trying to think about how it was very difficult because with other people getting their licenses, that was um, that did make me angry. Um, that was one thing in particular I felt was very unfair. As a trying to become a young man, and uh, there were many challenges, um, and yes, you will have to talk to this person, and at times you will need to give him space. He will need to process things on his own. So, yes, space will be needed. Yeah.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, Pookie.
How you doing today?
So yes, yeah. So I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm just sitting in my car right now. It's just just like I should be home, but I just ate dinner at Culver's.
Nice. I haven't heard of that place yet, but what do they sell? I mean, what'd you eat?
I had like a butter burger. I ate a burger meal just with fries and just like and then I just had a drink. So I mean so I could take my medicine and stuff like that.
They
Okay.
just opened up a Culver's like right around the corner from my house, like a mile and a half, practically walking distance, and I haven't tried it yet. So I'm wondering, how would you rank it? Like your personal fast food burger places, where would you put it compared to like Mickey D's, BK, kind of Sonic, is it up there on top? Is it one of your favorites?
Yeah, it's up there on top. I would say like I would say like Culver is this. I'll say Culver is like pretty much like a I would say like a 9.2 out of 10.
Oh, that's very precise. I like that. That's You're a man who knows what he likes. Exactly what he likes.
Jason, the icebreaker today was what's the most useful app in your phone? The most used app in your phone. Let's say that.
Mm.
App you need the most. Can't live without it.
Snapchat.
Snapchat. Okay. I haven't heard that one yet. That's a good one though. I can move to the next posting.
If I could drop in real quick, since I said I don't use any apps or anything, and I missed the first little part of the stream today. What apps would you guys recommend? I guess like epilepsy related for me, for somebody who just like doesn't use any apps. What would something that would make my life a little more easier? I mean, I have alarms on my phone to remind me when to take my medication, but is there any certain thing that you guys keep track of? I just keep handwritten notes in a notebook of every time I have a seizure, to be honest.
The ladies have in particular showed me some stuff, but I don't know any of the guys and gave me no advice on apps. But Cade and Sia were the only one that told me about the apps. So yeah.
Okay.
Are you
Those are
familiar
the
with
most
RNS
helpful.
or name plans?
What was that? I didn't hear the
James,
first part.
Have you heard about RNS or any implants in your future? Because one of those that I have, the RNS, is accompanied with a website called My Seizure Diary that has a really useful, detailed way of keeping track of seizures.
Okay, like you can like add in like what type or how long it was or stuff like that, you mean? Or
Exactly. It'll ask the possible causes or triggers and the recovery time and the length of the seizure and the specific type of seizure. Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
You could
maybe I should look
try
into that 'cause
public transportation apps. I don't know how good that is in your area, public transportation, but I use
it's a
those a lot.
it's a pretty populated area. But like I mentioned, I have bikes. I've been a bike mechanic since I was in high school, so that's kind of my, it's not very expensive for me. I take care of my own stuff, and that's just how I've always gotten around, even in the rain. Once in a while, if it's just like terribly thunder, raining, everything, hail or whatever, maybe I'll grab an Uber or something. But even if it's raining, I just don't have a problem with riding a bike mostly. So, but I do want to look into, you had mentioned the other day about like the area parks, or like the regional park passes and stuff. I do need to look into that. That was helpful info, but yeah. So thank you guys.
What do you say, Mark?
I would suggest whatever form or app you choose to do it in, I would suggest having a medication slash vitamin supplement, whatever, diary log, kind of in addition to or separate from the like a seizure event log, because I have noticed recently I've started kind of putting two and two together a little bit, that recently a lot of the events that I've been having have been coming not immediately after a medication mix up, like missing a dose or something, but a day, 2 days, sometimes 3 days afterwards, I'll have something come up. And I don't think that association would have necessarily come up if I had only, I have a separate diary with each individual seizure event as well. But if I was just recording those separately, I don't think I ever would have noticed that I need to watch out, not necessarily on the day of um, noticing a missed dose, but I need to pay attention for the few days afterwards because the things might be on edge. So, um, just just my suggestion for you.
Okay, somebody's asking here about seizures while sleeping, dreams of electricity. I've been experiencing seizures while sleeping for some time now, started about 6 or 7 years ago. Stopped when I changed my meds from phenobarbital to valproic acid. It was just 3 or 4 seizures a year. I know 3 or 4 dreams a year, but now I'm having them again, sporadic. That's the third one this year. Normal woke seizure in February, all of them while taking the meds. Almost all the times I'm dreaming I'm getting electrocuted or dreaming I'm having a seizure. Wake up paralyzed, body in like a sleep paralysis, but it goes away very quickly. If anybody else can share a similar experience, that would be nice. Anybody else ever dream they're having a seizure and actually have one?
I usually don't
In the comments
remember
here.
like,
Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I usually don't remember like 15 to 30 minutes before, during, or after them. So yeah, definitely when I'm sleeping, I haven't felt that. I have had a few while sleeping. I've woken up on the floor a couple times out of my bed, even, but I don't remember a specific dream. I don't remember the seizure happening. I just kind of wake up and I'm like, why the F am I on my floor versus my mattress that I was on when I went to bed? type of reaction to those.
Yeah, so dreams could be a trigger for some people.
Yeah, I guess if a dream is scary enough, of course you can have like your heart racing and stuff, or getting chased by somebody, your heart racing, distress.
Have anyone here experienced that version? I forget the name of it, the French word for it. It's like deja vu, but instead of thinking that it's happened before, like thinking that you've dreamed the situation
Jamais vu.
before? Jamais vu?
Yeah,
Uh, has
I
has
think.
any have anyone has anyone in our seizure group or anything? Do we know anyone who's felt that?
Um, my memory is bad, but I really think I heard Toaster say something like that.
I mean, if anyone would know the word for it off the top of their head, it would be toaster, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll have to ask her about that. I sometimes
mean, my
get these flashbacks or something, like I can remember the dream that I had or something, or I think it's the dream that I had the night before, something like, and it always seems to happen, I guess, right around now. It's not happening now, just for the record, but you know, this brief, like, whoa, that memory was just the dream that I had. And normally I never remember anything about the dreams after, maybe 2 minutes at most. So I don't know. Is any dream recall things, weirdness?
I think so. I can't exactly remember the time, but I believe myself. I mean, I believe I've told myself that before, so just can't remember the exact occasion. But yeah, I've had a dream. I mean, a day that reminded me. Didn't I have a dream of this? Like dream come true type stuff. Um, yeah,
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not
sometimes
sure if I should
like
write it down in my notes at all or not.
I would.
Yeah. I don't want to freak out my neurologist. She already has enough ammunition.
I feel you there, man. I was gonna say sometimes, yeah, like once in a while get stuff mixed up, and people that are close to me, I'll be like, did I did I tell them, about this event, or did I tell them about this like fact, that I wanted to mention, or or was that while I was sleeping last night? Like, did I actually tell them? So sometimes I repeat things to people like 2 or 3 times, and they're like, "Dude, you already told me that shit. Like, you don't need to say it again." And then other
Yeah.
times, like a week will go by, and I could have sworn in my head that I told them that, and it's something I needed to tell them, and they're like, "You didn't mention a word about it." So I do get stuff mixed up, but I don't know if it's actually like having the dream about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Someone
So,
once told me that he has false memories. So that sounds like maybe that's that. Like you remembered something and then you didn't actually do that. Um,
Yeah, like it's something I like happens in a dream, and I'm like, okay, that was for real, or vice versa. Like it happened in real life, and I'm like, no, that just happened in a dream, and that wasn't real. And
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes it feels like that, and I know it's got to be the meds, man. It's like I'm not. I want to try and tell myself I'm not that stupid, right? Like,
Not stupid. It comes with the territory.
I know. I'm joking. We got to joke about this stuff, right? I mean,
Yeah. Jokes help you cope. So I got something new though. It says
ooh,
10 years free, comes back stronger than ever. Just to preface this, I had my first seizure or so around 10 and last tonic-clonic at 12. Every time I every time I had one was around Christmas, getting too excited and having too much sugar and staying up too late. I would get a seizure or at night and my tonic-clonic seizure would happen. Now, as an adult, I've been tonic-clonic seizure free and even no seizure orders until the past 2 weeks. I'm 22 now. I believe it's been triggered by the stress, etc., from exams. But what confuses me is I've done so much worse for my health between that time, never even got the slightest feeling because I thought I was free from this. I was diagnosed with benign Rolandic epilepsy. Every night, every night now I get a seizure aura, even during the night. I got put back on Keppra. I was off since I was 16 and now on 1,000 milligrams, and this shit sucks to say the least. It's barely effective and I get the side effects. I don't have an appointment with my neurologist until August 15th, but I really don't want to have a tonic clonic again because number one, they make it more likely to happen again and again. Number two, it's painful and extremely scary to deal with and is as expensive as and very well as expensive. Number three, I really feel like driving. My question is, what do I do to mitigate or eliminate it again? I've never tried anything other than Keppra, but I was thinking of trying Vimpat or off meds or anything that I can. It sucks so bad that we have to deal with this, and I thought I could finally be free of it. If you have any idea what is going on, please, please, please comment. You can't act like this is gone. Once you got it, you got it. I'm not saying worry about it all day, but and don't worry about driving. If that's
Well, it sounds like they're a very young person. I don't know, maybe did I, they didn't say their actual age, did they?
yeah, you say 22.
22, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stand by the very young person, 22. Frontal lobe isn't done developing, right? They say until 25. So it's still, but I mean, first seizure at 10, last tonic clonic at 12, off Keppra since 16. I mean, this is a pretty short timeline still, and it's a timeline over which the brain changes massively. So, the way it responded to medications then isn't necessarily going to be how it's responding now or how it will respond even just a few years from now. I mean, I guess the good news is at some point, some people do grow out of juvenile epilepsy. And if their last tonic-clonic was at 12, oh wait, did they say they're having seizures now? Like big ones or something or
Yeah, they said they had a 10-year break with no seizures, and now he's having seizures and not wondering why, I guess, but yeah, just telling a story.
well, yeah, I guess then that sounds like they're one of the lifers. Um,
Had it for 10 years so far. I mean, 12 years so far, it sounds like. Yeah. Um, next one says consult with a neurologist in 2 days. What is that? What is it that I want to say to the neurologist? I know the fact I have TME, but misdiagnosed with generalized epilepsy, the feelings I'm going through, and many seizures, and the little many seizures that are distorting my time and perception of events are seriously scaring me. Last time I opened up, I got called mentally ill, told it was just anxiety. As a child, when I opened up about these things, I was seeing and feelings that seem transcendental,
Transcendental?
Yeah, I'm sorry, transcendental. I was just ignored by my pediatric neurologist. I guess I don't really have a good grasp on how to explain my seizures and my feelings. I get close and there's something there stopping me. Could it be PTSD? I never had PTSD that I know of, but
Excuse me.
yeah, I don't exactly know what that is. I don't have TME or generalized epilepsy. I actually don't know what either of those are because I have epilepsy from brain trauma. So would that be considered generalized?
I think they just call it generalized when you know, if you have tonic-clonics, because that's when like all of your brain is involved in the misfiring of neurons. Temporal lobe epilepsy is TLE, and that's a kind of focal seizure that originates in the temporal lobe of the brain. I think this is one of the ones that can be outgrown. They call it
Did you have something to say, Mark?
Oh, what? Just say my name?
Say that again. Oh.
Yeah, Pookie, I found that picture I was talking about with my eye on my phone. I have no clue how to post it to Reddit, but if I could show it here, I don't know if y'all can see.
Oh yeah, I can see
Oh,
that.
wow.
What
Yeah,
is
I
that?
think you might be able to see that. Yeah, there. So you can see on the very side the dried blood of it, how I couldn't open my eye. Yeah, my desk in my room has squared off uh corners to it. So I just have just felt completely face down, face first, right into it. I popped the lens out of my glasses. Um, I went to a hardware store and got, like the foam that you wrap around like your like pipes, like outside. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Like your garden hose pipe or something like that. I got
I
that
know
and
what you're talking about.
I put that like on the edges of my furniture at home. I mean, like
Oh yeah.
it's not gonna make a big difference, but it could at least help. And yeah, if nobody else has thought of that too, maybe something like, remember like the fun noodles, like the little things you would have like in the pool, like as a kid
It's
or
corner of
whatever,
the sun.
like put that on the edges of stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, dude, I'm looking at your desk. Yeah, exactly. I have like a pointy 90-degree angle
I
just
never
like
even
that one,
thought of
man.
that.
Like put some sort of like rubber or foam cover or something. Like you never know where your body's gonna flop around or fall, or that's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened to me, and that's why I did that. And the only reason I kind of knew that was because, like I said, my lens was popped out of my glasses. My glasses were off my face. I was bleeding, so I had to have fallen and hit something sharp and hard, right? So
Yeah, that picture looks like you really hurt yourself. Did you go to the hospital?
yeah, I went. That was what I was the time I was talking about earlier. They ended up doing an X-ray, a CT scan, everything, and I had just a tiny little hairline fracture in my eye socket, right on the corner. Um, of it. So yeah, it took quite a while until I could like, fully open my eye back up, and any little like bump or like, up against it, even just like, like washing my hair in the shower or something, if I would accidentally, bump up against it for, a little bit, it, just gave me a quick little like sharp pain. It wasn't, like I said, that was my worst injury. I know you were talking about your arm with the falling in the fryer. I don't know if you saw my post about something similar at a restaurant too.
Yeah.
Yours is way worse, man, for sure. So yeah, I feel like mine ain't nothing compared to, yeah.
Yeah. It's just a little bruise. I'll post a picture of it. I'll post a picture of the raw meat. It was bad.
Yeah, I replied in the thread there on Reddit about it, but mine was, yeah, I was at a restaurant. I was cooking on the grill. There was a fryer next to it, and I got lucky and I fell backwards, thankfully. So I did hit my head pretty damn hard, but didn't fall in the fryer, didn't fall on the grill or burn myself. I just remember, cooking up some stuff. And then the next thing I remember, there's a family-owned restaurant, so it was two brothers that owned it. I remember the two brothers standing over me, and then two paramedics, and I was just like, "Oh fuck, what the hell?" And then I'm just kind of like, you're dazed and foggy out of it. And I look at one of the paramedics. I was like, "Oh man, I had a seizure, didn't I?" He was like, "Oh, have you had them before?" I'm like, This is like number 98. Yeah, man, I've had one. I know this is what happened. Like, I'm good. You guys are good. Thank you for being here." It
So
was it was it was 98 degrees that day, and I was working in a kitchen, so that may have contributed to it. It was a really busy day because it was like a weekend festival, so I wasn't keeping myself hydrated as much as I probably should have. So I'm sure that all led to it a little bit, but it was still, I was just like, yeah, I'm good. Don't take me to the hospital, at least for that specific time.
I got something else here. It says, do you carry anything that tells people what's happening if you have a seizure in public? Would love to get in autonomy back. So I'm wondering, what, if anything, people use to help other people understand if you're having a seizure in public on your own? Do you wear things? Is there a phone app that can help? Bracelet, necklace, etc. Much love, X. Recently diagnosed. I'm 33-year-old female, and I had about 9 weeks of daily seizures, 1 to 3 minutes each, often clustered. Sleep deprived EEG confirmed focal epilepsy this week. I collapsed and lost vision. I do get an aura. I do get an aura before poor coordination, confusion, coordination decline, dread 2 to 30 minutes ahead of full zone out or collapse. Start Capper today. I say you get a bracelet. I get a bracelet. Don't you got a bracelet too, Mark?
Yes, I got. Oh, hold on. I
And it's
went
gold and it
overkill.
doesn't
I
mess up
I
with
got
was,
the power. For some reason
the
it says
bracelet with
yeah,
the contact information. I got those little clippies
yeah,
that
mine says
just
call my mom.
added onto my watch band, my smart watch band, epilepsy and no Narcan. And then I got the necklace with all of that all again. So tripled up.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah, I have a bracelet too. I stopped wearing it though as a bracelet. Like I said, with my uh, collecting the pocket watches and everything, I turned it into a chain for one of my watches. But yeah, I still have the little piece of metal with my info on it if anybody decides to check it. Sometimes I don't know about how you guys feel about it, but sometimes I feel like it's pointless. Like if you're having like a grand mal and your body's like flopping around and nobody around you knows what seizures are, like is that person really like is the first thing they're gonna do like go and check your wrist or in my case like the little watch chain or something for your information? Like I almost feel like it's kind of pointless. Like obviously it can't hurt having one, but sometimes I feel like it's just not the most, like I wish there was something a little more, like I almost want to have just like always wear a hat like that says I have seizures, be careful, or something a little more blatant than just like a tiny little like piece of metal or something, right?
Yeah, like a jersey that says epilepsy on the back.
Exactly, right? Like yeah. some
Yeah,
some
even if it's
something
like a
else.
1 in 100 chance that it actually makes a difference, I'd rather have that 1 in 100 odds added in my favor,
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like I
I'll
said,
go through the 99 Narcan zaps if, the 100th one will spare me, by wearing the band. I'm gonna wear the band, you know.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. No, definitely. Like I said, I mean, it's better than nothing, but sometimes it's
Yeah,
just like
no,
one
I'm
extra.
100% with you. And I think that pocket watch uh chain idea thing sounds like a pretty cool little repurpose. So yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, because if you've seen like you see like old school pictures, sometimes guys have like the double Albert chain, one on each like in each vest pocket. So one side I have, my watch that I always carry, and then the other side I'll have the little I don't know what you want to call it, the little metal piece of the bracelet that has all the info on it. I'll just have it in
The
the
little
other on the
medallion.
yeah. I'll have it on the other chain in my other pocket. So at least it's still, on me, and maybe somebody will check it, or once a paramedic arrives or something like that, they'll know to look for it, or maybe I'll be
Paramedics are more
maybe I'll be
likely to
flopping
see
around
it
and
because
it'll come out of my pocket while I'm
they yeah, paramedics are trained to look for that the medical caduceus symbol, so they're more likely to.
Mhm.
But yeah, the average person on the sidewalk sees you there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking,
I don't know
since
if
you're
I
wearing
would
one
give
on
it a coin toss or a little less than a coin toss odds that they would see it there. But sorry to interrupt here.
oh no, it's all good. I was just gonna say, I know you lifted it up, you were wearing a necklace as well as the bracelet. Is that something that paramedics like look for, I guess, more like first, and then they see that and then they'll check the bracelet? Like, would it be a good idea if I had the necklace too, do you think? Or
I mean, adding the necklace too will just give you that much extra
a
chance.
little bit better odds, right?
I don't
Yeah.
know if they look for one first, but I figured that having the two of them, plus the size of the little symbol thing on the medallion here is a bit
Mhm.
bigger than what's on the watch or and the wristband here. So I try to make a note to wear it on the outside of my t-shirt there, and it's pretty noticeable that way.
Another thing I was gonna show in a couple of the chains that I have. I don't know if you can see it, like little fobs, the little coins
Yeah,
that go on them. Um, I have those, and I've been thinking about like they're just like vintage, old school kind of merchandise tokens. This is one from actually a store that my great grandfather used to own. But anyway,
it's pretty cool.
instead of wearing this, putting like what you have on your necklace like on it, so that way it's always on the outside of my of my vest, of my chest, and that way if I do have one out in the middle of nowhere that, or where nobody knows what I have or what's going on, they can instantly
Out in
see
the
that
wild.
plus the
Yeah.
bracelet. So yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. So I was just wondering if you've had an experience where it's helped you out, or if anybody, anybody else here on the chat, where it's actually, been something that's been helpful, or whether it's just an extra piece of jewelry you have to freaking worry about getting ready in the morning.
I mean, in my case, the necklace is a new addition. I don't know about anybody else here.
Okay.
No,
You do you wear any of those, Pookie? Do you have anything to add?
no. I was gonna move on.
Yeah, what's the next topic?
I forgot. No, I'm playing. Um,
Yeah, let's get back on it.
that was pretty long. I guess I'll read it anyway. 22-year-old female being offered a possible seizure-free life, but my family thinks I don't need it. I've been living with epilepsy for 20 years, and recently, after long evaluations and hospital visits, I was offered a chance at surgery, a chance to possibly live seizure-free life. But my family is hesitant. They don't want me to take risks. They believe my condition is manageable. and which is in quotes. That is not bad enough for surgery. And they try to convince me I can adapt. I get it. They're scared for me, but it hurts. Because to me, this isn't just about managing, which is in quotes. This isn't about managing my epilepsy. I want to live, just not just cope. A seizure-free life for me would mean freedom to walk alone, go out without fear, to not feel like a burden driving, not needed someone to take me, always rely on a cab. I want that independence, confidence that won't suddenly blank out in public or during an interview. Peace, not having not having to plan my entire life around meds, side effects, triggers, and looming fear of next seizure. I've shaped every decision in my life around epilepsy. The friends I've lost, the places I avoided, the dreams I downscaled. I have no motivation anymore, and I am tired. My family asks me, everyone faces circumstances when making life decisions. Why is epilepsy on top of circumstances list? I honestly didn't know how to answer that. No words. So I'm asking others here, especially those who've had epilepsy surgery or thought about it. What did the chance of being seizure free mean to you? How did you find words to explain to the people around you? Please help me express myself to my family more clearly. First comment says, I had a surgery a few months ago. That's after a few years of having focal impaired awareness seizures about once a week. My main motivation was that if surgery stopped having seizures, then it would ease the worsening of my cognitive problems and memory, etc. But my cognitive problems post-surgery are worse and still have seizures about once a week. So I wish I hadn't done it. I was told that there was a 30% chance of that happening. I had a left anteromedial temporal lobe resection. I haven't had any surgeries to do with epilepsy. I think the only person here would be Kate, right?
That left anteromedial temporal resection is where they go into the temporal lobe. So it's not like the outside part of that left, like your left side of the brain. It's a part of inside it. So it sounds like it's just a way of describing that it was like a really small resection. And from what I understand, you never know if those work for, months after, because then you have to get back on track and still take meds. And time will tell if resections ever actually do the trick.
How did you get
A lot of people aren't eligible to.
I think he said, how does he get his family to help me express my family more clearly? Because his family, they don't agree with getting surgery.
Well, when it comes to family, let them know that this is just another try. It's not going to change much, especially at first. But let them know. I mean, if you're going to need them to understand you're not getting your license back and not probably going to be able to go back to work if, you're that far gone. But see, make sure they understand what they need to see, that this is not a one and done kind of fix for you. But still be optimistic.
The comment here, it says, my son had a resection 2 weeks ago. He did well. It was his surgeon even cleared him for light work next week. It was his decision, and I'm hopeful. He was lucky to be a candidate, and there was a lot of testing. Congrats to you. Another one here says, I occasionally find myself unable to process words, aphasia. Since I had my first seizure in late 2023, I found myself occasionally being unable to talk for a few seconds for no explainable reason. I'm aware that it's happening. I can sort of still read. I can still reason and have full motor skills, but I just become incapable of coherent speech. It only lasts a few seconds, and I can usually play it off without anyone noticing, I think. But it's caught me off guard a few times when it's clearly obvious to others around me. I've been seizure free for over a year, but this still keeps happening. I'm thinking that this could be aphasia caused by some lasting brain damage from the seizures, but I only discovered that a few minutes ago, so I'm not sure. My meds are Keppra and lamotrigine, if that's relevant. I've done some brief additional research, and it can be focal seizures in parietal lobe and in the parietal lobe, but most of the descriptions I've read still don't quite match the experience. I'm convinced now that it is aphasia, as Wikipedia, a reliable source, says that the use of formulaic expressions in everyday communication is often preserved, which matches my experience. First comment says, I have this.
Real quick, it's pronounced the parietal lobe.
Okay,
Just
parietal lobe.
not to be, I don't know, just, I guess.
Thank you,
Yeah.
because someone else might
To,
need to know that, but I was saying it wrong.
yes, I guess it is to be that guy.
It is. I was going to ask you a few other ones. I was waiting for you to tune in, like you knew what I was saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can ask me anything now. You got my attention.
We'll come back to it. I'll find out the word, but thoughts on that?
Sure.
Kind of forgot what it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was following along, but I wanted to make sure I remembered that pronunciation at the tail end. Too much to keep track of the question up to that point. So, I don't know.
I'm basically asking, could they have aphasia?
Oh,
They aren't able to
aphasia,
process
aphasia.
words.
Yeah. Isn't aphasia just the name for the symptom of like episodic trouble finding a word? Like,
Trouble communicating.
yeah, like a lot of us
Yeah, it's
have
just a
had,
disorder that means you can't communicate good.
yeah, it's not its own big diagnosis, is it?
There's a lot of different causes and severity, wide range in severity. So it's
Right,
like you
but
said, a symptom
it's a
of
symptom.
aphasia is a
Yeah.
symptom of something.
So,
It's a disorder.
yeah, so what was described sounds like the symptom called aphasia to me, at least. So there's that.
Yeah, the definition here says aphasia is a communication disorder that results from brain damage in areas of the brain responsible for, often due to, a stroke or traumatic brain injury. It affects a person's ability to speak, write, and understand both spoken and written language. Aphasia can occur suddenly and is not a reflection of a person's intelligence. Rather, it impairs language and expression and comprehension. Treatment typically involves speech and language therapy to help individuals regain their communication skills. This person also said that they believe that they can do everything besides the talking. So basically, that's what it sounds like. I can do everything besides the talking part. I don't think
Hey,
that's
if they narrowed
aphasia.
it down to just one thing they're having trouble with, then maybe speech therapy is the way to go. See what they can figure out doing something like that.
Does birth control cause epilepsy? Hi, ladies. I'm wondering if anyone has started having their seizures after getting on birth control. I have the Nexplanon birth control implant, and it was in my arm on June 12th, 2024. I had my first grand mal seizure in life on June 23rd, 2024. Only 13 days apart. I barely realized it today when I had looked at my card with the date I got it inserted. I have had 3 grand mal seizures since. Since middle school, I have always had a weird feeling, as what I would call them. Deja vu, stomach dropping, getting hot, feeling like I'm floating, etc. I didn't know what they were until my neurologist told me that they were auras. I had never known I had epilepsy until my first grand mal seizure last year. I am turning 23 years this year. And before my first seizure, my auras never were really a problem for me. I always just thought it felt like an out of body experience that only lasted for 10 to 15 seconds. Please let me know if this is anything that's happened to anyone else before after getting Nexplanon, birth control, or just birth control in general. Hey, Brandon, when was the
Any
last time you
hormonal
got
birth control.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Brandon.
guys know nothing about hormonal birth control, and anybody that's catamenial, that's gonna set it off. So I don't know if those 3 tonic-clonics you mentioned were just after the insertion, but that's a pretty obvious indication that the hormones on that birth control is probably what's triggering the seizures. So it's not a good idea to go to the neurologist saying I found what's causing my seizures, but let them know that it's definitely a trigger, and hopefully any neurologist who's paying attention will take that into account.
What do you know about birth control?
Oh, I know all about it. I just expert over here, man.
I thought so. That's exactly what came to my
you take
mind.
one look at me and you know, right?
Right. You ever took the Nexplanon?
I don't even know what that is. I feel like I
It's
would
got
just
to be
have trouble.
inserted in you.
Yeah, I'm all good. Wait, oh, is that a birth control thing?
Yeah.
It's got to be inserted in you, yes.
I heard they have something for men. To, I don't know. I haven't exactly looked it up, but I heard someone say it before. Birth control for us. I'm not gonna do it, but I heard about it.
I feel like I'd be interested in that actually. I don't know how it would affect like me hormonally, you know? But because obviously like that's a huge reason why a lot of women don't take birth control pills because it just fucks with their hormones. And I don't know, like for men, I feel like it would definitely lead to like mood swings or something. I just don't know if it would be a pill or insertion or I don't know. But hey, if it means that I'm making it safer for like for my girlfriend, I'm happy with that. So
New non-hormonal birth control method involving a hydrogel implant called Atom, developed by Contraline, currently being tested in clinical trials. It's an implant designed to be long-lasting, reversible, and minimally, they call it minimally invasive, but that diagram looks pretty
where does it say it
invasive.
goes?
Well, it's injecting hydrogel into the vas deferens, the tubes that transport the sperm to block the sperm from exiting the body.
Nope.
It just builds up. What? Where does it go? Yeah.
Nope.
I don't know.
You
If
guys
you're
want a
willing to
great
try it, let us know.
You guys want a great birth control? Work at an elementary school for a few months. That'll be a perfect
I
birth control.
work with 1,500 different kids a year. It's not about the birth control in terms of like
I know I'm joking.
I'm just saying.
I know the physicalities of how babies work, man. I'm just joking around.
As the only person in this chat who has had stitches down there.
Ooh, yeah, no, I'm.
I got something else for you though. It says male birth control pill, a new oral contraceptive, which dimethendrolone, dimethandrolone.
Got me on that one.
Looks like dimethendrolone. Yeah, has shown potential in clinical trials by suppressing hormones to stimulate sperm production. Okay. You have
So that one is
sperm.
hormonal.
You have
Yeah, that's
sperm with no
definitely hormonal.
semen, basically. It says so you can share the responsibility in family planning. Oh wow.
That sounds like them saying it's not effective. If she still has to,
Yeah.
then yeah.
It says, does having epilepsy make you an abusive person? Hello, all. I'm wondering if, in all of your experience of having epilepsy, makes people abusive. For example, if someone says, I was having a seizure and took their keys and phone and wouldn't give it back to them, so they held me down and punched them. Another example I could give is they criticized me every day, so I had seizures at them and then said bad things. Or they promised me they wouldn't come over but kept showing up, so I had a bunch of seizures and attacked them, etc. Asking a friend. This person was not, I was just asking for a friend. This person was not taking any medicine for their uncontrolled seizures, but they were taking lots of ketamine and smoking marijuana on and off. I want to ask this question out to genuine curiosity. I'm trying to imply that epilepsy can make people abusive, but there is this person I know that does these things and genuinely want to know if these actions are part of managing the disease. Thank you to everyone for your responses. I feel like these answers given have given me a lot of clarity. That's some edit. It hasn't made me abusive. Not that I've known of. I've never really been a confrontational person.
But
Man,
you've also, but you've never done ketamine as well, correct?
I can't remember.
That was
Not that
me
I
just
remember.
pointing out that this person has a lot of like things that are gonna affect their mood going on.
Yeah, ketamine. I doubt I've done it. I've heard of it, but don't plan on it. Yeah,
I
heard
brought up
something.
I mentioned my story earlier, where I woke up after a procedure and I had started swinging at a couple of the nurses that were there because the anesthesia messed with my head. But that was something else. I don't know if I actually had a seizure or not. But there was also a thread on posted on Reddit there like within the last couple weeks or so. Somebody asked if they had been violent or combative or whatever after waking up after a seizure. And I've definitely done that a few times, like where you like deny having a seizure or you get mad at the people around you for trying to help you out. I don't know if anyone else has done that where I've just been like, I'm fine, leave me alone, like go away, type of thing when it's clear I'm laying on the ground, I got, scrapes or blood or something, like I've clearly had a seizure, I clearly need help, but I'm just combative and denial and stuff like that. And that's not normally the type of person I would be if I wasn't having a seizure. So I don't know if anyone else has had experiences like that.
Yeah.
I think that my medications for the seizures have done more to cause me to misbehave than the seizures themselves have. But
I feel you.
my focals don't really involve much more than some odd physical sensations at the time. So I don't, go engaging in any sort of complicated behaviors. Um, so yeah, it's mostly my meds.
Somebody here is talking
Yep.
about mushrooms, saying I'm in a school. Oh, go ahead, James.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, yeah, I feel like it's more of the the meds or directly right after a seizure. It's not like something that normally goes on. I don't normally get combative. And even sometimes when I do have a seizure, obviously we all know how it feels. You might have hit your head hurts, your muscles are sore, you don't even feel like getting up off the floor, let alone being combative with somebody, right? But sometimes you don't control, you can't control what you think or say. And what I, you know, try and tell people with other people with epilepsy is when your mind is not being who you truly are. And so that's, going to continue for a few minutes after the actual seizure happens, and the people around you, should know that. And you should also try and think about that in your head. And that's what I've at least tried to tell myself when I feel guilty about, lashing out at, a loved one that's sitting there trying to care about me. And then all I'm doing is saying, F you, F this, go away, go to hell. All that person's trying to do is help me. And all I'm doing is being a jerk to them. And then you feel guilty about it, 30 minutes later, but clearly that's not
Yeah.
the real human that you are, right?
Yeah, I thought about it hours later. I was at the emergency room thinking, damn, I just really talked to this person like that. Been there. Yeah, but they said stop apologizing. I understand you were out of it. Um,
So this thing here about mushrooms saying I'm in a school for horticulture and my classmates brought up lion's mane for my cognitive issues. Look that up, and that's a kind of mushroom with like medicinal qualities.
Also, they're
For one
fucking.
for epilepsy. What is that?
I said also they're fucking delicious.
It's saying apparently it helps memory, anxiety, depression, hyperactivity, and decreases brain fog. I struggle with these issues. I know a lot of other epileptics do. Has anyone ever tried it and had luck? I'm seeing mostly positive results. Interested in trying other herbs and fungi. So we've got Brandon's take saying it's yummy, and that's the first comment. I don't know. I'll
They
try it. I
are
like the B12 too.
they
What
are
you got?
one of the easier mushrooms to DIY.
Forage.
If huh?
To forage.
No, to grow.
Damn. I was hoping you were going to say forage. Well, it depends on where you are.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. It depends
Anyway.
on your region. I don't think that they are growing wild around in my local area, but um there are a lot of mushrooms that are really easy to grow yourself, and you can, well, not necessarily really easy. I don't want to like oversell it, but yeah, if you can create a small contained environment and sterilize it, then with a small amount of material. I've heard of people using those like Uncle Ben's instant rice bags. You can just, I mean, they're sterile inside of there just as they come, and you can get a syringe of the spores and inject it into those bags and seal it off, and the mushrooms will colonize those, and the the or the mycelium will colonize those. The mushrooms themselves are the reproductive organs of the mycelium, which is the actual organism itself. So you incubate those little Uncle Ben's things, and after a while, when they're ready, you cut the side open and they just start pumping out these gigantic mushrooms. It's crazy because the mushrooms themselves are like 90% water, so they'll look huge, and it looks like there's just all of this. I mean, all of these mushrooms coming out of nowhere, just this tiny little bag pumping out so much more material than it seems. But yeah, it's a pretty fun project if you have the space to set aside like a little bucket that you can keep away from light for a while and then provide a little bit of light up at the top. And yeah, lion's mane is one of the easier ones to grow.
That was a very
Last
good explanation.
last comment on the mushroom subject, I guess, because I think we've all agreed that lion's manes are healthy and good for us. I just wanted to throw this out. When I worked at Whole Foods, we were like getting rid of a bunch of like these mushroom growing kits. And since I worked in the produce department, they were just like, "Oh, Brandon, you want to take one of these?" And I was like, "Oh, fuck yeah." Never got around to it. Literally stuck it in a drawer um for like a year. Came back and opened up the package, and it was full of fully grown mushrooms that had just grown on their own. I threw the whole thing away because there was no way I was eating those. But yeah, they literally require so little work. If you get like a pre-made grow kit, you can leave them in a drawer and they'll grow.
Yeah, the hardest thing is avoiding contamination because essentially you're just producing the ideal conditions for whatever um, organic material to rot. You just got to keep all of the bad rotting stuff away. Um, but yeah, you just leave it somewhere dark and the dampness will do its thing, the spores. It's a cool little biology project if someone is inclined to work on some science fair projects.
We can talk more about it another day, that's for sure. Because I feel like you and I like mushrooms, and we're gonna have some talks about that. But yeah, I don't know. Anybody else have anything else to say on the lion's mane topic, or Pookie, you got something else?
Sounds interesting. It does. I'll get back to you later. I want to be part of that conversation Brandon was talking about.
Yeah.
All right, what you got next? What's cooking?
It's hot as hell. But yeah, it says not epileptic, but traumatized by a fit. Can I talk about it? An unexpected seizure can be scary. For been witness to a few, but today I was the first responder. I'm attending an SIA course, and on Monday we did a first aid. Saturday morning, a guy having an unprovoked seizure that came out of nowhere with no warning sign or history. I responded as best as I could. I keep replaying the first 10 seconds of his seizure. The bright red muscles tighten, groaning and foaming seizure in my head. I feel like I'm traumatized by what I experienced, but I feel so stupid for it. I didn't have a seizure. I didn't have a seizure. The bad thing didn't happen to me. I'm only attending the security and first aid course. Who wants to talk about it with me? Why do I feel so scared and emotional? Should I avoid being responsible for a fit? Am I not cut out to protect people?
You can't avoid being responsible for the fit, it sounds like. That's the part that stuck out to me.
Yeah.
So were they in I'm a little confused. Were they in a first aid course and somebody there actually started having a seizure?
So it sounds like unprovoked.
Well, I mean, they definitely weren't part of it. it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a reminder to us, to me at least, I don't want to speak for all of us, but that um it's not just us living with epilepsy. Like we are the ones having the seizures, but there's a lot of people around us who are impacted by it, and some impacted in very significant ways. So, um, yeah, I
Awareness.
don't know if somebody else has something to add. I feel like I want to think about this some more.
No, that makes sense. I mean, somebody was at the ER course, something happened, and they don't take responsibility or automatically jump to conclusions thinking they caused somebody else's seizure, but still be aware of what happened, ask questions, and learn. Use that opportunity, use that experience as an opportunity to learn something. This person's asking, can I go on amusement park rides? August 30th,
Oh,
21, I got hit by a car, and because of that, I have epilepsy. There's this fair in town I've missed out on since the accident. I really want to go this year because I feel like my brain injury has had enough time to heal. But do people with epilepsy go on rides? I'm new to having epilepsy, so I don't know. And then they put in parentheses, I just had a seizure yesterday. Go ahead, Mark.
just had a seizure yesterday is a little detail that I had. But I love roller coasters, and I loved roller coasters before I got my epilepsy diagnosis. And epilepsy has taken driving away from me, so I'm not going to let it take my roller coaster rides away from me. Um, I um, I have a SeaWorld annual pass to go with my sister, and they've got, in my opinion, right now, they've got the best roller coasters of the Central Florida area amusement parks. So yeah, it's really cool. Um, I could expound the virtues of SeaWorld's roller coasters, but um, it depends on the amusement park. Some of them get a little sketchy sometimes. So, um, that and just having a seizure just recently, um, are there going to be companion riders or just friends coming with who have a rescue med available? That's something that I would consider, offsetting any of the other dangers if somebody can be right there. But in my experience, I haven't found it to be a trigger or anything close to a trigger. So I say go for it with caveats that, as long as you do it with responsibility. Um, I think amusement park rides are great.
Every
Yeah, if I
comment
could,
is saying the same thing. Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
I was gonna say if I could add into that, like I said, I live in California. My family and I were complete Disney heads. Go a few times a year. Um, I go on the roller coasters. Any roller coaster, just anything that does like a full loop upside down. I always get motion sickness, and this was like even as a kid, like way before I actually had my first seizure. But anything else is fine. Like I can do like the spinny type of stuff. I've never had like a ride induce one. One time while I was down there on vacation with my family, I did have one overnight while we were in the hotel. So about the next, half a day or so, obviously I just laid in the hotel room, watched TV, and rested up. But I did go join them in the rest of the evening. Um, and sure, my body and stuff was a little sore, had a bit of a headache, but I still went on a couple of rides, and nothing else affected me. I realize everybody has different reactions to meds and stuff like that, but at least that's my experience with having a seizure and then going on a roller coaster only half a day, half a day later or something. It didn't re-trigger, another one at least. So
Hey James, just so you know, there's a reaction down here or next to the react button. You might have one on the toolbar that says raise hand, and that's an easy way. If you think of something to contribute, that I would give you the space right after I finish reading for it. So a lot of people in the comments, one of them even says zip lining was so fun. I've gone zip lining and skydiving.
Oh.
None of these comments are suggesting that you hold back.
I was gonna say my only advice would be just don't go by yourself. Like, what, like I said, when I do it, it's like a family vacation, or, I'll be down there with like, I live in Northern California, obviously that's in Southern, but, I'll be there with a friend or something, but somebody that knows what the heck is going on. Like, I wouldn't, go and do it by myself, or at least with somebody that didn't, doesn't know my situation. Just
Yeah, that's important.
the buddy system, right?
Yeah, it's definitely important to have somebody with you that has the rescue meds and knows how to use them. Okay. This one is saying, how much does life change? I'm 21. About 3 weeks ago, I had a seizure. Don't know how long I was convulsing for, but when the paramedics came, they thought it was an overdose. I smoke pot every day, consumed MDMA occasionally, did not have any of it before the first seizure. Tonight, I'm going for a brain scan. I don't know anyone around me that has had seizures or ever had convulsions. What I'm really asking is, will I have to stop everything eventually, or does it depend on what the doctors are going to tell me? Well, it sounds like you might have to look into a different strain, but probably not drop the weed.
Talk to the doctor.
Probably.
Doctor could also say what's good for you.
Maybe
I
don't
smoke,
keep
I
going with
vape.
the MDMA.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Oh, yeah.
probably not a good idea to keep
We cut that one.
rolling like that. I don't know. I'm a little conflicted because I feel like it has a lot of therapeutic value for depression and certain, certain relational therapy, but that's
But
a
at
very
that same
different
point,
context.
if it can help with those things, that means it's affecting your brain. So that's something I don't want to experiment with when my brain is already sort of on it.
I don't know. I'm the type who's maybe a little too comfortable with self-experimentation for my own good, but I don't know. I've told this story about my mom saying, "Don't touch the burner, Mark. It's hot," when I was 3 years old, right? And I
And you put
reach
your
up,
hand on it, didn't you?
but no, just my
Oh,
finger, but I
just your
reached
finger,
up and
right?
touched it because the burner wasn't glowing red, so obviously it couldn't have been hot. But I don't know. What reason would she have had to lie to me? I don't know. It haunts me to this day, clearly.
But you'll never
But
forget, listen to mom.
yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, see if like
I
Pookie
know
didn't have
best.
that Pookie didn't have that opportunity when he burned his arm because his mom was not around. So
Yeah.
Unfortunately not.
She would have grabbed you so fast.
Very much
But
likely.
the thing is, I've had extremely positive therapeutic experiences with psychedelics in the like overlapping in a time frame where I had been having panic attacks that I now know in retrospect were um, my focal seizures. Um, and I didn't have any problems with them. And of course, that really just means I didn't have problems then, not that there will be no problems, but um, in some ways, I feel like there's a need to weigh the two, weigh the risk of a seizure against the benefit of the single most effective depression treatment I've ever used. And depression steals a person's life in a way that no, that nothing else does. So
Did you ever bring results of that to a doctor and see how they feel about that never conflicting with the seizures?
I
Pause.
don't know. I hesitate to because it's not, I don't live in California where it's a lot more
Accepted.
yeah, accepted, appreciated, even legalized in certain parts of the state. Um, so I don't know. I have mentioned asked about the possibility of um, ketamine treatment for depression. I know that that's a bit more accepted than the serotonergic uh, psychedelics like the psilocybin and LSD. Honestly, the LSD is stimulating in a way that I think I wouldn't feel comfortable necessarily trying it, but subjectively, the experience of psilocybin mushrooms especially in a therapeutic setting where I'm not like going out and intentionally trying to overstimulate everything, just in a quiet place, blindfold on some music and some headphones or even just earplugs and the blindfold and just um meditate on stuff that's not a seizure inducing environment, as separating the medication from it, it's not like going out to a rave and kind of seeking out overstimulation. But I don't know. I kind of I'm not and
And honestly, I'm sorry to hear that because that's crazy. Literally, less than 3 miles from me is a dispensary. I got gummies. I smoke bud. I got a vape. Like this shit is just completely. I can literally go to the store and be back in like 20 minutes right now here in California and get any form of this stuff, and it's not a big deal. And in other states like
this
you're talking about, and in other states like you're talking about, it's, you know, you can end up in fucking prison for it, you know, for something that could help you out. You know, like
Yeah.
it seems crazy, you know, to me that I could just sit here and like, you know, do this real quick and it would be illegal for you, you know, 100 miles from me or something, or, you know, 500 miles from me or whatever we are from each other.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean,
that's
I don't
crazy.
know. Personally, I think any medical therapeutic benefits of any of it aside, you know, whatever anybody thinks about it, just historically, I think prohibition doesn't work. Just look back at history. It just hands the market over to violent individuals. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Like
when
now, at
some
least
of
here in
those are,
California, like cigarettes and tobacco have more like restrictions and warnings and everything on it than marijuana does. But
and
tobacco
those
has
are
way
actually
less.
seizure
It has
inducing.
yeah,
Those are stimulating.
but yeah, what I was gonna say is it has like way less of like a stigmatism on it. Tobacco does, you know, versus marijuana. Like, you know, see you just see somebody on a, you know, walking down the street smoking a cigarette and you're like, okay, they smoke. But if you see somebody smoking a joint, you're just like, oh my God, they're a hooligan or, you know, something, you know.
Yeah, out in the
Is like how I
open.
feel, how I feel that it's looked at least. But
But I was gonna say about you said it was like mushrooms were illegal in certain places in California. Psychedelics were illegal all over California.
The
You know,
entire
there's
state.
entire state.
oh, are they? Okay, I've never really looked into it. I wasn't sure on the details, and obviously, like every year, stuff is changing. Obviously, marijuana's been opened up a hell of a lot more the last couple of years too, even here. So,
As long as it's a drug that you don't have to cook up, mix, put extra stuff in it, pretty good. Um,
as long
but
as it's not on Breaking Bad or
yeah, as long as you don't have
Yeah.
to
I've got to
add
go
baking
in
soda, none of that stuff, you good.
hey, real quick, guys, I'm going to dinner with my parents. So I'll see y'all later. I'll check back in a couple hours if y'all are here. I'll say what's up. But if not, I hope everybody has a good night. All right.
Right.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Um, yeah, we got a spot here in Oakland. They got a church who sells mushrooms, called Zydor. Pretty much has everything you need. They can what's it called? They have like the mushrooms that are good for certain stuff, migraines, epilepsy. Well, not epilepsy, seizures, they say.
Okay.
Seizures, what's it called?
So
Yeah.
they try to pass it off as like the bud tenders do, like this strain will make
Yes.
you creative in this such and such way, and this will be. I never really bought into any of that. I feel like, you know, maybe some of them are a little bit more couch lock sleep inducing than others, but and so for mushrooms, I think that sounds really ridiculous. Migraines, well, I don't know. Maybe now that I think about it, the particular alkaloids in them, I don't know. Do they sell spore syringes?
I don't
Mm.
know. I just went in to specifically look at mushrooms. I just tell you all of them what they're for. Um, I don't exactly remember all of them. Um,
If you hypothetically, if your friend happens to be looking for, you know, um, an experience. The strain to look for, the hot shit right now is called APE, albino penis envy. They look like big chunky
I really wish that
dildos.
you hadn't elaborated. I really wish you had just left it at the acronym.
Oh,
No, it's way funnier, but I just was not expecting that.
Yeah, just let
yeah.
him follow up and see what other after Chunky what he says.
They look like big chunky white dildos, and they're almost they tend to be almost twice as strong as most of the other like average, not selectively bred strains tend to be. But
So the
um,
white dildos are the big good ones. Got it.
the big one,
Kate's
yeah, the
losing it.
white
Kate's
guys,
losing her mind right now.
yeah, yeah. It's like the inverse of the normal. The white guys got the big ones.
We can move past that. We can move past this. It's like when we were talking about anal the other day and people were joining and going, "What the
I
fuck?"
mean,
And it was like, "No, we're talking about shooting medicine up your ass. It's totally fine."
yeah, it's
Okay, so
doctor recommended.
yeah, I got a prescription for this shit.
But
I
yeah,
wonder what departments are looking at you with it, like giving it to
mushroom,
you. Sign
huh?
here. They give you the disclaimer to sign your name here. Yeah. Mhm. But I got this right here. It says California lawmakers approve psychedelics, including magic mushrooms, natural psychedelics, or decriminalized. Cannabis is legal for both recreational and medical use. Delta 8 and Delta 10 THC are also legal. Yeah, lawmakers approve it, and they have crazy looking
The
stuff.
thing Mark was saying though about the psilocybin spores, is that for cultivation?
Yeah, the thing is, the spores themselves contain no psilocybin. So the way that the law is written, the um, um, Controlled Substances Act, unlike with marijuana, where the plant itself is written into the law as being illegal um, with the magic mushrooms, they scheduled the psilocybin in them. So the mushrooms are not the drug. The mushrooms are a container for the psilocybin drug inside of them. And since the spores from the mushrooms contain no psilocybin, you can mail spores from magic mushrooms freely across state lines. And that's just a fun, purely hypothetical fact to know.
Yeah, you can go to the smoke shop and get the little chocolate bars of psilocybin. Oh, it's good stuff. Um,
I don't know if I trust those chocolate bars as being like actually psilocybin because it would have to be lab synthesized, and the psilocybin molecule itself is not particularly stable. Um, what I think is more likely with those chocolate bars is that they contain a molecule called 4-acetoxy DMT, which is basically it's believed to be a prodrug for psilocybin itself. Where you take it and it turns into psilocybin in your body, in your digestive tract. But yeah, I wouldn't trust that those actually contain psilocybin and not necessarily at the dosage level that they are saying. And you need to be careful because there are other psychoactive mushrooms out there. The Amanita muscaria. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but the they look like the fly agaric mushroom. They look like those red caps with the little white spots on them. Like what a lot of people think of as magic mushrooms. Um, they're sold in the same sort of fashion as those chocolate bars are. And in those cases, a lot of times they are actually extracted from those mushrooms themselves. And in those cases, it's not a serotonergic um, uh, substance. It's a GABAergic substance. It acts on the GABA A receptor, and that's a substance that I haven't messed with. I haven't experimented with. Um, uh, I don't know. I can't really tell you much more about those than the Wikipedia article would tell you about the fly agaric, AGARIC, if you want to look it up. But you need to be careful that when you're getting the mushroom chocolate bars, that you're getting the magic mushroom that you want. And they don't make it easy to tell. And the ones that you do want are difficult to find. They're often counterfeited and um, you know, it's easy to get away with. Somebody just sells you a regular chocolate bar and what are you gonna do about it? You know?
My
So
girlfriend actually can't feel the effects of mushrooms because of her anxiety meds. Um, Apparently, anxiety meds counteract the effects of mushrooms. Yeah, she would have to eat like a ton to be able to like feel it, you know.
yeah, I was gonna say you just gotta work at it.
Yeah, not worth it.
I've been in that position. The anxiety meds they're also known as trip killers.
Yeah.
If you're not on them as a regular like baseline, if you're um
Wow, this is like the smallest group we've had in a while. I feel like I don't know. I'm not on constantly, but it's just like the four of us. It's so tiny.
They're
yeah,
coming. They're coming.
they are, you think? Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
not that late over there.
No, I know.
Evening
Yeah,
time. You've got your Insomniacs crew about to start coming in, filtering in a few hours from now.
They don't come until 9 Pacific time, so
Pacific time, so that's midnight over here.
yeah.
that's when insomniacs don't go to sleep over there. Those are the ones where, like, I can't sleep. I think it's only 9 here. And then I stay
Yeah,
up till 3, and they're still up.
yeah, I feel like if you're hopping on at 9, and saying you can't sleep, it's more like you just know that you're not going to sleep, not that you've been trying to sleep. It's too early for you to have already been trying to sleep.
I've read that for the
Well, I'm trying.
purposes of
I haven't.
establishing sleep hygiene, that if you get into bed and you are still awake after 15 minutes, you should get up and get out of bed and do something else relaxing and get back in bed to like train your body that laying down in bed is only for the purposes of sleeping and not for laying there and tossing and turning and ruminating and planning out tomorrow and all this and that. So,
We were talking about that yesterday, in the hangout where I was like, my nighttime routine basically consists of like I sit on my bed, I play an Xbox 360 like street racing game for 20 minutes. By that point, I have to pee. I get up and go pee. I come back. I change it over to a show. I lay down, like close my eyes, have the show going, and I am out in 5 to 10 minutes.
I can't sleep with the TV on.
Oh yeah, I need the noise. I also sleep with a fan middle of winter because I need the noise. Yeah.
helps to drown out loud neighbors.
Yeah. I've been doing that for years, but yeah, she actually like 2 minutes ago she slammed her door, and I knew she was coming down the stairs, but she's leaving. Actually, my neighbor next door told me earlier when she saw me that he tried to give my upstairs neighbor a ride the other night when it was pouring rain, and she saw my upstairs neighbor running with her arms flailing, crying in the rain, barefoot, and she tried to give her a ride. They rode drove next to her for like a block or two before she finally got in. They drove a few blocks, came to a red light, and she hopped out of the car and ran. And at that point, they were just like, "You're on your own."
Barefoot.
Barefoot.
Oh, we hope
No,
that one gets help.
yeah, she
That's-
really needs it. Like we've had some people on that we've had to deal with, like with the in the sub and everything, that were like, okay, you need to get some help. We understand that it's not necessarily your fault. This woman is like completely past that point, like where she needs help so bad it needs to be like admitted type. James has a lot of pocket watches.
That he does.
Oh, I missed a bit when I had to go feed the cats. What did he say? Oh, wait, can the AI companion help me do that? Can I ask the AI companion how many pocket watches James has?
I don't think it would tell you. It was a big old case, though. It was pretty impressive, actually. It was a good looking amount, I will say.
Hey, Kev got a new name. What you got there?
Touch of gray
Inspired
matter. Touch of gray. Who matters?
Okay, so
Yeah, it's a song reference.
I
You
was
know
just
what it,
putting a I was just putting a play on words on it to say like you're a touch of gray who matters to us.
close enough. Yeah. Gray matter, like in the brain.
Yeah. No, I
And
got that.
the Grateful Dead song you heard.
Yeah.
Try to
Never
mix it
really
up.
wasn't Never really was a deadhead though. Yeah. Before my time, obviously, but I don't know. Maybe I just don't like tie-dye enough.
Yeah.
Okay, Brandon with the tie dye.
Yeah. Not for me. Not for me.
I got one here. It says seizure or fainting. 32-year-old male fell on the bathroom floor while vomiting. Had a viral infection, 39-degree fever. Hoping, oh no, it says, hey all, hoping someone can help me make sense of this. I've read so many conflicting things online. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling really warm, a bit off, drank some water, then suddenly felt the urge to vomit. Went to the bathroom, started vomiting, and then blacked out. Next thing I know, I had collapsed on the bathroom floor. My partner said I was on the ground with my legs bent inward, eyes open, staring and moaning slightly. There was some frothing at the mouth, and I'd bitten the side of my tongue. I had no memory of what had happened and felt really confused for a couple of minutes after waking up. Now I'm wondering, was this from dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, or low sugar from being sick? Or does this sound like it could have been a seizure? Would really appreciate any advice or similar experiences. It's hard to know how worried I am to be right now. The first response says, it says for all medical concerns, really. Oh, that's a odd bot. Someone else says, we can't diagnose you. We aren't doctors, nor can we check your electrolytes from Reddit. Oh man. Someone says, get a second opinion from someone with a medical degree. So these people aren't trying to help, it looks like in the comments. 39-degree fever. I don't know. I think that's Celsius. I mean,
Definitely.
Celsius.
Definitely Celsius.
102 degrees
That's
Fahrenheit.
pretty hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is that's high.
Keep it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that the seizure was caused by like wait, the question was like, was this caused by epilepsy, correct?
Could it be a seizure?
Oh, okay. I don't know. That sounds like just fever, dehydration, and like passing out to me. But I don't,
So you
that
say
could
could
have.
it be fainting, or could it be fainting, or what's the name, or or seizure?
I feel like those things could have led to a seizure. Yes, like the mixture of sort of health issues at the moment definitely could have led to a seizure. But I think it's more likely that it was just like a fever induced, you know, fainting spell. Could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, that does sound like something you should get checked out. If you don't
Definitely.
have a neurologist, get a neurologist, because if you're fainting and you're shaking and stuff like that, and your wife doesn't know what's going on, or your partner, I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Also, I never had a low blood sugar problem. I thought those only come usually when you have diabetes, right? Or you can have low blood sugar and still not be diabetic, but
Yeah, anybody can get low blood sugar. It happens with like basically anybody who does like an endurance sport. That's why like you need electrolytes. Um, like for cyclists when they finish a big race, it's really like for some reason having a Coca-Cola um is or sorry, not electrolytes sugar. But the like for some reason a Coca-Cola is like one of the most common things that a cyclist will drink after a big like like a long race because for some reason just the sugar in that gets into their system so fast that it helps you feel better. It's a weird thing.
Some people do process sugar a little bit differently and not in the diabetic pattern, but when I was like 13 or so, I had to do um a glucose challenge, and they had me uh fasting, and came in, and they did, a baseline little glucose test and gave me this really gross orange soda drinky thing, and did periodic glucose tests, and they told me that I was hypoglycemic. And I didn't understand what that meant, what the difference was between that and um, diabetic, but yeah, my blood sugar goes low um, very easily between meals if I don't kind of just pay attention to it. Uh, it's not a diabetic thing. I don't have big swings. I don't have any issues with insulin. Um, it just goes low,
Yeah, it happens to everybody.
lower than
It's
average.
not just diabetics. Yeah, it's everybody's body can feel the effects of low blood sugar. It's just for some people, it's you know an actual constant health risk instead of like, oh shit, I should probably you know eat a Snickers and drink some water or something.
Yeah, I have always had issues with the medical community that they have not done further research. And I mean, with nutrition and epilepsy, I think this could be something, uh, or, because diet has always affected me. Uh, uh, I don't know why my seizures went away when I would eat something. There has to be some sort of causality between that. Not all my seizures, but I would wake up and have bad myoclonics and then eat, uh, a sandwich or something, and then it would go away. And what's the causal relationship there? And I feel like there should be more research as to diet and epilepsy, or perhaps, you know, more diseases.
Hey, Raven. Kevin, you been tested? That's all I read before it went away.
Tested for what?
Yeah.
I don't know,
Tested
Raven.
for hypoglycemia or worn a continuous glucose monitor.
Oh, no, but it wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me.
Yeah, I guess they've seriously upgraded the technology since I did that little glucose challenge like 20 years ago, I guess. I'm not sure what the continuous glucose monitor entails these days, but I would imagine it gives a much more detailed picture of what's happening as opposed to just like 4 or 5 different data points. I don't know if Raven wants to expound on that a little bit, or
It's just continually estimates your blood pressure. I'm sorry, your blood sugar, and you wear it like with you. So it's like a little sensor under your skin for like a 24-hour period or something, however long you do it. And it just displays it to your smartphone. so it's fancy. But it checks like all day and all night, so then it helps you get a better idea of if your blood sugar is crashing during the night and forcing your, like, I think it's your cortisol, I can't remember, to work with your low blood sugar. And I'm not super knowledgeable about it, and I'm having some brain fog, but I know that they've been encouraging me to try it because I have a similar problem of waking up with my blood sugar really low, but it's not something I've looked into because of money. So
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up because I might bring it up with um my neurologist. It hadn't been something that I had considered, but a lot of my focals tend to kind of cluster around in the morning close to when I take my early dose. And we had always kind of associated that just with the morning, having been as far as I get from, between doses, and just the morning dose hadn't kicked in yet and the evening dose was almost gone. But now I'm thinking I might learn something from one of those continuous glucose monitors, because that's also right at the furthest point between any two meals in a day.
yeah,
So
there's like a certain order that you can eat your food that makes your blood sugar like crash and spike less throughout the night. Um, but of course, I can't remember what it is, but I could certainly look that up and see if I can figure out what the heck I'm thinking of and send that to you if you'd like.
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll see what I can figure out.
If
Thank
you
you.
find it while you're on here, like tell all of us. I'd be interested.
Okay, yeah, I'll see what I
Homework.
can figure out.
But then it ends up like being recorded, and like more people get to know.
Sure, good point.
Yeah,
I'll
maybe
see.
post it
If I
on
find it,
the
I'll speak up.
maybe post it on the subreddit.
Okay, I can do both. If I find it.
Yes, yeah, no pressure.
Right.
I got something here. It says, was recently prescribed Keppra for a brain injury because I was and am at risk of a seizure. Is it safe to stop? I've not had any seizures in the hospital or since being home. I've never had a seizure. My brain is healing nicely, although it's quite a serious injury. I've had quite the run around trying to get my script refilled, for it's ridiculous. It's been 72 hours since my last dose. I feel fine. Again, I've never had a seizure. Am I okay to continue like this or get off of it? I had been taking it nearly 2 months, I think. Sorry if this is the wrong place to post this question. This is the perfect place to post this question. I never suggest getting off of Keppra. I don't like it, but I don't say drop it cold turkey.
Talk to your neurologist about maybe swapping over, but also how long did they say they've been on it?
2 months.
Yeah, it took me a good like 6 to 8 to finally start feeling good. I probably shouldn't have like dealt with it that long, but I think like everybody deals with that initial feeling with Capra. You don't feel like yourself, and you know it's yeah, you just gotta
Yeah.
wait it out.
I go to this comment real quick, then anybody else can give opinions. It says, I'm a neurologist. While You didn't provide any actual information or indication for your increased risk of seizure other than a serious injury, which can mean TBI with brain bleed, surgery, etc., each with a different course duration of anti-seizure medications. The answer is really the same. You shouldn't stop your anti-seizure medication without first speaking to your physician. Call their office, even on the weekends. May places have an on-call person with whom to speak to. Usual disclaimer: no one can provide specific medical advice for a person or a condition without an in-person interview or physical examination. A review of the above medical records as well as scent and pass testing. This comment is for general information purposes only and not intended to provide medical advice. No physician-patient relationship is implied or established. Of course, a neurologist would say that. Another one. Someone else said, unfortunately, the only correct place to ask this is a doctor's office. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Kepper was killing my wife. I'm on Kepper and my instinct is telling me to change. I feel like a totally different person. Yeah, my wife slept constantly and would wake up very angry and then have a seizure and go back to sleep. Seems highly toxic. Please explain. We're not going to go any more to that. It says non-medical ways to help your seizures. When I first realized that I was having seizures, it was about 4 years ago. I am completely conscious and they happen a few times a week to a few times a month. Though now I know that I also seem to have tonic-clonic nocturnal seizures about once a year. I'm a bit of a healthy nut, so I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to remedy without medication. I was already on super healthy diet and exercise, so it made me feel wonder if I was doing something wrong. In my research, I was surprised to find that lifestyle and diet are really not things found to contribute to your getting epilepsy, nor with helping it much. The only thing I found that studies actually show did help with meditation, yoga, and stress reduction, which probably also includes sleeping better. So already being someone very into spiritually, but not into yoga, medicine, I dove into them hardcore. And indeed, my simple patterns evolved and changed to become much shorter in duration and much more positive feeling. There has been a cloudiness of negativity in them before, and they lasted about twice as long. So I kind of enjoy them now, but I'm not sure that they've decreased in frequency and I do still seem to have been very blessed to have this in not such an awful way, and wanted to share how this has been helpful. But also, I am wondering if anyone else has experienced this or has any other things you do or don't include medication or surgery. First comment says, I'm really glad your seizures got better, but epilepsy is a case where you definitely need to do the spiritual or alternative medicine or whatever, in addition to traditional medicine. People die from this, and not taking medication or not taking them properly is a huge risk factor. I suggest taking your medication. I don't do tests on myself, but to each his own.
Stay on your medication, and I mean, stress is always going to be a big thing for seizures. So, I mean, whatever works for you in terms of stress reduction, go for it. I don't think that the spirituality of yoga is what really did it. I think it was just you learn to relax a little bit more, but also I'm not a spiritual person, so.
I don't know about yoga.
I mean,
I always thought
uh,
about trying this. Go
yeah,
ahead, Kevin.
what as far as health and yoga is very good for you. Uh, that can help your body and in incredible ways. Like uh, I think cardiovascular ways and everything help you. Um, Not a cure, certainly not, but so but the bottom line is take your medicine. Um, I think any sort of exercise is good. Anything that reduces stress is good. So if you're going to be spiritual and like I don't know what spiritual means to you, but if that reduces uh, your stress intake, I guess Godspeed. Um, so and avoid those triggers.
Yeah, I think that they just figured out what their triggers were and reduced their stress, you know,
Yeah,
which is good. Good for them. Glad that they were able to do that. Not all of us
yeah.
can say the same. Some of us are stressed all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'll read another one of his comments. One says, keto works in some cases. Having said that, for my 5-year-old son with infantile epilepsy, even if he sleeps very well, eat very healthy, being very happy, even if people manifest God, or if we stash all vitamins or supplements under the sun, the only way he's seizure free is valproic acid times 2 a day. Otherwise, he's okay, but not functioning at all with multiple grandma a day. Sibling says lots of sleep, relaxing techniques, don't overdo it, rest when you can, eat enough, drink enough water, and keep your stress levels as low as possible. That's all that keeps me. But you cannot go without medication if you have epilepsy. You will make it worse. I am a health nut as well, but unfortunately, with epilepsy, you cannot do all natural and not take medicine. I hate it too, but you can't stop them naturally. And having nocturnal tonic-clonics without being medicated could kill you. Not trying to scare you, but the people that die from epilepsy are the ones who have seizures in their sleep.
Well, that's
One
a fucked
more.
up way of putting it.
Say that again.
I was just saying that's a fucked up that's a fucked up way of putting it, that the people who die from seizures are the ones who have it in their sleep.
Yeah, not all of them, because
Doesn't sound true.
SUDEP people, they can die from seizure when they weren't asleep.
That's what my
You do call it sudden, unexpected.
that's what my my neurologist didn't say it like that, but my neurologist had said that my particular seizure presentation that they had seen on the EEG was what they considered high risk for SUDEP. Like, okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information, but thanks.
Sounds like Raven found the topic that she was looking for or something on.
Oh, yeah.
Raven? Okay, we'll come back to her. Go ahead, Pookie.
Who's there? Oh, Raven, you didn't get the icebreaker, but go ahead.
Okay, there we go. I couldn't get my. Sorry, what?
No, go ahead.
My lag is so bad. I couldn't get my. Okay, with the eating your food in a certain order so that you trigger your blood sugar crashing less. So it says like eating your non-starchy vegetables and your proteins before your carbs and your starches will reduce post-meal blood sugar spikes. Because the fiber and the protein that are in your stomach delay the glucose from the other foods entering your bloodstream. And then, of course, eating like smaller meals throughout the day instead of one big meal will also help. That's it. That's all I wanted to share.
The icebreaker, you didn't get that.
Oh,
What's your favorite app in your phone, basically?
my favorite app?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Probably
Sounds like
Reddit. I'm online too much, so probably Reddit.
Okay. That's your favorite app?
Pookie,
I
what
thought
was
I thought it was most useful.
Or most, useful app.
Oh, most useful is not the same at
Yeah.
all.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Okay.
because my answer would have been totally different if it was, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Raven. Just
No, you're fine.
Oh yeah, it's what's the most useful app on your phone? Sorry.
Okay, different answer. Probably Seize Alarm. That, or I have another one called Visible that just helps me track my fatigue and other symptoms throughout the month, just to see how I'm doing with my disability stuff, like my ability to move around the house and communicate with people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
how does it do that? What?
It has a combination of checking your heart rate and your heart rate variability and self-reported symptoms, and also at the end of the month it has you take the functional capacity test. It's called the FunCap. I think it's a FunCap 26 or 27 or something. It's like a list of questions that you kind of rate, like, can you sit up for 20 minutes without falling over? Is this really hard for you? Can you leave your house to go to the grocery store? Is that possible? How hard is it? And it kind of comes back and gives you a, well, you're, like a normal healthy person would be this score. This is your score. This was your score all the last year. So it's been really nice because I can look back and say, oh, I know that I'm not even remotely close to the score of a healthy person, but I can at least say that I'm improving a little bit by looking at my previous months.
You sound like you got a lot more energy today.
I do. I don't know why. Oh, you know what I did today? I walked to the kitchen and back without my wheelchair. Yes. I haven't done that in like 3 years. And like a few years ago, it would have taken me probably an hour just to crawl to the kitchen. And I wouldn't have been able to get back. But now I was able to walk to the kitchen and back today. So I'm in a good mood. Thank you.
That's probably what have you in a good mood.
Thanks. I'm really excited.
I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
I got a question here. It says, can medication worsen your epilepsy? Is starting it always the right choice? The question isn't for more intense cases, I guess. It's more for those who have seizures pretty infrequently, outside of stress and like to sleep, like 5 to 10 times a year or less. I only have focal aware seizures, and I've had years where I wouldn't have up to 10 or more a month. Ooh, a month. I seem to be in more dry spell. Awesome. I had 3 recent obvious seizures in the last few weeks, and while I'm still in the testing phase with none happening on EEGs yet, when I described the symptoms to my doctor, they said we should start my medication. I am planning on an EMU stay in December, but my worry is about if my brain gets accustomed to the medication, then I take my final dose of the day and is re-instructed. Take my final dose of the day as instructed. Will those be legitimate seizures, or will it only be because of coming off the medication? Also, I've read on this subreddit that some people have had their epilepsy worsen after starting a new medication and missing doses accidentally, like focus progressing to general seizures. My focus are decently manageable, granted this year. Though them being bad is what led to me finally starting looking into answers and what people are experiencing. I'm worried that starting medication will put me on a path I can't go back on. Am I already on that path? Yeah. I say once you start, don't stop. So yeah, you're already on that path. Talk to your neurologist. I don't suggest winging yourself off or anything like that, but yeah, don't stop the medication.
Did they say they have 5 to 10 a year, and that's not very much? Like, I kind of think that it is.
Yeah, at first in the first paragraph it said
And
like
you can have more, but
5
that's not nothing.
Yeah, in the paragraph before that it said 5 to 10 times a year or less. In the next paragraph it said, "Wow, I've had years where I would have up to 10 or more a month." So I guess now
A
it's
month?
5 to 20 a year, so that's better, I guess.
Are they
Yeah.
like tonic clonics? 10 or more tonic clonics a month?
Yeah.
No,
Mark and I said the
Sometimes.
exact same thing at the same time. A month?
yeah, it says I only have focal aware seizures
I
where
think vocal.
yeah, they only have focal aware seizures.
Okay.
Keep it that way.
Okay, well, but
No,
only focal
Right?
yeah,
aware.
Only.
it's still notable, but if they were having, 5 to 10 tonics a month, that would be like, okay, you really, really, really need to go see an epileptologist. But focals, it's like, okay, understandable. What are your triggers? Are you taking care of yourself? Are you taking your meds? Because just like missing a dose can lead to focals, so I want to make sure that this person is actually, following all the sort of rules of being
Yeah.
epileptic, I guess.
The first comment says sometimes, yes, but it happens for one medication. There are lots of options to switch to. The truth is, if you never begin medication or stop it by your own choice, your epilepsy will get worse. Will get worse is in all caps. The more crisis you have, the higher the chances the next will come, and that next will be worse. So if you choose to stay off the medication just because you're afraid of the side effects, you're showing for the worst scenario. You're showing for the worst scenario in the future. Medication is not something you can avoid safely. You're already on that path. Sorry. I'm afraid you're already on that path too.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of like, you've got to take your meds, and once you are at the point of you have to start taking them, you can't just stop unless your doctor actually tells you you can, and in which case they will wean you off. Like, you need to keep taking your meds.
Yeah, I highly
And
suggest
even
you.
if you think your meds aren't doing anything,
That was all, Raven?
sorry, what was that? Oh, the delay is so bad. I'm sorry. I was saying, even if they think their medication's not helping, they still need to take it because focal stay just focal awares, like, right? That can,
Yeah.
or am I wrong? I don't know.
Yeah, I think if you don't take your meds, it can get worse. It could go from just focals. I've heard people saying, "Oh, I used to have this and it went to this." Like people say their seizures graduated. I feel like mine graduated from tonics to wandering off. But that's just hearsay. That's how I felt about it. Um, but I can read another comment here, and it says, "I can't answer that because I have the same question. It's an interesting thought. I'm 66-year-old male, and I have 3 TCs in the last 2.5 years. The last one was in June after I got my Keppra dose. I started on it after my second TC in July of 2024, 1 month after retiring. I'm wondering if I never should have started on it. I quit alcohol totally and became a regular at the gym. So positive changes." One last
So they're
comment.
saying with those positive changes, they got off the meds?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's what it. Oh, okay. I wanted to hear that kind of success story.
Yeah,
And,
he said,
and
"I
at
wonder
that point, it would have just been like a negative like factor in their life that was causing the seizures. Like if they were like, a heavy alcoholic or, not eating enough or whatever it is, it's like those things can cause seizures. Um, and if hearing that like, oh, they started taking care of themselves and the seizures went away, yeah, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, we don't know.
yeah, those pills that don't suggest stopping." It said, especially with my advice. I say taking the pills are fun though. How about that?
Well, this is one of the viewpoints that seems pretty popular. Like the doctors want us to think this way. So just broke my 1.5 year streak seizure free. I can never seem to get past that without a breakthrough. I don't just have like one or two, it's like 3 or 4 breakthroughs each time. How often are you that consider yourself well maintained tonic clonic? Marking as support because I'm just feeling really defeated and upset. I want to know I can go 10 years without one, even when it seems like I can't. All about having the right cocktail of meds, I suppose. So they got this one committed to just taking the medicine that the doctor gives them and hoping they can go more than a year and a half. That's when I would get to the point of like thinking about reducing the meds or, making other changes. That's what jumped out about this one is like, this is how the doctors want a.
Mm. Kevin, I've been looking up a championship belt for you as well. I found one. But one day I'll get you a belt. I'm gonna get you a belt, champ. You gotta give it up when you have a seizure though. Hopefully you don't. You're the champ right now.
That would actually be hilarious if we had like an actual like a physical belt that rotated between who's gone the longest. That would be so funny.
Yeah.
All right.
I just seen one in my history that I looked up yesterday, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I looked up this for for Kevin."
Or
If I had that belt,
it could just be like a bracelet, or it's something, it's like, you know, Epilepsy Universe.
Trophy.
Yeah, like oh yeah, that's a good idea too. Something that has to be sent to the next person.
oh no, I'm letting you know right now, I ain't giving that belt up, even if I do have a seizure. No, I ain't giving it up.
Do that.
Them's fighting words there, Kevin.
Yeah.
You gotta
I
fight
mean,
for
how
it.
could any of us pass him unless somebody new joins who's gone longer? I think it's
Oh
just
no,
going to be Kevin's belt.
I feel like Oh yeah, so
I gotta
everyone
get you this one, Kevin. That's nice,
everyone
huh?
here
I like that.
right now is in the tip jar, right? Yeah. Everyone here is in the tip jar chat, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I feel like we could do it through like that group of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just I was looking at it. It was interesting. It is $220, but yeah.
Plus, Kate
Like,
has a bunch of our addresses now for no reason at all.
I can see you with this over your
I
shoulder.
need
like
to
this.
send, I need to give her my address for the, should I just DM?
I need your emergency contact information. Just in case you don't show up for too long.
Yeah, it was emergency contact info. Yeah, just in case, you know.
Okay.
All right, check out this one here saying, really, epilepsy, you couldn't just wait 24 hours. Note, I'm mindlessly stupid post-ictal and the mind-numbingly amount of diazepam in my bloodstream isn't making English easy at the moment. Yes, their spelling is all over the place. A good friend of mine died and his funeral is this morning. This is going to be a big survive. Lot of old friends will be there. And guess what? That's right. I decided that yesterday was a good day to lock up and fall on my face. Broke 2 coffee tables on the way down. No big loss there. I didn't like them anyway. Now I have to get all dressed in my sad clothes, shave around this chunk of missing skin on my face, find my fancy cane, brush the dog, and find this nice vest to act normal while walking around like a drunk, twitching for alcohol, in pain from head to toe. It's all good. I'm going. Didn't let the last one stop me from seeing the beloved capybara at the zoo, so I'm getting dressed up, try and walk while holding my twitching head high, and tell everyone the black eye is from fighting. Sometimes it's fun to screw with people. At least they're not going to treat me like I'm stupid.
Oh man.
What did you just read?
I want everybody's take on that. You ever have a seizure, end up all beat up looking, and actually try to pass it off as such? At a funeral, though, that
I mean,
part's
I
hard.
was also commenting on like I don't know, just everything. The wardrobe, the dog,
Coffee table. I didn't like it
I
anyway.
didn't like him anyway. There's so much to this. They took a full like novel, basically shrunk it down to like 4 sentences.
Yeah, I broke the coffee table. They didn't like it anyway. That stuck to me.
Had to go to a funeral, had to and also, you know, cover up my broken face. Also had to walk the dog. Think anyone will
Shave around the
notice?
chunk of missing skin. I like how the last one they said didn't let the last one stop me from seeing my beloved capybara at the zoo.
Oh yeah, that too. It's like, okay, you like the zoo. This gives us more insight into you as a person, which we have gotten a lot of from the post that you just made.
I got something.
Let's call
here
this
that I
one our
found-
favorite rant of the day.
Yeah, literally.
I found this one pretty interesting. I just wanted to go through the comments, but I'll read it to you first. It says, has anyone been able to reverse their epilepsy? If so, how long? Looking for some hope. That part
Kevin.
I found interesting. No, I have not been able to reverse my epilepsy. I don't think it's possible, but yeah, dreams and hopes work, I guess. Pray on it. But the comments, one says, I certainly know patients of my epileptologist who have had lobectomies, LITTs, and thermal ablations that have destroyed the source of seizure activity and allow for the person to become seizure free. If that is your question, but evidently that requires destruction, removal of brain matter. Someone said in my early 20s, I had a few seizures due to drug abuse. I quit drugs, speed, and my seizures went away. No medication needed. Fast forward to my early 40s, And now the seizures came back. No drug use. Now I need medication. So far, seizure free since on the meds, but it's still the early days. Nice. Kevin, he would have had the belt for 20 years. Yeah. Now he has to start over.
What? Compared to who?
This guy said he didn't have seizures for 20 years. From
Oh.
20s to 40s.
But his streak, he broke his streak, so
Yeah.
What, the guy you just read?
Yeah.
Was he?
Oh, sorry. I mean,
What-
like his streak, like like he had a seizure, so his streak is now over, sort of thing.
Was he even an epileptic? Or was he just a druggie?
I didn't think about that. Did not think about that. He was saying that he'd been doing what, ecstasy?
He said he'd been doing speed in his 20s.
Yeah, isn't speed ecstasy? Or am I wrong?
No.
No.
Speed is amphetamine. Ecstasy
Oh,
is
okay.
methylene deoxymethamphetamine.
I'm only 29. I was not around for the speed time.
I mean, anything
Actually,
could
yeah, I
cause
think I'm
a
the youngest
seizure,
one here.
so
Was it?
he don't get no belt for popping some drugs. Screw him.
Right.
Oh, indignant Kevin. Never seen it. Okay.
He's gonna come at you. It's like I'm getting the belt next.
Yeah.
Or trophy, whichever it's gonna end up being.
I mean, good luck to everyone else. It's just,
gotta beat the champ to get the belt.
Screw
Don't
that
even
guy.
try. You revealed your true intentions and how you actually feel about those trophies and belts, and you're not gonna let it go. So don't even bother trying to cover it up now.
Yeah, we gotta get a GoFundMe for your belt.
You're gonna get it.
Kevin wants that belt.
I got another one that says, I'm hoping my surgery can make some permanent or larger scale changes compared to medication. Somebody said, yes, cannabis. That's a way to treat it. Another person said, there's a way to do it, seriously, but it requires a shit ton of money and development. But honestly, people who have epilepsy don't seem to group together nor care to focus on it. Same applies to anti-aging. Can be solved with enough cash, but humans feel Super Bowls. But humans feel Super Bowls are more worth it.
I mean,
if you have a type of epilepsy where you can identify triggers and avoid them and or increase thresholds related to the seizures, you can eliminate seizures, thus reverse the condition. An example of this is reflex epilepsy, or those related to nutritional deficiencies or celiac seizures. Some seizures like those, one on the SCNA1 types respond to ketogenic. Genetic testing is a good first step. You could also try different diets and supplements. One more. It says, I've heard of that certain mushrooms can help restore neural pathways and create new ones.
Stick with that last one.
Yeah, I'm thinking too. I think that person just watched a certain TV show and I'm
Got
not
a lot
gonna
of
comment. Yeah, no, I don't think
Has
they're
anybody
right.
else's doctor ever even offered genetic testing? I've never heard a neurologist even speak positively about that. My neurologist just talking about try this medication.
I didn't have that conversation just because of the way I had got my epilepsy.
Yeah, you had your origin. Yeah.
Yeah. Mark, what do you think about mushrooms restore neural pathways and create new ones?
It depends on what you mean by restoring neural pathways. And what you mean by mushrooms? Like which type of mushrooms are we talking about?
Oh, you know what type of mushrooms we're talking
Well, no, I mean not necessarily because there are purported benefits um to things like lion's mane and
Oh, no, I know, but we were talking about like
psychedelics,
Let's go
you
with
know,
therapeutic mushrooms.
yeah, there we
okay,
go.
It
That's better way
says
of phrasing
magic
it.
mushrooms.
magic.
Oh, all right.
Therapeutic.
Well, then they
The
covered it for us. Magic.
there is something to be said for the ability to reset what's called the default mode network in the brain, which is something that I've been wondering about, was something I've been trying to ask questions about, but the that's been hypothesized to be what is the source of the therapeutic benefit of the mushrooms when it comes to treating depression, that the depressed individual is uh, s- setting themselves up in a state where their brain has formed these pathways that are, you know, leaving them in a psychologically depressed and anxious mindset, and that um, the mushrooms are like a hard reset on that. Press a button and boom, rather than being in that whole network that is leaving them depressed, it's like, you know,
Yeah.
turning the computer off and on again when you get a glitch or something, you know. Um, the um, um, the science is not really quite there in terms of evidence one way or the other, but the the psychedelic evangelists out there, you know, will tell you that there is a lot to be said for um, the neuroplasticity benefits of magic mushrooms, and um, there have been studies that have uh, looked at um, uh, clinical evidence before and after a psychedelic experience, showing that there is um, significant changes in the fMRI results of these people before and after, that shows that their brains are functioning differently. Um, so if that's the case, if they're functioning that differently, how does that difference affect epilepsy? Um, and like everything, I'm sure it's going to be a case by case basis, but I think it's a question that really deserves some serious attention. And I don't think it's going to get that attention, at least not for a few years, if only because of the whole association with the drug culture. And, you know, that's a shame, but
Yeah, after that, whoever put that up there, I don't suggest it. I follow Mark. Mark only. Mark says don't do it. Obviously, you shouldn't do it.
You can call the clinical trials before they even happen.
Right.
I trust you know.
I got one here. It says smoking weed gives me seizures. Is there any way around it? 3 years ago, I almost died from a spice vape overdose, which I believe to be THC vape. Since then, whenever I smoke, I end up having seizures. At first, it was focal seizures, which wasn't a big deal, but now I end up having serious seizures. What can I do about this? I've never smoked spice before or since. When I smoke weed, I get seizures. Update February 25th. I got diagnosed with epilepsy last month, and I've been taking generic heparin. I don't have to worry about seizures anymore, even if I blaze. So that solves everything. I was stupid, so not to get myself checked before this. Anyway, people responded before he put that edit and update up. Says, I'm going to give you top tier advice. I work at a neuro ICU, and I also am a paramedic and work on a bus. Yeah, you had a bad reaction to spice, which isn't weed, it's synthetic. So if I'm reading this correctly, when you smoke just regular weed, you have seizures. One thing I would tell you to stop doing is smoking weed. We'll move on to someone else. Oh, Anne's up here. She said spices and weed. Start there.
Yeah, that's yeah, it sounded to me everything that they wrote, the way that they talked about it, they said smoking weed and then immediately went on to talk about spice. I don't understand that. If they're smoking spice, then they're having a bad reaction to synthetic compounds. It's, not weed. But
Yeah,
also
same
if
probably
weed,
happened in those psychedelics that you were mentioning earlier.
yeah. And
Like
if
you're
Talking about that
actual
lab
weed
created
causes
psilocybin
them,
stuff not
being
being
really
real.
smart.
Okay.
if actual weed causes them problems, then they're one of the unlucky few, I guess. But then don't smoke weed. I don't see. It's not the answer you want, but it's pretty straightforward.
Someone says, well, there is one pretty obvious way. So who's going to tell them? Another one says, just FYI, focal seizures are serious seizures. Another one says, it's not worth it. You can quit. That's your way around it. Last one says, Haya, REEGT here. Oh, is that EEG tech? THC lowers your seizure threshold, which makes you more likely to seize. CBD, on the other hand, raises it, which makes you less likely to seize. At a therapeutic dose, may help keep you from seizing. So if you must smoke, then smoke weed that has a lower THC and higher CBD.
I
They sell
mean,
that at the corner stores, so it's just trash.
oh, okay. I mean, anything synthetic, I would be obviously suspicious of. I mean, if this is spice, like you said, fake weed, yeah, I wouldn't trust that though. Most of the people I've heard have had a good reaction with weed. Most people use it. It seems good. Uh, I would assume everyone's body's different, so maybe some people don't have a good reaction. So whatever. Uh, some people just might not react well to it. That's fair. Um, so do whatever your body works well with. This seems like a obviously I'm not endorsing anything. I know this is not the place to endorse such a thing. I don't know if it's legal in your state, go
That's
nuts.
the thing.
If it, you know,
I am
yeah,
offended when you say such a thing.
yeah, I don't want to get kicked out of the country or anything. So, uh, do what's legal in your state and what's good for your body. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Hi.
Oh yeah, floppy fish.
Hi. Floppy fish.
I gotta use that one more often.
I did not come up with that.
You
I
did?
was on, no, God, I wish I would have. Isn't it funny?
Yeah. I thought that
No
was it.
copyright violations.
Yes, I know. No, I think, no, it was like I was browsing on Reddit and I saw someone else type it out. Someone else came up with it and it's hilarious, but I definitely use it.
Yeah. Um, I seen someone else say pavement breacher,
Yeah, I don't remember all the funny ones I saw, but I use it.
or I've used floor testers. Um, yeah, my fellow floor testers here. We'll go to the next one. It says quitting Kepra abruptly. I just quit Kepra. I was having major mood swings. I would go from despair, anger, depression to highly motivated in a span of 8 hours. It was pure hell. I stopped taking it 2 days ago and feeling like my old self again. Does anyone else have these kind of mood swings? I thought I was losing my mind. Well, that says a lot. One comment says, this is a bad decision. Don't quit Keppra abruptly before talking to your doctor. Breakthrough seizures are really likely if you were taking more than 1,500 milligrams a day. Someone said, I missed 2 doses of Keppra. Immediately had a TC. I don't know how your epilepsy is, but be very careful. One more says, you can't quit like that. You might make it a few days, but it can go really bad after that. You need a doctor who will listen to you and put you on something else if that works better for you. Anybody got any thoughts on dropping Keppra abruptly?
Don't do it.
That'll put you in trouble.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
it's been 2 days so far and he feels like his old self. I still don't suggest it. I like my old self, but I wouldn't stop taking it. And yeah, it's either old self or seizures. Which ones feel better?
Even stepping down from the 750s to the 500, like I mentioned, earlier, over these last couple of weeks, it's still my doctor still had me take 2 weeks to slowly go off the
Titrate down.
750s. I was taking 4 750s each night. So then I was, slowly stepping it down. I'm now on the 4 500s. So from 3,000 mil to 2,000 mil a day. But my doctor still recommended me, for it to take 2 weeks to step down. So it was, 3,000, then about 2,500, and then now down to the 2,000. But it took a couple of weeks. So I would say screw that to cold turkeying, that type of that specific drug. At least that's how my body reacted to it all. But yeah.
Anybody want to drop your meds cold turkey? Doesn't sound too fun.
I think we all want to drop them, but like realistically, if you drop a benzo like that, you'll die. I'm taking 20 milligrams of benzo, and you can die from something like that, I think. Right?
I wouldn't know. I'm glad I'm not on anything that you just said that. Yeah. Thanks for the advice.
The withdrawal from that much of a benzo.
Is it an opioid?
Yes, the benzo withdrawals can kill you.
Dang. Like heroin overdose, baby. Some
Yeah,
sense like that.
Yeah.
I was
If
gonna
you
say
use
I definitely.
Narcan.
Ooh.
No, I brought it up with my doctor and I said, let's drop some of the clubs in. And she was like, no, 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 no. She was very freakish about that.
Sounds very
Never-
adamant.
Commission?
Hmm?
You never suspicious she's on commission with the pharmacy company? Or pharmacy?
Actually, no. She just seemed weird about that drug in particular. She said, we can drop the other ones. Just let's be very patient with this one.
Did they start you directly at the 20 milligram of that, Kevin, or did you work your way up to that? Or Kev,
Either
if
10,
Kevin's your full name, sorry, but
either
yeah.
10 or 20. I don't know.
Oh,
This
okay.
was
They
after
they
this was after my surgery. I started taking clobazam.
okay,
And
because yeah, they gave me the 10 milligram pills because I guess that's the smallest that there is. And so I'm having to chop them in half to take 5 mil for morning and night right now. And I'm kind of
yeah,
really hoping I don't go up any higher. Like I said earlier, I've already had 2 seizures since being on it, and it's only been a couple of months. And while they have been smaller and shorter, it still seems like it's a little more frequent. So I don't know if it's changing what the hell's going on in my stupid head.
yeah. Um, yeah, I definitely feel like something changed in my body over the past few years. So like there's some sort of energetic clockwork in my head changed, and I don't know what it is, but yeah, they definitely slow you down. But I'm taking two other drugs that also really slow you down, and I'm at least going to lower those down. So the Tope Max and the Depakote are getting lowered, so I have more energy during the day because I slightly lowered the Depakote, so that's good. And we're going to take care of the Tope Max in my next visit. So that's the goal, is to lower the medicine gradually. So that's the next step in the process.
That's good to hear. Yeah, the first like I was saying, is I was stepping down on the Keppra, I was going up on the clobazam, but I was also still on Vimpat. So there was
Yeah.
about a week and a half or so, 2 weeks, where I was on all three of them at the same time, and I being a zombie would have been better than those couple of weeks. Honestly, I was just deadpan, like out of it. Like
Yeah,
my my mom asked me one day, she's like, "Have you been drinking today?" Like
mm,
I was just like,
yeah,
No, I've been laying in bed. I haven't even left the fucking house. I haven't done anything."
that's what I do. Yeah, well, on I think that might be the clobazam because I do that all the time. I just lay in on the couch and don't do anything. I can do that for days.
I mean, I'm still an adult.
No,
Once in a while, I'll grab a tall can, just relax for the night or something. But I don't go overboard because I know what's up, with all my health stuff. But so for her to ask that when she knows that I don't drink, heavily at least, seriously, it was kind of like a weird, like, this stuff's really, really screwing with me. If like even the person, like one of the people that's closest to me, is asking if I'm out of it. So I can only imagine what some stranger walking down the street, thinks of me when I walk up to
no,
him and I'm I'm just talking like this and I'm out of it, and and you sound
I get
completely
it
like
now.
you're high as shit, right?
If it's that obvious to people who are close to us, then yeah.
Then what does it look like to strangers, right?
Uh-huh.
Right.
So
It's like the time I like had a seizure and I left work and I took like three buses and a train. And then when I came to, I'm wondering how the hell did I
damn.
pay for this bus and this train? And why am I here? And
Was
I
that
was
like a long
wondering, I was wondering
was that
like
long
how did I look to people just going 17 miles away? And
17?
yeah, I went
How long ago was that? Like, if you don't mind me asking, like, how come you didn't call like a Uber or a Lyft, or was this, like 15, 20 years ago or something?
I only lived like 20 minutes from work.
Hmm.
It was a 20-minute walk from work. I left work and got on a bus and went
No,
17
that
miles away instead of going home. And this was 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I was that yeah, that does sound like post like seizure antics. But no, I was asking why didn't you just like, call a Uber or a Lyft or something? Why did you hop on a bus? Was it just because your head was out of it, or was it like that long ago?
It's not that far from work. Usually I just put my headphones on and walk home. It's about 2, 3 blocks, decent walk. Like I said, 20
For sure.
minutes. Depending on how
Well,
For
fast I
sure.
walk, it could be 15. But yeah.
weren't you in the middle of a seizure that whole time?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in my hometown.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is my brain was saying go home, and I went hometown instead of home. That's what I took it as, which is really wild. Yeah, I made it there though safely. I'm just wondering what I looked like. Like I can't imagine what I was looking like. And then when I went back to work the next day and I told them about it, they were like, "Oh yeah, you were kind of looking like a zombie." And I was like, "I was looking like a zombie," and they was like, "Yeah, you were kind of just looks like you're dragging yourself around all day." And I was like, "So this is happening all day, and then you guys still let me leave?" But that's people for you. They didn't tell me what's wrong. Why are you looking like that? They just let me leave, and I wandered off and told them about it. A few days later, I
That that's crazy to let you do that. Yeah, luckily, like I mentioned earlier, when the one that I had at a restaurant, I work in or still good friends with them, still go in there and just do like single shifts here and there on busy, event days or whatever. Um, don't want to dox myself too much, but it's in Niles, California, if anybody's familiar with that area.
Mhm.
Um, and so long history story. I'm a history nerd here, and the restaurant is right next to the railroad track. Um, Old downtown Niles, that's where like Charlie Chaplin shot a bunch of his videos. There's the museum there, so it's been around since the early 1900s. So when Prohibition hit, Niles decided, hey, let's build a bunch of underground tunnels and smuggle shit in. So the restaurant where I was working at was the one that was next to the train station. So they would unload the stuff there. That's where the tunnels started, and they would go all the way down what's now called Main Street. The old school town there. So there's basically this basement, underground, like full, like almost kind of like private lounge. There's like a pool table, huge huge tables. There was couches, everything. Like basically, would either be for private events or just for like us employees to just you know shoot the shit after work. But the two brothers that owned it, they took me down there. They laid me down on the couch that we had down in there. They knew my condition. They made me what they knew was my favorite meal there at the restaurant. They grabbed me a glass of water. They grabbed me a beer. They took care of me. They let me park my bike down there. They then drove me home. So like, Pookie, as you're saying that, your employer at the time, just kind of said, "Oh, sure, go ahead and take public transportation home." Like that's blowing my mind, dude.
Right.
That's crazy. You mentioned, if you don't mind me asking you real quick, Pookie, you mentioned something about Oakland earlier. Are you semi-local to
Next
me?
door. Next door to Oakland.
Okay,
East
okay,
Bay.
yeah, I'm in I'm in Niles, Fremont area.
See it on the mountain every time I pass. Niles. That was my brother's name, so I kind of cry when I see it.
That's good.
Um,
The guy that owns the property, the Niles sign,
how the hell did he get up there and do that?
he no, that's been there for years. I don't know about that. The guy that lived at the bottom of it though, he owned a construction company, a water piping company. So I worked there for about 4 years. So I could dig them up on some old hard drive. I swear to you, I'm not making this shit up. Back when I was like 20, 21 or so, a bunch of our friends, we went and we camped for the night up there on that hill. Like, because he owned the property, and that was, yeah, where me and my buddy had worked was for that construction company, and we talked him into letting us have some big out old camp out. So a bunch of us, young 20s, drinking our asses off, having a campfire up there. I don't know how the hell we didn't light the entire fucking Mission Hills on fire that night, but
Or get arrested.
yeah, exactly. I mean, we were there legally. Like I said, he owned the property. We still
Oh,
probably shouldn't have been lighting, fires and been, 1920 and drinking up there, obviously. But I mean, we were actually on the property legally. But that's yeah, that's the area I'm at, right in yeah, right by it on the Niles Fremont Union City border.
it says, how does alcohol cause seizures? I still drink and I haven't had a seizure. I'm curious as to how alcohol leads to seizures. Is it low electrolytes, dehydration after drinking, or the awful hangovers? I only drink to get tipsy since hangovers and blackouts are not fun. First comment says, I always thought it negated medicine. Um, how does alcohol cause seizures? I believe it lowers your seizure threshold and life takes you from there. Um, Jocelyn and Tom, the icebreaker, you guys. I'm not sure if Tom got it. What's the most useful? I forgot the question again.
The most
What?
useful app.
Most
Yeah, the
useful
most
app.
useful app in your phone.
I just downloaded, I had to pay for it, but I downloaded a meditation app called Breathe with two E's instead of EA. And that's been helping me fall asleep,
I thought you were gonna
So,
say Sudoku.
oh no, I used to, oh God, I was addicted to TikTok. I don't do that anymore.
That's what they all say.
I know.
Um,
I actually deleted it. I
hey,
don't play
good
any
for you.
games right now. That's kind of weird. I was addicted to phone games, but no. Yeah. I have a reminder app that helps me take my medicine.
Yeah, I got alarm that helps me with my medicine, even though I snooze it a couple times. Still there. Um, another comment says, just like grapefruit juice, alcohol and other drugs actually break down the medication. According to epileptologists, the reason has a lot to do with interfering with sleep, even though it makes you tired and you get less of good restoration sleep, that makes your brain healthy.
I think my neurologist explained it kind of like this. Since alcohol is basically poison, and it is, alcohol is literally poison. Your your liver has to go into overdrive. So your liver spends all its functions expending and dealing with alcohol, and it can't deal with your medicine, which is also heavy duty on your liver. So it has to either deal with poison or deal with your medicine. So it basically gets rid of the medicine because it can't deal with both, and uh, your medicine ends up not being processed properly, and that's expended while the toxins or the alcohol, well, the poison has to be, it's a lot to process for your liver, basically. Your body can only absorb so much, and
Or meds are
medicines,
poison too.
beneficial poisons.
I was gonna say
I
that too. Our
mean, our
medicines are kind of
medication
poisons
pretty
to
much
our.
kills our liver.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true, but that kind of proves my point that they're both really heavy on the liver, and your liver has a choice to make, and it gets rid of the medicines because, or yeah, that's how my doctor explained it. You're not getting all of your medicines when you drink.
And that I think that's kind of what I was saying earlier. I never had any liver or pancreas issues until after taking my medications, and it was the first few years, and I was still in my young 20s taking these medications. Only had a seizure like once every a year and a half. Wasn't taking it seriously, so I was still partying my butt off. I'd be taking my medications but also drinking, and then finally it got to the point where started damaging some other stuff, and that's when I had to really get serious with it. So yeah, anybody out there, like I was saying earlier, I still I'll still have a beer or two here and there, go out, still relax, be an adult. But yeah, I'm not 21 21 anymore, at a frat party with 30 other dudes doing beer keg stands or nothing like that anymore. So so you gotta everything's got to be in balance, and watch out for yourself. But if you got to pick one of the two, and if one's messing with you, think it's time to drop the drink.
And I'm not
And
21 getting in fights with frat boys.
Oh, haven't done
This-
that in a while.
and just to prove myself here, just got back from dinner. Just having a quick sip here. Going to be a couple more hours till I take it. It's a Friday night. It'll be my one thing for the weekend. So, like I'm saying, I'm not trying to be all like pinky out. Oh, I'm so holy and everything. I still do it once in a while, but I'm just saying, don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. Especially by the time you're almost 40, right? Your body's taking its toll on itself
Everything
anyway.
is good in moderation.
Yeah. Yep.
I like that one. Everything's good in moderation.
I gotta
Should've
drink
seen it.
pineapple smoothies tomorrow. Yeah, that's my drink of choice now.
That sounds
Oh,
good.
I love anything pineapple, man.
Yeah.
You should have seen me earlier. I needed something in moderation. I got something here. It says sue a teacher for causing seizures. Today at school, the school assistant principal approached me and said, "If you have something to say to my face," I asked. She said, "If you have something to say to my face," I asked what it was about that she stated that was due to something I had posted on social media. I don't use it. After a long conversation where she accused me of getting our years parents to call the school and riot, not getting a muck up day. She dated. I might not graduate because I am emotional and seizures are caused by emotions. I had a seizure a few hours ago, still on the school grounds. Could I sue for this or not? A battle worth fighting for. A lot of that spelling wasn't right in some of those words.
Oh
Right words she used.
I was gonna say that's a little convoluted. But myself, I've mentioned I work at a school. It's just an elementary school. Thankfully, I've never had to deal with any child there having a seizure. I know that there are a couple that do have epilepsy. I've never, thankfully, been there when they've had them or anything like that. But for the most part, schools are pretty damn safe. I mean, I don't know where that person lives, what country, what area. Sometimes they can be in the middle of, BF nowhere, and people don't know medical stuff. But generally, seizures are pretty well known. The school I've been at right now, I've been there for 3 years, and in our I don't know what you call it there, the nurses' room or whatever, we actually have Narcan, which is like obviously something generally that's used for, an overdose or something. Like
Overdoses.
that's not something you're gonna have at like a place where there's 10-year-olds, right? But we still have that there because it can be used as a seizure rescue med. Like our school goes that, deep. But like I said, I'm in a very big area, a highly populated area, so we're kind of well stocked and staffed. Go ahead, I'm finished. Sorry.
Yeah, the first comment says, I'm no lawyer, but it seems to me it would be extremely difficult to prove your teacher caused your seizure, and she certainly was not intentionally trying to induce one. Although the conversation made you emotional, what did she do that you can sue for? Then the person responded, one, it's more intimidation that I'm angry about, and two for the during, because I've been told by a doctor I have to be a year free before I can get my L's, and her causing it through intimidation has reset the clock.
She's venting.
Oh,
There's no,
yeah,
no.
yeah, that sounds about right.
Someone else said, if you have a seizure disorder, then you cannot sue her for causing a seizure. You are prone to them. There's really no way to prove it. Prove it was caused by any other than epilepsy. Don't waste your time or energy on that. You can report her and file complaints, but suing her would be a long and frankly wasteful process that would likely fail.
Costs lots of money.
Yeah. So, I mean,
The author put,
yeah.
even if you hadn't had one for months with no change to your life, and they're caused by a heightened emotional trauma, but thanks for letting me know. It's not emotional trauma. If anything, sue the school for poor education. This non-sensual run-on sentence made me want to have a seizure. Can weed be the cause of my brother's seizures? We've been through this quite a few times today, but we'll go through this one anyway. So my brother is 24. He's never had any sort of medical problems until like the ending of last year or the beginning of this year. He got a seizure. We're not sure what the cause of it was, but my mom is so sure that he smokes, which is a wax pen from the one seizure he's already had, about like 5 in total. Then just had one today. He's in a hospital. My mom is on FaceTime, which led him with him, and had another, and he's smoking still. I know, I know that because he told me his pen. He told me I took his pen since yesterday, like at 10. I kept it because I had already had a feeling something was going to happen. He was sleeping during the day, which is something he doesn't do. And when I asked, he said he was fine, but I knew something was wrong, and the doctors haven't told us what it is, what it is caused by seizures. But if it is the smoking, I'm not letting him smoke anymore. What do you think? I don't think it could be the weed. I mean, I've heard people, but they always had like other stuff with it. Like the other person was like, "Oh, well, what did they say earlier? I was doing spice and that," and I was, that makes sense for you to have a problem when you're smoking spice and weed, but um,
I thought that there were studies done like a few years ago in Oregon that showed that like some forms of marijuana had decreased seizures in children. Is that have you guys not heard of that? This was years ago.
I heard about CBD, but weed for
It was
children.
it
That
was like
was
it was like it was like marijuana in pill forms. This was like back in 2016 or something. It was like oh, it was quite a while ago. I'll have to go look
Yeah, it
this
was
up.
like micro doses and like
Yes.
tablet, right?
Yes, in
Yeah,
tablet
yeah.
forms. It was I think it was back when marijuana first became legal in Washington State.
That hasn't
I
been
don't know
that
why it
long.
was in Oregon.
Because yeah,
It's
I
still
will
not
have to go
legal in
look this up.
Oregon.
when I was younger, I just did it kind of like couple of times just as casually, like at parties. And then once my seizures started getting a little more serious, and yeah, I had heard about different, studies like you're mentioning and everything. And then that's when I started using it, you know, a lot, a lot more often. I, it hasn't, I wouldn't say it hasn't decreased it, but I've also been on so many different medications over like actual seizure medications over the time that I don't think it plays any part in it.
Yeah.
But what it definitely does help out with is when I'm feeling just a little like those weird like over anxious feelings of like maybe I am gonna have a seizure, or the
Mm.
nights when it's been 48 hours since I've slept and I need something to help relax me or something. It has helped there. So but once again, none of us are doctors, and I'm not
Yeah.
trying to give any, medical advice. So I don't want anybody to take my word as gospel or nothing. And so
luckily I put that when I posted. We're not doctors. Um, one of the comments here says most epileptic seizures have have no known cause. It's actually pretty rare for someone with epilepsy to know for sure the overall cause of the seizures. There can be triggers, and yes, your brother is going to need to track his habits more closely to get an idea of what those may be, but it's difficult to say for certain that X is causing Y. Weed is a trigger for some, and for others, it helps control their seizures. Also, your brother is 24. One of the biggest complaints I hear from my fellow epileptics is people treating us like we're children and constantly removing our agency. Taking his pen away like he's a child might end up doing nothing but breeding resentment. I get you're worried about him, but if he feels like you're trying to control him, it might cause him to lash out, which isn't really healthy for either of you.
Oh, true.
Yep. Didn't somebody post a thread just a couple days ago about, or I don't know, maybe it's been a week now. I had a long week, not remembering with a couple seizures, but about how it feels like to sorry, how it feels to be basically treated like a child when you have epilepsy. Was that on the
Yeah, I seen that.
on that subreddit?
Yeah, I seen that on that same subreddit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how it feels like when I was younger. Felt like my parents treated that. Got married, my wife treated me like that. Got divorced. Now I'm back with my parents, and now they're older. I'm older. They're a little more serious, and that's what it feels like. Like like sometimes my dad will get annoyed with me if I take a shower when no one else is home, or just small little things like I'll just I don't, you just do like you accidentally just trip over something, in your bedroom and you bump up against against the wall. And then all of a sudden, because it's a boom, then they're right there. Like, are you okay? Did anything happen? I'm like, dude, I just fucking bumped up against the wall. Like, give me 2 seconds of privacy in my life, dude. I'm 40 or almost 40, like right, do you guys ever feel like that? I don't know what your living situation is or the people around you, but sometimes it does feel like people are just like overly like watching after you, right?
No.
Yeah. I have it
No.
at
Okay,
work
okay,
too.
okay, okay, okay. No, that's why I'm asking. I
I'm,
mean, that's just my situation.
there's a sometimes thing with that. So when someone's home, yes.
When I have a friend in my my friend in the house and I like make any noise upstairs, I have to say, I'm not having a seizure. I just
Yes, I
dropped
have to do
something.
that. I have to do that sometimes too. I'll be like, I'm fine. I just bumped up against the wall.
Yep,
I
so
just dropped a book.
Yep.
when I drop something in the shower, it's the same thing. So
Yep.
yeah, so when I'm home
I
alone,
just dropped the shampoo.
which is usually when I'm home alone, there's
And I mean, it gets frustrating, and it's hard to be like mad at them because it's either obviously if it's especially when you're
They
in the
have your
shower
best
or someone
interest in
close,
mind.
it's someone that you're very close with, a very close friend, a family member. So it's hard to be mad at them because they're asking you these questions because it's coming from a place of they care about you, right? They don't want to see you fall over, crack your head open, break your skull, and die.
yeah,
Like
it's
will
all
happen
out
if
of
you.
love, but coming from a good place. But
Well,
Yeah.
I'm new
sometimes
to
it is
all
a
of
little
this, so I don't
overbearing.
find it annoying yet. So,
Eh,
but I'm sure I will find it
20 more
annoying.
years, you'll be there.
Exactly. So I
Yeah.
can still laugh at it.
I mean, that's what we all got to do. That's at least what I still try and do. I mean, I get annoyed in my own head, but I got to laugh on the outside with other people, and otherwise, it's just going to eat away at you, right? If you don't.
If you don't
So
laugh, you cry.
that's that's what it is. Yeah.
Yes, setting boundaries with loved ones is the only way to find some independence eventually. This one here, the title is some cool neuroscience shit. It's about a hemispherectomy. In bad cases of epilepsy, lead to progressive cellular death in the brain. It spreads slowly but steadily, and that's treated by surgery, removing large portions of the brain. The reason these specific patients can survive this procedure is because much of the removed portion of the brain is already dead. Thus, their brain has slowly adapted to function and regulate their important organs without those dead neurons. The critical difference between performing a hemispherectomy on a healthy person versus a person with progressive epilepsy is that the brain of the person with epilepsy has had plenty of time to adapt to its restricted pool of neurons. So, this topic suggests that with enough time, the human brain can adapt to nearly everything. On the extreme end of the spectrum is the story of the man missing 90% of his brain due to hydrocephalus. Basically, it's a guy, like I said, missing 90% of his brain and still leading a normal life. They used to think this way only about children, saying, if they did the ablation or that surgery where they take out part of the brain on younger patients, it was more successful. But now apparently there's studies suggesting that you can do it on adults too, removing a larger portions of the brain and making it work. Would you guys ever hear a doctor out about something like that?
I'll listen. I hear him out at least. Like some why and all that. Give me some more information. I'd be like, impress
All
me.
right.
Make me bite. Tell me something that you think I might like about it. I don't give in
There
easy.
you go.
I had my
Now we need
brain
to hear some
surgery and I ain't gonna have another one. I'm good.
Yeah.
If I knew they could cure, yeah, I would definitely consider something like that. Well,
Never know.
remove half my brain? Well, yeah, sure. I would consider it.
Mine wasn't work that good anyway, so
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Not doing me much good.
Can have it all. At least my head won't feel like that in post-ictal. You ever get that feeling like when you turn your head and it feels like your brain just hit that side? When you're post-ictal, like right after that feeling, like wherever I lean to, my brain is leaning that side. It sucks.
after a seizure, your brain probably did hit the other side.
Yeah, it just feels loose in there once I'm out of it. Like the only feeling that feels good is like laying flat. But I got something here. It says, has anybody had bad upper back pain after a seizure? My mom had her first seizure a week ago, followed by three more in the space of a few hours, and immediately after waking up, she had severe back pain. It's not getting any better. Heat helps somewhat, but is it normal to have back pain after a seizure? She did tell the hospital, and they just had a I don't know what that word is, and I believe it's spelled wrong. looks like Psycho, had a psycho come and tell her to do some exercises, which didn't help. We don't fully know what caused the seizure. CT scans and lumbar puncture were normal, but she did have an infection, but they never did find out where it was coming from. And she also had very low sodium levels. Once stabilized, she was discharged with a follow-up with neurology. I'm so worried about her and seeing her pain. Seeing her in pain is very upsetting. If anybody can help settle my nerves, I can be fully there for her and not be anxious mess 24 hours. Just an ad, she's been given a 2-week course of clonazepam because she hasn't been sleeping for months. What the hell is clonazepam? I heard it before.
The Razapam
To
help her sleep.
Clonazepam.
Lorazepam is an emergency drug, I think.
The
Clonazepam is
One used for
benzodiazepine.
anxiety.
Oh, okay.
Klonopin.
Okay,
Oh.
cool.
Basically Clonopin. Okay.
That's my
Which one is
emergency
it?
seizure
What
drug.
was the spelling?
Oh, the spelling to that one word was
I think
PH.
it's
Physio.
Physio.
There we go. Yeah.
Says they
Physio,
are
like somebody that
physio.
helps you like recover from like physical
No,
injuries.
the drug.
Oh,
The rest the
clonazepam
med.
is CLONAZEPAM.
Oh, clonazepam? That's Klonopin.
That's what that's my emergency zone.
Me too.
Yeah.
Dissolves
I
under the
took
tongue.
that earlier
How fun is
today.
that?
I'm not
I was
prescribed
taking
that, but I've
lorazepam.
Huh?
I was saying I was taking lorazepam, and then my new neurologist says, "Well, I'll give you something better."
Yeah.
So they
That's when
always
he
It's
gave me
great.
Clonazepam is best.
that one you just said, clorazepam or something like that.
Clonazepam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I was never prescribed that, but I have been. I was given it one of the times I had a seizure while already in the hospital. So I really don't have much more on how it made my body feel after that because I was already obviously I was there, so I was already pretty screwed up. So
it really calms you down. It's a really nice drug.
see, I was
Except
there
when you
for
get addicted to it.
I was there for my other health issues, so I was
I
already on
was
my
just
regular
saying,
seizure
except if you get
medications,
dependent, that's all.
my pancreatic medications, and on painkillers. Then I had the seizure, and then had to take that. So
You were feeling the
it
pain.
wasn't a fun week. We'll just say that it wasn't a fun 6 days. 6 days there at Kaiser. So
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, that does sound horrible.
Another Kaiser patient, huh?
Right.
yeah,
I
they've
love
gotten
Kaiser.
they've gotten kind of shitty over the last couple of years with it, especially I guess just because I'm, there often. So they almost just kind of brush me off to the side on top of it. I don't know if it's just because I've been going there for so long or because
Well, I've been going there for 30 years, and I'll tell you what, I'll never have another insurance company if I have the option.
Why don't you just go to Stanford, James?
Why? Because I live in Vancouver, Washington.
Oh no, I was telling James, why don't you go to Stanford?
Well, I go to the Fremont one, and the last couple times I've had the stays there, I've had very, very bad I don't know what you want to call it, just issues with them not taking it seriously. So I actually drive to the or well, not me personally, obviously, but I go to the further from me in San Leandro. I would rather go to that one because I get treated better and taken more seriously there. So the Fremont one's about, I want to say maybe a 10-minute drive, and the San Leandro one's about a 30-minute drive. And I would rather take the longer, drive after having a seizure or in pain from my other issues than how I get treated at the closer one in Fremont. Kaiser, yeah, it just really varies from location to location.
That's
That's
what
what
my sister told me.
I've heard a lot of bad things about Kaiser. I've never had anything negative to say.
Yeah, my
I
sister
didn't either
says stuff
until
like that.
a few years ago, at least for my local one. Um, and then they had that big strike, a few years ago with the
That was a
nurses,
few
and
years ago.
they had, a bunch of budget cuts and stuff really started going down, at least at the closer one to me.
That was
But
that right
then,
after COVID or something, wasn't it? Or right before
yeah,
COVID?
yeah, it's been a few years now. So
Yeah.
yeah, the further one I feel like I get taken, a little bit more seriously, treated, like more like an adult, like I've actually had this issue for a long, long time, rather than just somebody coming in there looking for, a quick fix of meds or something, like sometimes that's how I
Yeah.
get
I
feel I
love
get
it. I
treated.
love it. I want an anticonvulsant because I'm a junkie.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm going, I'll just be like, oh, like, oh, I fell and my head hurts, my arm hurts because I fell on this. And, it's just like sometimes I feel like all they're, getting out of it is like, okay, this guy just wants, a quick shot of morphine or something. I'm like, no, dude, put an IV in me, give me some liquids, give me my seizure medications, and something for the headache real quick. I could care less about the headache, just make sure I don't have another seizure. But they just don't take it as seriously as I feel like they used to in the past, 10 years ago or so.
Yeah, all those stories, I've never heard any stories like that about Stanford. It's a little distance away, but it's worth it. Tell you,
it
it's worth it.
it is, but then also you gotta, yeah, I mean, obviously we don't drive, then you got to get over the bridge, you got bridge
Yeah,
toll, you got, depends on what time of day. I mean, if we're talking like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that's like an hour and a half drive, right?
yeah.
I mean, yeah, you know the area, bro. So
Go in the ambulance. How about that?
that's true. That's true.
An hour and a half to cross the bridge.
It doesn't. It doesn't get that bad. Exactly.
Sure.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but
It gets
it does
bad.
take it. Yeah, it
I
can get
know,
bad
and
during
that's
rush hour
that
traffic.
San Francisco area.
Yes,
Yeah.
gets bad.
My wife's from Concord.
Oh, nice.
Oh wow. Okay.
I used to live in Concord. Uh, it's boring and hot, but I made the best
Hot.
of it. I
Yeah,
worked at Krispy
that's not
Kreme.
far from us at all, man.
I worked on a Krispy Kreme, and then I fell on a fryer. Then that job was over. But oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. I'm reading messages. Yeah. Anybody ever had back pain after a seizure? I've had pain everywhere for some reason all the time, and so yeah, I don't think that's uncommon. Ooh.
Yeah, that's not even on ones where uh I've been laying in bed and I've woken up and just had somebody, over me, like, you just had a seizure, your body, shook, you're okay, blah blah blah. Like I've still been sore for like the next 24 hours after it, just because, if you have like a grand mal, your all your muscles are seizing and contracting and moving and stressing out. So even if you don't actually fall and slam and hit something, you can just be sore all over, depending on the type of seizure you have. At least that's how it is for me.
James, what's your diagnosis?
What what do you mean by that?
Like generalized, focal, some, it's a bunch of different names for them.
Um I don't know if I've actually been told one specific one. Because honestly, I've had ones where like I'll just be sitting and not move for a minute and just completely zone out. And then I'll have other ones where they're the full like grand mal moving around. I've bitten off the chunk of my tongue before. I've had other ones like, where I showed you the picture earlier where like I, fractured my eye socket. So I guess I've never really had like one certain doctor tell me a specific diagnosis, because I'm just all over the range on types.
Okay.
I've never really asked. I've never really cared enough to ask. it doesn't matter what they're called. I just want them to be controlled.
Gotcha.
I guess, you know, after I guess, you
Dave,
know,
you're
sounds
about where
kind of
I am with
ignorant.
my epilepsy. I'm done.
Yes.
I've been epileptic for 50 years.
Yeah, no, I'm just like I don't care what you know what you call
What
it.
you call it? I'm
I just
epileptic. I
want it
have
to be
seizures.
controlled, right? Like I don't want to get like too like into like different life issues, but like with like racism or politics or something like that, like doesn't matter what it's called or what it is, like just be accepting and open to everybody and deal with it and take care of it, right? Like and that's what I want. That's what I want my seizures to be, is just not there, or at least I can predict them or something. Like the other day in the chat, like somebody said something about aura, and I joked and I was like, oh, you know, F all of you guys that have an aura, because I have no clue when they're coming whatsoever.
You just
I didn't
like
know
Like the
they're
have a
one I,
coming.
seizure? It just happens?
Yeah, I don't get an aura. It just happens.
yeah, I don't either.
Oh,
The one I had a couple weeks ago, I was just chilling. I'm a big racing fan. I was watching the Formula One race a couple Sundays ago, and I just paused it real quick. I went up to go. I just had to go use the restroom. Next thing I know, 45 minutes have gone by, and I'm waking up on the floor of the hallway in my house with my mom standing over me telling me I just had a seizure. Like
wow.
I remember nothing in between that time. I had no feeling whatsoever. Like I said, I was just, you know,
Wow.
you know, watching you know, my sport, my hobby, went up to go use the bathroom, and next thing I know, I'm passed out on my hallway. And that's pretty
I
much how
usually
Wow.
know
they
before mine,
all
but
are
I
for
do
me.
have those.
Wow.
Which is why, yeah, I don't drive, and like I said, I do ride bikes all the time, but that's kind of just as scary too. Like what if, I mean, there's no
Oh, of
dividers between
course.
bike lanes and a car lane if I have one, and all of a sudden my body jerks off to the left, and you know, I crash over into the car lane and a bus runs over me. That's, you know, I mean,
Whoop-a-doop.
like
All
I
gone.
don't want to be a negative Nancy, but we all have like some of
It
those
is
thoughts
what
in the
it
back of
is.
our heads, right? Like
Yeah.
after our seizures, right? So yeah.
Uh, so I got something else. It says, getting an EEG to confirm I no longer have petit mal seizures while pregnant. 28-year-old female. I used to have petit mal seizures as a child. Once I got on medication, I never had another one. I have I have since been off of medication for approximately 5 years with no seizure activity. I am now 8 months pregnant with a very normal, healthy pregnancy. I have planned to have birth center to deliver my baby. I have recently been informed that since I have prior history of seizures, I need to sign off from a neurologist saying I can use the birth center. Since I have not had seizures in such a long time, I no longer have an established neurologist. I had to get in as a new patient and with a new doctor, and he is requiring to get an EEG to prove I have no seizure activity. This has brought some stress and anxiety that I will not pass, therefore not allowing me to utilize the birth center, which I have prepped my whole pregnancy for. My seizure activity was always very mild, minimal, not happening even once a month, so I am not very educated on the subject, to be honest. What are the chances I get a normal EEG even though I have not had an activity over 10 years? Is it possible that an EEG could be wrong? How common is it to fully outgrow seizures where there is no evidence present? Um, I hear a lot about outgrowing seizures. I never actually met someone who told me a story about it. Um, but it's possible, I guess.
Well, personally, I've heard it many times, but as far as Tom 101 goes, uh, I I believe if you're an epileptic, you're epileptic. 9 times out of 10, they'll show up again. It might just be one out of the blue. You hear people having breakthroughs all the time. Haven't had a seizure in a while, and bang. Growing out of them. I think, what is juvenile epilepsy?
Yeah, I've heard of
I
that. I
think
heard
I've
people
heard
getting on
people
that one.
growing out of that. I'm sorry.
I said I have heard of people growing out of juvenile, the
Yeah.
JME.
But adults, I don't. Well, what about
Anything's possible.
Carrie? She would know.
Even
Who?
if it
Carrie knows
sounds like the
everything.
miracle, well, even if that sounds like a miracle, if she's made it 8 months through the pregnancy with no additional seizures, and any doctor that's treating her feels like the birthing center is safe enough to have the birth, then I would be optimistic in this case. If she can actually make it through the postpartum stage, then that's a pretty
You're
resilient time
rocking.
and no seizures.
Carrie, I threw you under the bus because you've been around here for quite a while. You've been dealing with this for quite a while, and you're a woman.
Yes, so I figured
Pokey
you
and
would know my
I.
name by now.
What's that?
I just figured you'd know my name by now.
Oh, yeah. From time to time. I see Mom on Reddit all the time, and I know who it is.
All right, go ahead. Just get back to talking about Pokey.
We're done.
No
In
more
fact,
Tom
I'm done
101?
here. I'm done.
I love Tom 101.
Tom 101, yeah.
A comment to that pregnancy thing. It says, based on what you're saying, it would be very unlikely that you'd have a positive EEG. It's obviously possible, but a lot of people with pretty active seizures still have normal EEGs. But if
Right.
it does show abnormal activity, it's definitely positive. I'd be shocked though if it was positive after that many years off of meds and seizure free. It's super common to grow out of seizures, so super common. Super common to grow out of seizures. So I'd pause on the stress on this one.
I missed the memo.
Yeah, that's
Somebody
what
left me out of the
super common.
yeah.
Common to grow out, but to each his own.
But I know nothing. Anyway, you know what? Tom's got to go.
All right.
All
See you later, Tom.
Take care. All right, later.
Have a good night, Tom.
Always.
Yeah, I got to make dinner too, so I'm out too.
Hold on 1 second. I got one you can answer.
Oh,
Everyone can answer.
Sure. All right.
Are you introverted by choice, or are you forced to be one? Kevin, since you're leaving, I figured you'd answer first.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Introversion is a personality trait. It's not something that you can choose. That's a poorly phrased question.
From one of our former epileptics, yeah. Introvert by choice, or are you forced to be one?
Probably mean a different word or something.
Yeah, I leave when I want to. I stay when I want to. I choose to stay by choice more times than not. But yeah, it's a lot outside if you want to go outside. It's a lot inside here too. I mean, if I want to stay inside, so I do. Got tourist locations all over here.
It is an oddly worded question, but I took that
Just answer it like if they were saying secluded. That's probably a synonym for introvert. Maybe they're saying, do you live secluded because of the epilepsy or just total personality thing?
I get that. That makes sense. Sorry.
The Myers-Briggs test. I'm an introvert, but I don't think I am. So I guess I'm an inside by choice. I'm an inside dog by choice, or
Same here.
inside cat by choice. Or no. I mean by force. I'm forced to be inside. I don't have the means to be outside with other people. Or not by choice. Not by
I'm in
choice.
by choice. I'm inside by choice most of the time. But otherwise,
Really?
we have perfect transit in this area, this whole part of the Bay Area. So I can get out anytime I wanted to. Just money and yeah, you get on a bus with money, or you can Uber, or yeah.
Yeah, I kind of yeah touched on this earlier too. Obviously, I said I love my bike. I love riding my bike, getting out, but that's still being done by myself. And then my other hobbies are sewing and pocket watches. Obviously, those are things you do by yourself too, and that's just kind of just how my life has developed because of the epilepsy. I wouldn't say that I'm you know introverted on purpose because of it. I would just say that that's how my life is funneled down to and what I'm happy with at this point. Like, I mean, for you, Pookie, I'm sure you've heard of, the stuff around here. Like this last weekend was the Fremont Arts and Wine Festival. Went out there, spent the day with a few friends. You know where Union Landing is?
Of course.
In Union City. Dude, starting just last week, every Saturday night, there's live bands playing in the promenade right across the street from Century 25.
Didn't know that. That's
So
interesting.
every Saturday, it started last Saturday and goes till like September, like end of September or something. But I went last Saturday. I'm gonna be going tomorrow. Like, I get out when I can. It's just it makes it a lot more difficult when you can't drive, you have less friends, certain things because of the epilepsy.
Yeah,
It's
I know
not
what
that,
you mean.
You gonna go to
yeah.
the wine festival, Pookie?
Um, no, I heard about it, but I didn't go. I was home editing videos. Actually,
Uh,
I think I was
It
on
was
the
it was
air.
last weekend. It was last weekend actually, but
Yeah, I was editing all weekend because either I was that or I'm gonna fall behind. Uh, yeah, if I didn't edit last weekend, you weren't gonna have anything this week. So yeah, woo. So um,
but dude, if you're that close to me, we got to hit up one of the live band things there
one
at
day,
Union Landing or something, bro.
one day, one day.
so
One
honestly,
Saturday. That'd be fun.
with this question, honestly, if everyone had no epilepsy and all resources to their hands, they wouldn't be introverts.
Nope,
I would be.
You
I
wouldn't
would
be
not be.
outside and doing stuff.
I'd be driving somewhere. I'd be on a freeway right now.
Yep.
I'd be somewhere in someone's traffic.
I
I am an
don't like
introvert.
people usually.
Wouldn't be on a jet ski or a boat or something.
I'd be in traffic right now. I love these freeways. If I could catch an empty freeway, it'd be even more fun, even though I did it with epilepsy. Love these freeways. They're just wide open and they made extra room and stuff. Yeah, so
I am
Okay.
at home by choice.
yeah, I'm at home by choice too. I could spend time in my room. Um, yeah, I got my desk. I barely eat, so
I
I'm at my
like being
desk.
alone.
Yeah, I got a PS5 and a TV in
I
here.
love being around people. Like I do. Like I went to a brewery yesterday. I had a blast for 3 hours. It was amazing. And then it drains me of energy. And I'm like I have people over, but I want them to leave after like 2 hours. I have a
It's a
blast,
different.
but I just get drained of energy.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Exactly.
I am a true introvert.
Exactly.
I am a very social person, but I'm an introvert.
Yes. Yeah, like I'm in my room so much sometimes. My sister's like, can you do this for me before you go hibernate? I was like, I'm awake in there, right? But yeah, I like going out. Just I
All
like
right.
doing this. But go
All
ahead,
right. Well,
Kevin.
have a good night,
Okay.
everyone.
Take care, Kevin. Good to meet you guys. Good to meet you. I mean,
Um, in the comments, someone said being an introvert is not a lifestyle. Are you confusing being an introvert with being lonely or isolated?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the person has epilepsy, so I mean, I can say isolated. That's a good word. Isolated. Someone else said introvert equals social interaction drains you. Extrovert means social interaction and energizes you. It's not really a choice.
Yeah. I've brought this up the past, like, I think 3 meetings or so, or something, big five personality traits. Um, and like the acronym OCEAN and E and ocean is extroversion, and so the flip side.
Um, yeah.
Actual personality trait that exists between individuals. Um, yeah, it's like the one comment said, it's defined by, the social interaction drains you or energizes you. So, I don't think I answered, but just to give my answer in that regard, I'm 100% introvert. Every single test I've ever taken, this podcast, participating with this and talking with you guys and Pookie, it's the single most extroverted thing I have ever done. I've never had more friends than I do right now in the past like 6 weeks. So there you go.
same too, Mark. Just the yeah, little bit that I've been on here with you guys, I've definitely spent more time like in one session talking on here with you guys than I usually do in an entire week talking to people in person.
I'm spending at least 20 hours a week here, or at least 18. But I got something else here. It says, how do I deal with family to accept epilepsy? It feels like discrimination. I have had epilepsy since the day after I had my second son. They will not accept the fact that there isn't a treatment for me. Temporal lobe epilepsy is what I have. I'm taking Vimpat and Omfi. I have been on every medication and combination. Obviously it is medication resistant. I refuse to have surgery. Temporal lobe lobectomy was brought up to me by my doctor. I had one in church right before a baptism, in which I was the godmother. Worst time than ever. I cannot get them to believe there is no treatment and leave me out of so much of my life. I have 3 siblings and I've been left out on trips, just the girls and the family. Then I'd find out later they blame me for not taking care of myself. They don't know what I eat every day. I'm fed up. They just have no interest in any way. They just don't have no interest in any information. This isn't right. Just because I have seizures doesn't mean I can't do things. Or is it that it's me? It's just, I just don't know. I feel something wrong with me that I am not seeing? Are they embarrassed about me? How do I handle when my family lives 5 minutes from me? There are kids that have birthdays. My mom is 74 and won't live forever. Sorry if this is kind of scattered. I'm just upset and don't know how. Any advice is helpful. through blame me for my seizures, saying I am not taking care of myself, and I am. Has this ever happened to you before? Yes, I've been told you're not taking care of yourself right. I haven't seen you eat these days and these days, so you can't be taking care of yourself if you're not eating. Stuff like that. But it's like if I go to the kitchen and you're not in the kitchen, then you're not going to see me eat, of course. But I guess that doesn't all go come together, you know.
Yup, yup.
I didn't eat
I
today,
have
but
that too.
I see you today.
I was gonna say I have that yeah too, Pookie, because yeah, I mean obviously the meds don't make you feel very hungry. And like I said, I have my liver and my pancreas issues. I mentioned it on the chat a couple of days ago. I'm 5'8", and like if I step on a scale and I see 125, I'm happy because I'm that heavy. Like I've been down in like the like 100 like one teens, like 112, 111 pounds, like in the hospital, and I'm 5'8". I know it's hard to tell because I got a ton of facial hair, so it doesn't really look like I'm super
Yeah,
super
you
slender.
don't look 5'8". You look
But
at least 6 foot. I mean,
oh, if I spike my hair up or something like that.
you're
But no,
shorter
yeah,
than Brandon. I mean,
um,
Brandon's
uh,
average male height. So
yeah, I'm not saying anything, but like, I mean, that's yeah, average height, but definitely not average weight. So it's like on top of the meds, my other issues, I don't eat, hardly either. And yeah, and then my parents get on me like, you need to be eating more, you need to be doing this, you should be doing this, and it's like, you go through this, and then you tell me to do it. Like,
right.
you
Sometimes I want to say
understand.
that, like, you go through this, and then you tell me what I need to be doing that I'm not doing, or that you
Exactly. And
see I'm
obviously,
not doing.
it's a family member, so you don't want them to go through that. You don't want to say that, but still, like, sometimes frustration just leads you to blurt something out, right?
Yeah, sometimes I want some people just to experience this, like, stop talking to me like that. Um, but
Yeah, like I don't want you to have to deal with it for the rest of your life. Just one single time, just so you can see and
yeah,
just feel what we deal with.
um, yeah. There's only one comment that says, "Why do you refuse to have surgery?" And the person says, "I will never be the same again. I'm following my gut. It's always right. I will not go there. I've seen other experiences in here and it validating everything." Um, what should I do? I live in New York and I've had epilepsy ever since I was 8 years old, and I've always had trouble when it came to work and jobs. I was either let go because of my condition, but the jobs never wanted to say I was being let go because of my condition.
Because
Or
they
I
would get
had
sued.
or I had to quit due to my health. About 4 months ago, I took a part-time job thinking it would help. I thought if I had a part-time job, maybe I wouldn't be as stressed as I would be if I had a full-time job. How wrong, how wrong I was, because I've had to call in multiple times due to seizures, and I'm honestly afraid I'm going to be let go again. Should I quit because it feels like I'm not even capable of holding down a simple job because my seizures? Um, I quit every job. I've never been fired because of my epilepsy. I felt like it got worse in certain jobs, and I'd be like, I can't do this. Like falling in fryer, for instance, that bruise. So yeah, this isn't for me. I'm usually not around the grease, but for some reason, someone needed help that day, and I was like, why not? I haven't had one on the job yet. All it takes is one time.
It depends.
They're
Somebody
actually
asked
asking, should I quit?
no, that's what I was going to lead into. Is it it depends. I would say no. I wouldn't quit, but the current job. I don't know if you saw. We were talking about my post in the having one at work. The current job that I have at the school where I'm at, that I've had for about almost 4 years now, is I got my foot in the door because my mom has worked there. She's worked there for about 35 years now. So that's how I was able to get just like my part-time couple hours a day, yard duty type of job. So if I do have one while I'm at work, somebody that knows my condition is like right next to me, or not, not right next to me, but you know what I mean, like at least within, 100 yards or something. So for me, it's easy to say, yeah, don't quit, keep up your job, you'll be fine. But if you're at a place where, a person doesn't understand your situation, or just either way, they just don't care and they're just like, yeah, wake back up and get back to work, jackass. Like, then yeah, quit that situation. That's not a situation you should be in. So it's hard to say without knowing the person or where they're working, or other certain details. That's all I'm
I
trying to say.
should I should have said that a long time ago. Um, all my jobs, when I had seizures, for some reason, they all wanted me to stay. You're gonna go home now? Like, yeah. Most of the time, I was like, no. I need the money. Um, I was gonna say bye to Jocelyn, but yeah. I think every time I had a seizure, like I told everybody once before, like they would ask me if I wanted to stay, and I've seen people leave work for headaches and migraines, and I have a seizure at the register, and my boss is like, "You want to stay here or not? We need another cashier." Like, hey, why not? And I should have actually went home, and I didn't. But I'm here today. Amen.
Yeah, that's why I made the post in your about the one having at work, where the two times I did have him at work, I was like incredibly lucky. One, I already told you about the situation at the restaurant. They understood. They made me food, gave me a ride home, took care of me. The other time I did have one was at the school I'm at, and my mom was right there and knew the situation and knew what to take care of. So thankfully, it hadn't been just around strangers that had no effing clue what my situation was or what was going on or anything. So I feel like if they did have to happen somewhere, I got pretty lucky, like, and I said it, like I had, a couple in while already in the hospital for my other health issues. Like, if you're going to have them, what's the best place to have them, right? Already at a hospital, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So I got something else here. In the comments, one of the comments says, "You got this. Something that has helped me bring down my stress levels is acupuncture. You should go try it." Another comment says, "Your brain is trying to protect you. Your feelings are thoughts in your head. That's all that feelings are. I've done so much work, so much better thinking I am able to handle my work. You're capable of holding down a simple job. You're probably capable of much more. Do not quit." Yeah, I don't suggest quitting, but I did. I just put a lot of that.
Oh no, I was gonna say, since we're talking about the on and off situation, for me personally, it's been several years since I asked. So I kind of gave up a little bit. But now that I'm only working, a couple hours a day, school budget cuts even less. Have any of you guys been denied unemployment? This was about 6, 7 years ago when I asked for it, and this was, like I said, I was at Kaiser, and my doctor told me, like, oh, well, you still have a job right now. Epilepsy it's not serious enough to get unemployment. And I'm like, I literally miss like a week at a time because of it. I'll either be in the hospital or I have to call in sick randomly here all the time. Like, I can't have a steady 40-hour a week job, but I also couldn't get unemployment. I felt like I was in this like purgatory, like limbo type of like
Yeah, and it's
bullshit.
so
Like,
hard to
what do,
live
what
in
do
the
you
Bay
guys
Area
do?
like that. And I know what you mean. Yeah, I haven't been fired for it, but yeah, it's hard to get disability. Um, I'm on my third appeal right now, but don't give up. You'll get back pay. Don't give up.
Damn.
You see, but then at the other time too, it's just like I'm too like fidgety. Like, if I just stayed home, like at least getting out, like, a couple hours a day, going to the school, working with the kids makes me happy, like, helping them out. But if I just sat at home and did nothing all day, I would go crazy, man. Like, it's almost like worth it to at least just have a couple hour job versus like just straight up unemployment. I know I'd probably get more on unemployment versus, you know,
For some reason I could never get unemployment for some reason. I don't get it.
or sorry, like disability. Sorry, I know they're two different things. I'm mixing up the two terms. That's my mistake. But
I can never get either.
but yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering your guys' experience with all that. I guess I should try and look into it again. Like I said, it's been several years, but
Anyone using Ritalin or Concerta? I discovered my epilepsy 3 years ago at 27 years old. That time I was using Concerta for IDHD. For 15 years, I've been struggling with my IDHD, and my doctor decided to try to use Concerta again. But I think it is making me have auras and little seizures. I have Lacos, 150 milligrams twice a day, and after the last seizure, also half a pill Frisium before I sleep. Does someone here uses pills for ADHD? I need some hope I can treat both of these problems without ending my life.
We need loofah here.
ADHD and IDHD is the same thing?
I don't know. I'd need to look up what the I means. I assume it's probably the same thing. But Concerta, right? So that's the same med that loofah's on. She could give feedback, but she just went through that whole fight with um her psychologist and then her neurologist. So she's got some input. She would have, I mean, you know, Lufa, she would have some opinions about this.
How was you said IDHD? Was it spelled with literally like
IDHD?
an I?
Yeah. It's
ID,
like ADHD, but with an I at the beginning instead of an A. Switch the vowel.
There's no, I'm not finding anything about that, but there is AUDHD, which is
Yeah. Autism.
autism and ADHD.
yeah, I didn't understand it because A and I are pretty far from each other when you're typing. I mean, A and I are pretty far from each other, so
Yeah.
ADHD and IHD is pretty, they're on the different side of the keyboard. But yeah, I'm not on either, and I hope one day you come and Luke was here and she can tell you all about it.
Yeah.
One of the comments
I've
here
been
says,
on Concerta, but not while I was having seizures, or not while I was on any seizure meds. So don't really have any input.
this person says, I took Adderall, a different stimulant than the one used in Concerta and Ritalin. For 10 years prior to developing epilepsy, I still take it now. My neurologist ruled that my dose was safe and likely not the cause of my seizures nor contributing to their frequency. However, everyone is different. Some people even start feeling auras unwell after small doses of mild stimulants like coffee. I would tell your neurologist how to feel. I would tell your neurologist how you feel. Perhaps you could go do an EEG while you take Concerta to see if any seizure activity can be observed. Someone said, I'm on 5 milligrams of Ritalin. I take the lowest dose, but it helps. Another person said, Adderall here. Amphetamines, taken as prescribed, not abused, are more likely to help prevent seizures. Why don't the seizures happen during the neurological studies? 5 days ago, I had the hospital for an SEEG instead of gluing the electrodes to the top of my head. They drilled them into my brain, to use the neurosurgeon's words. They stopped all my seizure meds, cold turkey too. I've only had one seizure, and we're stuck waiting until more happen. I can tell from the auras I'm having that this is a seizure, and it's going to be insane. They need at least 2 before they can decide the next step to take. Keep your fingers crossed that I see you soon. And that's a huge ass seize that gives the doctors information. Got to stay positive. I survived them being drilled into my brain. Can I survive more waiting? What's your experience with neurological studies? I haven't ever taken any neurological studies. I actually don't know what that is or what it could possibly be, but I can Google it.
Neurological studies would be like EMU stays
Yeah,
and
like
stuff.
monitoring stays.
No, they're basically asking what is our experiences with what they're gonna do.
Yeah, like with the
Um,
tests, like with the EEG, VEEG, SEEG.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing something in the background. Is
I think that's
James
coming
is
from James, yeah.
there we go. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I didn't want to be rude to him if he was still there, but
It's all right.
um,
Another comment
okay.
says this is true for the VEEG testing too. There is something about the fact that we're being watched 24/7 that makes the seizures less likely to happen. It sucks, no question about it. Um, it sucks, no question about it. The epilepsy center I use calls their VEEG rooms the seizure prevention department as a joke because this is so common. I've done it twice, and both times it took around 10 days for the seizure to occur. I never went for the full SEEG testing you're experiencing, so hang in there. I can't explain my experience because I haven't done it.
Is it Pookie? You haven't done any EMU stays? Is that what you're
I
saying?
did it when I was younger, but I left. Uh, I didn't know, that it was that important as it is. Um, yeah, and I was like hanging out there, and I was talking to another guy who was doing his, and he was just like, "Oh, I'm getting paid for this." You're getting paid for this. It's like they told me I'm here for research, and that's what I was told. I was there for research. I wasn't there for it. Like the doctor didn't tell me to go there. Um, yeah, they had it. Someone told me to go there, but my neurologist didn't say go there. I think I was at the emergency room, and they told me sign up for that or something like that. And I didn't know that I was the only one there that wasn't getting paid, so I left. Um, yeah. If I would have known how important that could have been, but I didn't. And I was younger, so I was like, hey, I could be at home making money when these guys were getting paid being here making money. Young me didn't need to make sense. It just needed to sound good in my head.
Yeah. Well, plus, I mean, EMU stays suck. So I'd
I've heard.
leave if I had the ability. They locked me in there when
I got one here. It says 6 brain surgeries and I'm still seizing. I feel like I feel better if I just let it all out. I just let this all out. 2020 and then again about 2 months ago. I was in the hospital for a brain surgery. Each time was made up of 3 different surgical procedures. They did the SEEG for info, laser ablations to remove 2 different brain areas. Then I had 2 RNS implanted and replaced. If you don't know, an RNS controls epileptic seizures by stimulating the brain with electricity. I've improved a lot. I'm definitely getting better in some ways, but I've had 6 seizures in the past 9 days. They've gotten quieter, quicker, but I'm having about twice as many as before. How many times do I have to have brain surgery for these damn things to stay away? I've taken every seizure medication that exists over the last 19 years, and I've had 4 machines implanted since 2004. How many different things do I need to do? My short-term memory is even worse since surgeries. I'll ask my boyfriend a question, and then I'll ask it 10 minutes later. We'll go to the store for groceries. Then next day I'll tell him we're all out of something we just got. We'll watch a movie, and at the end of it, I will remember the details from the beginning. I don't remember most of my entire life, honestly. Here's hoping that my seizures slow down and memory returns. They're having the VNS, RNS, and DBS. And they're asking how many different things do I need. I don't know. I guess
Wait, VNS, RNS, and what was the last one?
DBS.
I don't know if I've heard that one before.
I believe that's on the other side. Or it's VNS, DBS. I think I heard someone talk about it here, but once before. Let's see. DBS.
It's called
Deep brain stimulation.
Okay. I've heard that before.
So that's not exactly in the head, not in the chest then.
Wait, isn't that? Oh, I could be tripping, but I thought that that was a psychological term.
Yeah, deep brain stimulation. Sounds like it might be in your head and not your chest. So I may have been wrong.
Didn't they say 4 different implants or 4 different machines inside of them? I think maybe one of
Yeah,
them had to be
it
replaced.
does. It says I've had 4 machines implanted since 2004. How many different things do I need? Somebody said you just need an internet hug. That's all we can give. I've never had either, so yeah, I pray for the best for you, man. 6 seizures in 9 days, and you have 3 things in you. And one, I went into psychosis after a seizure yesterday. Holy crap, that was intense. After a TC yesterday, I went into psychosis. I've been in psychosis before this 20 years ago after a seizure when I was a kid. I know that one happened because I went instantly off my medication. I don't know why this happened. Maybe because it was a TC. Those types are extremely rare for me. I've always had focal wares. Has anyone else ever gone into psychosis after a TC? I don't want to scare any members. Please know that my neurosurgeon said that I have the most complex case he's ever seen in his entire life. I don't exactly know what psychosis is. I don't know what a lot is.
A psychological break from reality. It's like hallucinations and detachment from reality, extreme paranoia.
I had my first seizure at age 14 and TC one. I wasn't psychotic then, but continued to have absent seizures the following years. At 18, I started to get psychotic after the partial seizures that I had. I didn't know they were seizures back then. The psychosis wasn't too bad. Neither. I didn't notice it. But then at age 19, the psychosis became permanent and then stuck with me. I think that all these untreated seizures were partially the reason why I developed schizophrenia. Another person said, I am a TLE and I've had bouts of psychosis my entire life. I'm currently on Briviact and Lamictal. It is almost entirely auditory in nature. In my case, though, I did have an episode after a TC in 2016 that had all the stereotypical psychosis symptoms for about 9 months. I thought I was being followed by everyone, by someone looking to steal my epilepsy dog. Very weird time. What is notable for me is that Briviact seems to help my epilepsy a ton, but it can also cause psychosis. So I'm constantly walking a fine line in regards to mood swings and triggers for seizures and stress.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.